This kid literally has a cute girl right next to him, but prefers 40-year-old teachers. I mean, can you blame him? Before his duel, he ignores his rival just to ask her to dinner. Spoiler alert, he scored that date. Her condition, he has to win the fight. Damn, he doesn't just destroy his opponent, he literally cuts his vocal cords and snaps multiple bones. But why is he so ruthless? Stick with me, because this guy's backstory is absolutely insane. At first, he was just absolute trash, getting humiliated hundreds of times. Even Frey Blake's own dad rejected him for being so incredibly weak, basically telling him to drop dead. Unable to handle the crushing pressure, he went back to his room. That is exactly when Lucas Tramon took over his body. Lucas was the absolute strongest archmage of his era, a ninth circle beast who could wipe out entire armies with one single spell. To put that into perspective, only 10 mages in history ever reached the 8th circle. This dude hit the 9th, but eventually a demigod showed up and called him way too arrogant. He challenged the gods just because he reached humanity's peak, so they locked him away with a ridiculously overpowered spell. He was stuck in that void for 4,000 years, basically going completely insane. When Frey Blake popped into his consciousness, the kid was full of regrets. He just wanted real power. That's when Lucas hijacked his body. He promised to get Frey everything he wanted and swore brutal revenge against that demigod, training hard all night. On day 1, he hits the 5th tier by sweating out literal impurities. For context, the director is 6th circle. Out in the courtyard, the bullies meet up. The leader wants to beat Frey again, laughing about their last brutal fight. The big guy mentions he saw Frey leaving the clinic yesterday with a bunch of sleeping pills. Then they literally bet on whether he ended his own life. The leader smirks, thinking Frey didn't even have the guts to do it. Meanwhile, Lucas purged all the junk from Frey's body. Now pay attention, because this kid suffered, but nowhere near as much as Lucas. Seriously, shouldn't he need a blood transfusion? Right now, everyone in the Westrot Academy cafeteria is completely stunned. Frey is casually destroying massive mountains of food like nothing. They figure he hasn't eaten for a week, but he actually hasn't had a warm meal in 4 years. So yeah, now Lucas has to attend high school with annoying brats, despite being 4,000 years old. He needs to learn how this new era works before he can hunt down that demigod. Anyway, let's head to the classroom. The bullies are already inside. Everyone stares at him, especially the boss, who immediately brags about winning the bet since Frey is alive. Suddenly, the leader sticks his foot right in Frey's path, grinning and saying he finally showed up, calling him a buddy. Obviously, they aren't friends, and the brutal bullying is about to kick off. Suddenly, the big heavy guy grabs Frey, demanding the 10 meal tickets he supposedly lost in their stupid bet. Frey just thinks, who does this absolute clown think he is, touching his head like that? Definitely not a friend. Suddenly his entire body starts shaking. Why would he be trembling like this? Right before the punch connects, Frey literally teleports behind the big guy, moving with absolute Goku-level speed. The whole class is totally shell-shocked by that speed, even the popular academy idol. The bully is confused, but you and I know exactly why Frey's body is shaking. These guys ruined him. Now Lucas is furious. The big guy gets back up and reaches for Frey's head again, trying to slap him down. But Frey blasts a shockwave of energy. Without even taking his hands out of his pockets, he sends him flying. The guy crashes through wooden desks. Now the bully is bruised, exhausted, and completely freaking out. Frey destroyed him without chanting a single spell. Crazy whispers instantly filled the entire room. Frey looked like a whole new person. Feeling awkward about fighting literal children, he quietly tries to slip away. David is totally paralyzed with fear. Nobody believes weak little Frey just pulled this off. The redhead just stares at him. Then a voice asks what's going on. Professor Dio just walked in. Jack is totally knocked out cold. Professor Dio checks on him and actually finds crazy traces of mana lingering. This discovery leaves him absolutely shook. He can't believe someone with this much raw talent is here. He looks around, wondering who did this. Dio takes unconscious Jack away and Kevin starts class. The students swap super nervous glances as the lesson is finally about to start. Professor Kevin immediately noticed all the girls and decided this was the best class. Trust me, you're gonna want to see what happens next. Let's jump into class together. His eyes lock onto Isabel reading quietly, then he spots another student. Frey is actually here reading. One girl whispers she totally hates this teacher because he turns into a massive creep the second he looks at any women. He walks right up to Frey, who stares back. Seeing this kid in class is super weird since he literally never shows up. Frey hesitates on how to react. Kevin thinks he is a serious student first, then remembers he skips class constantly. Flashing a quick smile, Frey apologizes and says he has been crazy busy lately. The girls whisper he is so pathetic, mostly because he gets bullied whenever he attends. Curious, the teacher asks what could possibly be more important than class. Frey completely dodges, claiming he is just living his best youth. The girls muffle their giggles. Kevin thinks it is ridiculous, but he is pretty chill about his subject. Instead, he asks if Frey has been actually studying. Time for a pop quiz. If Frey bombs this, he pays for acting tough today. Watch closely here. Question 1 begins, name 3 items used by the magic warrior King Kassadin. Frey narrows his eyes real quick. Instead of spitting out an answer, he asks him to repeat it. He missed the name, but it sounds crazy familiar. 4,000 years ago lived a brave, overpowered hero. With mysterious powers that totally blew minds, he practiced martial arts with absolute laser focus. His raw energy could wipe out entire forests, sparking huge earthquakes wherever he stepped. Dude could literally reshape the ground without breaking a sweat. One day, his buddy joked he would flatten every mountain if he kept going. That buddy rocking a shoulder bag, Lucas Trauman, he had not seen Kassadin in a minute. It was a chill day while Lucas watched his friend train. Kassadin kept swinging despite company, saying tea was ready so just grab a cup. While chilling and drinking, Lucas asks if he ever thought about getting married. Kassadin pauses for a sec, then roasts Lucas, saying he will never understand the female heart. Weak guys fall for temptation, but Kassadin believed warriors stay completely solid around women. Mages definitely did not see things that way at all. Lucas stares at Kassadin, who stares right back. Then Lucas jokes he would totally date a rock if it looked pretty. That sudden flashback makes Frey burst into tears. He realizes his old friend, the magic warrior. King Kassadin actually became super famous over the centuries. Professor Kevin has absolutely no clue why this kid is crying right now. The rest of the class is just whispering about how impossible that question is. We all saw this coming, right? Isabel knows the prof is just flexing to embarrass Frey. Then, a polite voice interrupts. Isabel drops a bomb, saying the question has zero to do with magic history. The entire classroom is stunned by her bold move. Even Frey notices she sounds totally like a soldier. Despite looking so delicate, the professor immediately locks his eyes on her. His face hardens. She argues Kassadin was just a warrior using mana to train, definitely not a mage. She waits for his answer, totally sweating it. Kevin walks up the steps and stops by her desk. He demands to know if student Isabel is straight up insulting everyone on the magic warrior path. Shaken up, she says that is definitely not what she meant. The whole class watches in dead silence. Frey takes it as a massive insult too, remembering how much Kassadin hated being called a mage. The professor forces a super fake laugh, saying this could be an interesting debate. He drops a hand on her shoulder and tells them both to hit his office. But Isabel swats his hand away fast. That catches him completely off guard. He never expected a student to openly defy him like that. Isabel is trapped. While he pressures her, someone steps up. The words Tiger King Glove and Giant Belt literally freeze the professor. He snaps toward the speaker. It is Frey, calmly shutting him down, stating Kassadin only used those 3 items. He almost blabs about how he and Kassadin used to be bros, but catches himself, asking if he said something weird. Through gritted teeth, the professor admits the answer is spot on. Frey proudly smirks, claiming there is no way he would fail that question. To everyone else, the dude is acting super weird today. Then Kevin pivots back to Isabel, calling her behavior totally disrespectful. He grabs her wrist hard, ordering her to follow him straight to his office. She freezes up, totally lost on what to do. Frey watches this whole mess, then jumps in with an old Cassidin quote. He repeats that falling in love with a woman could shake a man to his absolute core. Cassidin said a warrior must stand strong against women, or mental weakness will turn him into an animal. Annoyed, the prof misses the point, saying Cassidin was probably wrong. Frey looks down, he is still grabbing her. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. Professor Kevin caught the insult and totally lost his mind. Meanwhile, Isabel realized Frey actually stepped up and defended her. Kevin locked eyes with the student, who was looking way too confident now. He warned Frey he would regret messing up, but Frey just stood there waiting while the teacher literally sweat bullets, the whole class stunned. Frey nailed every question easily. He even knew crazy details about the era of light. Ring bell goes off and Frey only cares about lunch. He literally tells the teacher he had fun, then asks if they are done because he is starving to death. Kevin was mind blown. How did this little punk know about 4,000-year-old history? Frey kept a total poker face. The professor just got madder, sweat pouring down his head. He finally dismissed the class, completely stuck obsessing over what just went down. Isabel was just as shocked. Outside, Frey was happily strolling along, even humming a little tune. Isabel snuck up behind him and asked about lunch, but Frey just completely ignored her. She gave him this huge look of pity. Frey brushed her off, but she kept following anyway, trailing right behind him like a puppy. Frey finally turned around and asked why she was following him. Plus, her super formal rich kid tone was seriously annoying him. Soon enough, the students piled into the cafeteria. It was finally time for lunch. Isabel stared in shock at his massive pile of food. Frey casually dropped that he had not eaten in 4,000 years. He did not explain that wild claim. Isabel apologized for tagging along, saying she just didn't want to sit anywhere else. Now watch closely here. She asks how he knows so much about the era of light and the legendary 4 great masters. That caught Frey's attention. Magic had not improved in 4,000 years at all, it got worse. He wondered if the demigod caused this mess. Across the table, she ate quietly while he mentally listed the great masters. Cassidin Schwesser-Wilsman, Iris Peace founder, and Lucas Trauman. She hyped up Lucas, calling him completely amazing. She joked she would want her mom to marry Lucas if he were alive. Frey just laughed. A kid talking about marriage, hilarious. Feeling flattered, he politely turned down the imaginary proposal. Everyone was staring at them. Rumors spread fast about the top-tier student following him, especially since that psycho bully David was obsessed with her. Right on cue, David showed up. The crowd scattered, but Frey and Isabel just kept casually talking. David was absolutely fuming. Meanwhile, slicing her sausage, Isabel asked about Professor Kevin's last trick question. Mid-bite, Frey explained that Schwesser trained using assimilation, development, and conflict. She said she only knew the first 2. Leaning on the table, she begged him to teach her about the conflict stage. Grabbing some bread, Frey asked her current level. Turns out, Isabel was already at 3rd-tier magic. He was genuinely impressed a kid reached that rank. She instantly roasted him for sounding like a grandpa. Licking his plate clean, he claimed he had lived way too long for that stuff, but physically, same age. So she was kinda right, but also wrong. Finishing his massive mountain of food, Frey declared he was finally full. He stood up with his plates, still dodging her request about teaching conflict. He basically said his knowledge came from raw experience, not textbooks, so she should just go read up on it. Teaching was not his vibe. You and I are thinking the exact same thing. How does a teenager have real combat experience? As he walked off with the dishes, she seriously questioned his real identity. Next up, magic duel class. To keep things fair, everyone was locked to tier 1 spells. David was hyped to fight, but super triggered seeing Frey near Isabel. He just could not stand that she kept talking to that loser. The teacher warned them to treat this like real combat, no slacking off. Frey gave the teacher his absolute full attention. Her name was Jane. He was completely mesmerized by her absolute beauty. Isabel cringed, saying it is super weird to simp for a 40-year-old teacher, but Frey kept praising her looks, even calling her the peak standard of women. Isabel realized even his taste in girls was completely old school. Match 1, David versus Frey. They stepped up to throw down, and Frey slowly walked right toward him. Smirking, David said he was itching to fight and offered his hand. Frey completely ignored it and turned away. The vibe was way off. This was definitely not the same punching bag David used to bully. The class lost their minds when Frey grabbed Jane by the waist and called her beautiful. He calmly told the shocked teacher not to worry. He claimed he was older inside, then asked her to dinner. Jane shoved him away. And trust me, that's where we leave this absolute chaos. Let's jump right in. Frey bet a dinner date, though nobody thought he'd survive David. Jane confidently agreed. The deal was set, but his bold words definitely caught her off guard. Her cheeks completely flushed red as she tried to chill out. No guy should be making her heart race this fast. Face to face, David straight up asked if Frey had lost his mind. He kept trying to provoke him, assuming it was a cheap trick to cancel the fight. Pure rage and absolute hatred burned in his eyes. He kept taunting, getting zero reaction. David threatened to rip his vocal cords out and snap every bone. Promised it was the last day Frey would ever walk, but Frey, not a single flinch. First-tier spells weren't supposed to cause that much damage, yet David acted like he possessed godlike, absolute power. Professor Jane signaled the start. Both guys stood their ground before David instantly unleashed stone fury. Massive boulders ripped through the ground as a gigantic stone arrow materialized right in midair. The students gasped seeing stone fury, leaving Isabel totally stunned. Jane restricted this to first-tier magic, but David technically didn't break rules. The redhead seriously questioned if that spell was legal. David bragged only a direct heir could use it, activating his vision magic. Insanely powerful, yes, but a first-tier mage could still cast it. His family treated vision magic like a status symbol, but this guy just used it to bully. Aiming his arrows, he expected fear. Instead, Frey completely ignored him, brushing off the hype. Now watch this one-handed magic missile. The entire crowd went dead silent. That spell's color was blindingly bright. David just laughed, completely convinced a basic missile couldn't beat his stone fury. He launched the stone arrow, but boom, one single clash. Frey shattered every rock, blasting David into the air at terrifying speed. The insane force sent him flying. He hit the dirt hard, literally foaming at the mouth. Total silence. Professor Jane was amazed by Frey's raw power. He had leveled up big time. Meanwhile, David screamed in absolute agony, totally unable to speak through his crushed throat. Pure horror scene. Nearby, one completely frozen student was still clutching a rock in his hand. They just came for a basic C-rank spar. Frey casually mentioned David was embarrassing his whole family by shamelessly using vision magic here. David tried to talk, but only drool poured out. Remembering that threat about ripping out vocal cords, Frey gave a cold little smirk. The glowing orb popped up again, ready to do its job. David promised to crush his bones one by one, and Frey was totally ready to return the favor. Knowing it was game over, David wanted to beg for mercy, but his ruined throat wouldn't make a sound. With just a tap, Frey fired again. It smashed David's leg, making him shriek in pure agony as reality finally set in. His right leg bones were absolutely pulverized into dust. You and I saw this coming. Frey called it David's own plan, while Isabel watched in pure horror. Professor Jane immediately called the match, crowning Frey the winner, but David's pride wouldn't accept defeat yet. Frey reminded her she wanted a real battle, and real fights don't have timeouts. Isabel simply couldn't understand the teacher's logic. Helpless, she lowered her head. Frey's eyes literally shifted color, radiating absolute fury. David loved hurting people, but karma hits hard. Frey declared trash mages like him were exactly why this world was a total mess. For everyone's sake, he should never cast magic again. Step by agonizing step, Frey closed in. Then he dropped a joke. He wouldn't snap every bone. Out of pure pity, he'd stop here. David sobbed even louder, feeling a split second of relief, but Frey just turned around. Yeah, he definitely wasn't finished yet. David still had one good leg, so another magic missile was coming. Seeing that glowing orb return, pure despair flooded David's eyes. The crazy energy in Frey's hand just kept expanding. David tried screaming, but absolutely nothing came out. From far away, people quietly observed Frey's monstrous power. A blonde student watched closely before turning his back to leave. Elsewhere, two mysterious figures studied the arena. The story spread through the academy instantly. Rumors said Frey completely crushed David, crippling him. Most thought David was a complete jerk and the academy was better off. Still, nobody could believe the hated Blake actually won this. Some even guessed he made a deal with the devil. Walking the halls, a guy suddenly blocked his path. That's where we leave it. Frey asked his name, and he introduced himself as Giaman Mylost, a fourth-year student. Alright, let's jump right in. Finding out this guy is an upperclassman, Frey finally introduces himself. They trade some sharp glares, then Giaman straight up offers him a spot in the tram and rings. Hearing that name sparks something in Frey. By now he already knows exactly who this group is. They are the elite student organization representing Webtoon Academy, and they do not just let anyone in. Giaman's runic ring proves his tie to the tram and rings. Frey wonders if them using his name without asking is basically invading his privacy. He lets the guy keep yapping, but right before Giaman can flex as the leader, Frey just turns his back. He has zero interest in joining. Suddenly a voice warns that convincing him will not be easy. It is Perun Jun, chilling right there in the hallway. Giaman greets his massive friend. Hearing that specific name, Frey finally pays attention. The big newcomer steps up and introduces himself as the actual leader. He covers for Giaman, backing up his claims about the tram and rings. Frey just stares him down in total silence, analyzing the guy. For a kid, he definitely gives off strong leader vibes, but honestly, Frey still could not care less about joining them. He walks off, joking that he will not charge them for dropping his name. Giaman gets absolutely furious at the disrespect, but Perun tells him to chill. Scratching his head, his buddy apologizes for losing his cool. Meanwhile, the blue-eyed leader just quietly watches Frey walk away. Later that evening, the guests start rolling in. Dinner is officially set and ready to go. The professor promised to grab dinner with Frey, but Isabel crashing the party makes things awkward. While eating, Isabel literally just tells them to ignore her. Annoyed, Frey tells her to get lost. She just shrugs it off and casually brings up the conflict method, hooking the professor's attention. Since Frey refuses to teach her, Isabel decides to just shadow him everywhere. Super curious now, Jane asks about the Schweizer method. Isabel is shocked she even knows it. Taking a sip, Jane mentions hearing rumors from other warriors. She had checked the archives tons of times and found absolutely nothing. Realizing Frey actually holds the secret, she desperately wants the details. Frey takes a slow sip. Suddenly, a guy walks up, totally jump-scaring the professor. Frey wraps his arms around her from behind, offering to teach something way more fun. He wants to take this chat straight to his room. The professor is definitely feeling it, but she hesitates because he is only 20. Her mind and body are totally fighting each other. Right before they kiss, Isabel slams the table, yelling at Frey to stop acting so shameless. The moon is hanging high. Standing out on the balcony, Frey reflects on his crazy new life. Now watch closely because this is huge. If that demigod actually rules the world, it is a massive threat. Even 4,000 years later, people still remember Kassadin, Schweizer, Iris, and him. That means his legacy is still totally alive, and people are still out there fighting for it. Isabel quietly sneaks up, and he is so zoned out he does not even notice. She just stares with wide eyes. A second later, Frey catches her stare and asks a question. He needs to know who runs the academy. Even more than that, he wants to know who the absolute strongest person is among the students, teachers, and staff. Before answering, she complains that he never answers her questions. He promises he finally will, but only if she spills the tea on who the boss is. Super excited, she celebrates with a cute little hand wave. She drops the stats. The strongest student is Perun Jun for the teachers. It is Professor Di Pulsman and Professor Adelia. But overall, the absolute strongest is probably her own aunt. Her aunt is the director of Webtoon Academy, Madame Cyrus Tears. Right then, Professor Jane joins them. She explains that Cyrus is an insanely famous 6th grade mage with an ice-cold personality. Frey can already feel how overwhelming that rank really is. Let that sink in for a second. 9th grade is possible, but nobody has actually achieved it in over 3,000 years. Lots of people doubt it even exists. It is basically a myth. Frey looks around, asking if the director cast the massive spell protecting the academy. Professor Jane is not entirely sure, but she admits it is highly possible. Frey realizes he is not ready to fight a 6th grade mage just yet. Then, his mind flashes back to that tram and rings offer. Feeling like something is way off, he decides he absolutely needs to meet Cyrus Tears. He turns to his new little friend and waves her over. His expression totally softens up as he thinks about the massive favor he is about to ask her. Because dragging an innocent kid into this mess might be a terrible idea, his main goal right now is hitting at least 7th grade. The professor flat out tells him that will take 10 years, even if he rushes. Frey just smirks, claiming he will hit it before vacation ends. Jane just laughs it off, saying big dreams are cute, but the thing is, he is being dead serious. Catching the professor all alone again, he slides right back over to flirt. Annoyed, Isabelle reminds him she is right there. She warns that if her aunt catches a teacher with a student, she will step in. That totally ruins his plans, hence why he hates kids. Jane dips, leaving Isabelle extra salty. So where do we leave it? Frey is playing the long game, no rush, just 0 mistakes. Let's dive in. Under the moon, he took the fastest route. 2 weeks later, someone limped inside. David was back at the academy, hunting for Frey. Still in total denial, the guy screamed that literal trash like Frey could never beat him. Everyone in the hallway heard his little tantrum. Meanwhile, Frey was just chilling, reading his book. Face red with pure rage, David swore he would make our boy regret ever being born. He promised to make Frey's life an absolute living hell, but before he could even finish, Frey blasted a magic missile and dropped him. David's crutches went flying as he hit the deck. The other students just watched in absolute terror. Add a broken nose to his injuries. In class, Kevin mentioned David went home, while Frey just wandered the halls, totally bored. He seriously thought Westred Academy kids would have more class. To master his mana, he desperately needed some real combat. Suddenly someone yelled, "Hey, gray hair." The kid behind him smirked, saying they heard Frey was actually good at magic. In a wrecked room, the dude introduced himself as Alex Dreamid, an upperclassman who was clearly trying way too hard to impress Frey. Totally fearless, he bragged about crushing the skinny kid standing there. Angry, he demanded to know what Frey did to David, calling him his little bro. Frey, unbothered, barely even cared. He wondered if these idiots were bugging him on purpose. Begging for respect, the senior raised his hand. Frey just saw spoiled little brats. Dreamid kept asking why he fought his buddy, bragging about his 17th place in the Glade Hit tournament, which just made Frey yawn. Finally, the upperclassman threatened that this was the end for him. To Frey, it was just a loudmouth trying to bully a rookie. Now pay attention here. The goons were just watching, thinking it's overkill to jump a weak kid, while Frey casually prepped a lethal magic missile. He blasted 3 students at once, launching Alex flying across the entire room. Frey's raw power was insane, easily dropping multiple guys in a single shot. That just pissed them off even more. With Alex flat out on the floor, the rest whined that attacking mid-speech was totally unfair. But messing with these entitled rich kids was hilarious to Frey. His attacks only got deadlier because of their pathetic whining. The Dalbork firstborn from the Gillard family wanted to crush him. Pryat, the second son of the Penelark family, jumped in too. Unfazed, Frey just raised his hands and fired off a second, even stronger magic missile. Under attack, he kept knocking them out one by one. Every hand flick spawned a heavy missile. Eventually, he sat among the unconscious bodies, deeply disappointed. With a heavy scoff, he decided none were worth the sweat. Clouds drifted over the academy. Frey studied so hard to upgrade his techniques that he passed out. Then someone asked what he's been doing. Turning around, he saw Isabelle. They'd basically nicknamed him the Deadly Missile for his takedowns. The cringe nickname embarrassed him, but he hadn't even used his stronger spells. Isabelle definitely felt a spark. Seeing him napping on the desk, she couldn't stop staring. Without even lifting his face from the table, he casually asked what she wanted. She said she actually followed his advice. Knowing true blood boosted magic circles was standard, but mixing it with magic essence at a 7-to-3 ratio, that was completely groundbreaking for her. And using Troxo blood would make it absolutely god tier. Still, she thanked him for the epic discovery. Pausing, she wondered what crazy thing he'd teach her next. You and I both know where this is going, right? A tired Frey just stared as she locked eyes, completely unaware he'd basically become Isabel's personal tutor. With her raw talent, she could easily hit 7th grade. After thinking it over, he told her he'd teach her about conflict. She lit up, totally unable to believe her luck. He planned to train outside during break and invited her to watch. He warned the trip would be deadly, but she happily agreed before he even finished. She was desperate to learn about conflict. Whatever happened, she was tagging along for his training. When it was time to leave, she showed up with this massive backpack. Frey couldn't believe all the useless junk she packed. He figured they carried stuff he didn't get. Super nervous, she asked where they were heading. Honestly, even Frey wasn't sure yet. He was eyeing the Hispania Mountains. That place was a wildly dangerous monster paradise. Grabbing a map, they mapped out the absolute fastest route. Taking a boat meant half a day, but the mountain path was swarming with monsters. Even so, Isabel got ready without showing a single ounce of fear. She never expected an easy trip anyway. Frey just frowned at her weirdly confident attitude. While hiking, they chatted about using teleportation stones for insanely long-distance travel. Those items definitely didn't exist 4,000 years ago. Magic hadn't evolved much, but tech did. Still, crossing massive distances with just a stone sounded mind-blowing. But the crazy cost was the issue. The trip was so far, it ran about 10 gold coins. Frey only had 1 coin, but wait. He politely asked noble Isabel for cash. So what do you and I think? Total freeloader move, but absolute genius. All right, stick with me. She brought absolutely nothing. Claimed money makes you lazy, leaving it behind. She called paying for travel her training. Frey was speechless at her audacity while hauling her giant backpack. Isabel snapped back that those things were completely unrelated. Women just need lots of stuff. They pushed on, figuring they would handle things at the port. Neither had ever worked a real job. Near the docks, it was packed with busy sailors. They stared up at the massive ship. Free for students, explaining the crazy crowd. Food was supposedly amazing. Frey was literally drooling but saw it was full. Next one took 4 days. He dropped down, convinced they'd never make it. Their only option was the Cortez, an older, planer ship. Still, they really couldn't complain. Stopping at Jutenball, hitting Cow Symphony in 5 days, and Academy students rode free. Inside, the pirate crew was loudly chatting. Scarred Guy confirmed they were ready. Captain ordered a night departure for the perfect heist, making the one-eyed guy laugh. Someone asked why he gouged his own eye out. He simply called it the ultimate pirate mark. Studying a map, these bloodthirsty pirates schemed, pointing right at a remote area. One declared their target was the ship stopping at New Yan BLL. They'd ambush it after passing the Islaskill zone. They just needed the ship's name. The Cortez, loaded with rich kids. Frey and Isabel stood at the bow. The captain introduced himself, warmly welcoming everyone aboard. Isabel immediately started chatting him up. Without this exact ship, they would wait 4 more days. Despite looking decent, it had barely any passengers. Captain explained the route crossed Islaskill, a known pirate zone. Isabel panicked, but he calmed her down. Only 2 escort ships, but they carried 2 4th-grade battle mages from the Magic Tower. Pirates wouldn't even be a minor threat. Both mages kept their protection spells fully active. That really helped Isabel relax. Watch closely now, any smart pirate wouldn't attack, but then Frey noticed something truly unsettling. The crew totally panicked seeing the pirates. A massive armed ship charged them. Even Captain Mac froze in shock. Isabel watched in pure terror while Frey stayed chilling. Escorts already sunk, proving these weren't your average pirates, big cannons, zero hesitation. Minutes earlier, they locked onto their target, watching the Cortez slowly approach. Those 2 escort ships were annoying, but they had a secret weapon, a special guest for this raid. Chanting in some weird language, he flexed his crazy power. Meet Lord Dwad, a literal lick helping their attack. His magic terrified his own pirate crew, radiating pure darkness and destruction, but the captain totally trusted him. An actual undead monster, with a lick backing him, the captain thought he'd make pirate history. The undead began charging his spell. Dark power mixed with shadow magic. His first attack was an ice spear. He fired at the warships, ripping through hulls to hit the head mages. Seeing this, both mages desperately tried defending. Way too late, those spears were lethal. They tried everything, but the ice just shredded and destroyed the ships. The pirate captain laughed, dreaming of tonight's insane loot. His crew drew swords for battle. Getting closer, he tried hyping up Duard's magic skills, but then the undead sensed something completely off. We both saw him cast 3 spears right. Turning around, the captain shivered. Duard couldn't understand why that last ship was floating. Then the captain suddenly remembered. He asked him not to destroy that exact one. Since the passengers were basically hostages, that just pissed the lick off, losing his patience and calling him a boneheaded brat. He claimed he'd attack just enough to block their escape and stop any resistance, definitely not sinking the ship. The pirate still looked totally confused. Duard warned him something was seriously weird about that ship. Meanwhile, pure chaos erupted on the Cortez as panicking students sprinted all across the deck. Off to the side, a mysterious hooded figure sat motionless, looking exhausted and breathing heavily. Frey and Isabel stood frozen, unsure what to do. Isabel was absolutely terrified watching the ships get destroyed, but Frey's calm face didn't change at all. He patted her head, calming her down. Right now it was just pirates. He had way bigger issues. He definitely saw 3 ice spears, but the one targeting their ship vanished into thin air. Knowing he didn't cast any defense spell, he started analyzing the crazy situation. He clearly felt the mana, but couldn't even stop it. Then he felt a presence recalling that demigod's pain. Rage hit him for failing to defend himself. He forced himself to focus. Makes you wonder, right? Not a demigod. Undead mana, but 0 clue who protected the ship. Stick with me, she touched her lips, completely thankful to her mysterious savior. The pirate ship closed in fast. Terrified students ran everywhere as the ships locked together and armed pirates stormed aboard. The helpless crew screamed. Total chaos broke out everywhere. Bodies dropped left and right while someone finally stepped up. The real fight was officially on. The Cortez ship was smaller than the Nifla, but still packed with 40 rich kids from elite families. Dreaming about that fat ransom money, the pirate captain smirked. He introduced his crew as bloodthirsty pirates. The Cortez captain drew his sword, but the villain only saw a massive payday of rich heirs. His crew laughed, making everyone furious. Then, the pirate spotted one helpless young kid. The boy claimed they were future top-tier mages. He told them they hit the wrong target. The pirate boss figured out the kid's plan the second he tried using magic to defend himself. Before finishing, something flew out and pinned him to the wood. The pirate captain threw a dagger. The kid absolutely panicked. With the blade stuck right next to his neck, he shook with pure fear. Frey and Isabel froze completely in the chaos. Frey instantly noticed the knife was originally aimed straight for the kid's neck. But its path completely shifted. Feeling the hooded guy's presence, he wondered if this was the exact same person protecting the ship. Right then, a voice declared the kid stood 0 chance against the pirate. The shadowy figure warned him not to risk it, just stay quiet and obey. Now watch closely, this is where things get dark. The captain stopped playing around and locked onto an easy target to make a brutal example. The boy backed up, trying to shield himself. He was so terrified he actually peed his pants. The captain mocked him, calling him a baby. One of the goons volunteered to handle it. He threw the kid over his shoulder and joked about giving him a bath. The hooded figure yelled to stop, but the pirate tossed the kid straight into the ocean. The student thrashed around, begging for a lifeline. He drifted further from the ship until he completely vanished. Even though Orko was a second-year student, they killed him with 0 mercy. The pirates did not care at all. Absolutely furious, the remaining students finally fired back with magic. The captain just casually complained that the brats were making way too much noise. Students spammed spell after spell, but something way stronger crushed them. Undead energy shielded the pirates, completely blocking every single magical attack. The students had 0 idea how to beat this dark power. The captain laughed while the undead did the heavy lifting. Using dark magic, he completely overpowered them. A shadowy force tried, dragging everyone down. One kid stared in pure disbelief. He had only read about this stuff. A terrifying, high-level lick. Isabel was absolutely horrified by the monster. but Frey stayed totally lost in thought. The pirates made a deal with an immortal being, but immortals do not negotiate with mere mortals unless they are totally using them. These pirates only cared about cold hard cash and greed. Freaking out, Isabel grabbed onto Frey. He asked her to let go, but seeing her crying, he froze. You and I can easily tell, these definitely are not your average everyday pirates. This lick was at least a tier 5, which is exactly why the ship's mages could not stop it. The pirate boss turned toward the mysterious figure. Demanding answers, the lick ordered whoever blocked its magical attack to step up right now. It knew that someone was hiding somewhere on this ship. When nobody answered, it dropped a deadly threat. Ice arrows formed in its hand, warning that if they stayed hidden, everyone would die. The crew was completely terrified. Laughing like an absolute maniac, it made the icy arrows even bigger and deadlier. The captain tried stopping Lord Doulard, reminding the monster they still needed hostages. But the undead glared right through him. Even the captain could not hold eye contact. Then, someone quietly stepped forward from the massive crowd. The hooded guy still kept his face hidden, but the lick totally suspected he was the one interfering here. Without any hesitation, the young guy admitted it was him. Intrigued, the lick demanded his actual name. The kid finally dropped his hood, leaving everyone completely stunned. Even Isabel looked absolutely shocked. Frey, though, seemed weirdly zoned out from all this. The guy introduced himself as Perrin Jun. Isabel quickly recognized him from their magic academy. Everyone knew who Perrin was. He ran the biggest club at the academy and was the legitimate heir to one of the Empire's top 3 most powerful elite families. He also had perfect grades, constantly fighting Isabel for the number 1 spot, but right now was totally not the time for academic rivalries. She admitted his magic tier was way higher. Trust me, you and I are gonna want to see what happens next. Alright, jump in with me. The girls were completely shocked seeing Perrin on the ship. Some actually cheered, thinking they might survive this. Isabel really hoped Perrin could handle this mess, but Frey straight up told her not to hold her breath. Blood was literally dripping from Perrin's mouth. Dude could barely stand up, that like they were facing at least a grade 5 threat. And yeah, Perrin was super talented, but he barely just hit that level. Surviving a spell way stronger than his own was already an absolute miracle. Desperate, Isabel asked if Frey was actually stronger than that crazy undead. But he shot that down fast. Still, he told her to step aside because he was feeling totally burned out and sweating. Completely exhausted, he honestly regretted picking this exact boat. He chose the one with the fewest students to stay low-key, and wow, huge mistake. He stopped the spell, but the insane effort made his body feel like total jelly. Standing right in front of the creature, he was absolutely clueless on how to win. The undead claimed it was his lucky day. He definitely did not expect to find such top-tier material here. They stared in dead silence. Thinking it was game over, Perrin closed his eyes. Right then, somebody yelled out, asking the pirate captain what his actual deal was. Smirking, he said it was nothing serious. Seeing so many rich kids crossing these dangerous islands, they just could not pass up the free loot. So acting like everyone's best buddy, they offered a safe escort straight to Kos Symphony. One of his pirates chimed in, saying the boss was crazy busy. But obviously they were only doing this after getting paid some hefty protection money. So classic, it was all about the cash. Perrin totally froze in place. Then he pitched a counter-offer, take him as the only hostage. His rich family would literally pay double whatever these pirates wanted. But the captain shut him down, bragging that with an immortal backing him up, he could literally demand any amount he wanted. Perrin just gave a little shrug and admitted the guy was completely right. He was not nearly strong enough to beat that hired lick, but hey, he promised to fight with everything he had, taking someone down with him. That answer absolutely shocked the captain. He was actually getting super interested in the kid. Having that kind of wild, fearless energy at his age made the captain like him more. He figured the nation had a bright future, but the undead was not changing its mind. Perrin's mana was insane, but he still went completely pale figuring out the monster's sick plan. He dodged the dark magic attacks. Now pay close attention here. The undead planned to drain his mana and make him a minion, suddenly grabbing Perrin with its huge claws. At that exact second, all the talking stopped. The new plan: drag everyone over to the pirate ship. The students totally panicked and bolted, but the pirates violently grabbed them. They snatched the girls up fast and refused to let go. These goons looked so proud of themselves until the one-eyed pirate suddenly remembered he was supposed to be kidnapping people too. Then he spotted Isabelle. He creeped toward her, but she instantly ducked right behind Frey. The pirate totally mocked Frey, calling him a literal twig. Frey just looked around all confused, like, who is this guy talking to, until he realized the pirate meant him. The big dude roasted him again, this time calling him a scrawny little brat. Frey super calmly asked for just a little respect. That chill answer seriously ticked the pirate off. Cracking his knuckles, he decided to punch Frey into next week, but Frey did not flinch or listen. Meanwhile, some kids were already tied up. Jack mumbled that Frey was letting his tiny bit of fame go to his head. Getting super annoyed, the pirate furiously charged at Frey with his sword totally ready. Everyone watched closely. Even surrounded by pure terror, Frey stayed perfectly still. You and I both know how this goes, right? The pirate swung his final strike. Isabelle closed her eyes, but the pirate actually lost his teeth. Frey blasted him into the air with pure power. The guy went flying like a piece of rotten fruit. Frey casually checked the damage. His kick launched that goon straight into the ocean, leaving everyone completely speechless because standing right there was Frey, the Academy's supposed forever loser. The blonde dude with blue eyes just stared hard, desperately trying to figure out what kind of insane move that even was. He replayed it in his head. A flawless mana-charged spin kick before the pirate could even swing. He always knew Frey was talented, but this level of perfect control was absolutely crazy. Right then, Frey literally stopped the redhead from rushing in and gave her a gentle little pat on the head. He told her to stay on guard. These guys were way weaker than her except the lick, so she was fine. The mage smiled, touching her hair. She locked in again while Frey threw down with those pirates. One of the kidnappers yelled, asking what just happened. Then he completely joked that his buddy only lost because a pretty girl totally distracted him. Trust me, you guys aren't ready. The gray-haired beast blinked right in front of him, moving so insanely fast he literally warped the air. All right, stick with me here. That pirate could not even process his insane speed. In the back, the lick watched silently, totally shocked by Frey. Then boom, his aura exploded. Still totally confused, the pirate groaned in heavy pain. Frey literally one-shot the guy. He coldly stated they never should have taken that deal. He hated this setup and was done playing nice. For a second, Frey realized he had never killed anyone before, but whatever, everyone was staring in absolute pure shock anyway. Scum like these guys were never going to accept someone like him anyway. Screaming their lungs out, the pirates rushed straight at our gray-haired boy. Frey gave them a cold glare, grabbed the down guy by the neck and chucked him into two others. Then he followed up with an aura blast that completely shredded everyone ahead. The remaining pirates tried attacking his blind spot, but in a blink, Frey expanded his aura and totally crushed them. Even the lick's buddy called it straight up impossible. Meanwhile, Frey kept dropping those pirate goons one by one. The students just watched, completely dumbfounded by this massive power gap. Now watch this insane move. A pirate grabbed a hostage, begging for mercy, but Frey dashed at him so incredibly fast, he literally left afterimages. With one sick kick, Frey sent the pirate flying right over the girl, smashing him in the mouth. The others tried to jump Frey, but he leaped up, making them totally crash together. Furious, they yelled they would drag him into the ocean, but looking up, the gray-haired kid was charging a massive ball of energy. Panicking, they begged him to stop. He just fired it with a cold face, totally dead silent. Their screams were the last sound before nothing was left but dust and burn marks. Frey floated back down. Then he noticed one survivor holding the mage hostage, literally calling our boy a total monster. He warned Frey not to move or she gets hurt. Frey stared, casually asking what he just said. The bald pirate blinked in confusion. Before he even knew it, the mage was already charging an attack. Locking eyes with him, she unleashed a massive electric shock that covered them. One hit completely dropped him. The crew went dead silent. The lick and redhead were shocked. They just looked at each other until she asked his thoughts. Frey said she acted harmless while being super dangerous. Suddenly, slow clapping made our hero turn around. It was the Lick's thug, totally mocking his insane strength right there. Still, he admitted he was actually impressed. Hero and villain locked eyes for a quick second. Then the bad guy broke the silence, pitching a deal. "I know what you're thinking," he said. "Our boy was clearly special, but running the ship alone was impossible." The gray-haired kid stayed silent, letting him yap. The villain claimed he only wanted half of these rookie students. Our hero checked the captives. One cried for his mom while others sobbed, begging not to go. The villain pitched a win-win deal: save a few kids and walk out of this alive. The hero asked what the point was if they already surrendered. The villain just shrugged with a cocky grin. He told the gray-haired kid to pick who stays and who gets handed over. Suddenly, a blonde chick rushed him, begging. She tried throwing herself at him, totally desperate for salvation. If cash was not enough, she offered other payments, promising to do whatever he wanted. Another student dropped down, begging too. Soon, way more people joined in, throwing money to buy their lives. The gray-haired kid dryly said he had no choice, telling Isabel to collect the cash, but she snapped, saying he was joking. Hearing her complain, he smirked and joked about starting an auction. That obviously just made her way more angry. The crowd kept crying, begging, and crowding around him, while everyone else just stood there watching in silence. Frey finally asked if they were completely done. Then he pushed the blonde away, saying she was too clingy and smelled like rotten fish. He basically called them spoiled rich rats. They lived off mommy and daddy's money to step on others, totally unworthy of being real mages. A true mage protects the weak, saving others before themselves. Hearing that epic speech just made the girl admire him even more. Then he totally ruined the vibe by asking for payment again, making the redhead completely lose her patience. Meanwhile, those creepy villains just kept watching from a distance. The redhead asked the Lick why he was quiet, doubting his chances. "You and I will find out next time." "All right, you and I are jumping in." The Lick brags no human escapes his power. The redhead freezes, shook his mind, was red. The undead smirks, claiming he was just watching. The villain silently locks down his thoughts. The monster keeps studying Frey closely. Sensing a completely wild new mana, he realizes this guy can fight, but still, he's just a 5-star mage. So the Lick figures this human is zero threat. He rips his cape, completely unleashing his power. The redhead confidently hypes up Lord Dwad. The heroes watch the monster's massive power spike. The undead brags he's crushed guys like him and demands the mage surrender. Our calm hero says he talks way too much. The Lick fires purple spear missiles. The redhead girl flinches at the spell, but before she can even speak, the Lick blasts our heroes. Our main character simply steps aside. The attack misses, almost taking out some random pirates nearby. But the missiles curve midair, spinning back for round 2. The mage warns Frey not to chill, that spell is homing. He dodges again like it's absolutely nothing, saying he already figured out the trick. Watching closely, the redhead boy realizes how dangerous this is. Those missiles will keep tracking, even if Dard casts another spell. Now pay attention here. The Lick summons actual bone hands. Magic floods the deck and creepy skeleton hands burst from below. Our hero is busy dodging missiles, and these hands blindside him. The villain starts cheering like the fight is already over, while the girl softly whispers Frey's name. Then she screams it out as massive explosions erupt from the magic. The blast gets insane, forcing the mage to throw up a barrier to protect everyone. Everyone nearby scrambles desperately to dodge the leftover magic attacks. The redhead holds the barrier, but looking at the center, she realizes the hero is gone. Only broken ship pieces are left. She calls out, begging for an answer. The blonde mage is already grieving. Then boom, the missiles suddenly freeze in the air. The undead is completely stunned and frantically looks around. His own missiles are now pointing right at him. He quickly throws up a repulsion shield to block them, which breaks his focus, letting the captured mage break free. But honestly, it did not matter. He gathers dark magic in his hands, destroying the remaining missiles. He is totally clueless. How did this kid reflect his own magic? He thought it was over, until the gray-haired boy just teleports right behind him. You and I both thought it was over, but nope, Frey is completely unharmed. The Lick spins around, completely losing his mind, but no matter how he moves, our hero stays right at his back, literally playing with him using pure speed. Totally panicking, the monster jumps high into the air, escaping. The Lick is completely baffled, trying to figure out how this is possible. Humans shouldn't be able to move like that, but our hero just stares up at him, magic glowing in his eyes with absolute ice-cold confidence. The girl asks if Frey is okay. He gives a calm look and a slight nod. She watches in awe, remembering a vision of another mage looking exactly like him. The puzzle pieces finally start clicking into place. Then the villain starts charging another spell, totally terrifying the nearby blonde boy. The Lick unleashes a massive rain of ice spears. The crew looks up in terror, convinced it is game over. The Lich decides destroying the whole ship is his only way out. So he keeps bombing it, ready to sacrifice everything. Then something stops him cold. Every single attack gets blocked with zero effort. Frey threw up a massive barrier around the ship. The undead just stares, muttering it's impossible. The blonde guy agrees it's insane. He coughed up blood just blocking one spear. Meanwhile, the girl keeps asking herself who Frey really is. Up above, the monster calls him a mere human, forming a colossal iceberg to smash the ship. The blonde screams that nothing can block something that huge. Roaring for humans to die, a Lich drops the massive ice like a meteor. Our hero responds by jumping straight up, slicing through that giant ice, splitting it completely. He flies up until he's face to face with the monster. The younger mages block the falling debris. The Lich can't believe this. Frey says he's following his path. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Let's dive right in. The undead monster screams, asking if he knows what lies beyond 5 stars. Frey just mocks his pathetic effort. Totally shocked, Elche demands his real identity. Our hero introduces himself as Frey Blake, the Academy's eternal loser, and just hearing that name leaves the monster absolutely terrified. Then he drops the bomb. He is Lucas Trauman, the strongest mage in history, back after 4,000 years. The mages on the ship complain they can barely keep up while struggling to stay completely focused. The girl looks up with pure worry. Refusing to believe it, the beast says that is impossible because Lucas is dead. Then he lunges forward, throwing a massive direct hand attack. Frey simply teleports behind him, jokes that he looks way better from the back, and unleashes a strike. His hand punches straight through the monster's body, grabbing its glowing blue heart. Our MC says he knows exactly what this is, asking if Elche still plans on living. He adds that he easily guessed the core's exact location. Even though the guy made it pretty tricky to know for sure, the monster screams wait, but Frey crushes the stone, triggering a massive explosion. The beast literally disintegrates into thin air, leaving our mage floating there, staring down with a deadly serious look. Every mage on the ship is completely stunned by how fast it ended, while the pirates instantly start regretting their total defeat. The red-haired villain keeps freaking out, wondering how this is even possible. Now pay close attention here. Frey pops up behind him, making it clear there are absolutely 0 deals left. Every single pirate on that ship is going down. A little later, the entire crew is totally wrecked, including the redhead who definitely got the worst beating of all. Our hero stands right among the fallen bodies, ending the whole fight with one final downward smash. Right after that, he turns around and catches the Academy apprentices watching him from a safe distance. Especially the red-haired mage staring in pure awe. By dawn, they hit a port. Frey steps off the boat with the girl, but a blonde kid stops him, hyping up his insane skills. He even admits he is a massive fan of his. Frey just keeps walking, and Isabella is super confused by his ice-cold vibe. But then the kid steps up, takes a deep bow, says thanks, and promises to literally pay him for saving his life. The girl quickly tells Pret he does not need to bow like that. Frey watches in surprise before quietly chilling out. He asks how he is holding up after the shock. The blonde replies he is perfectly fine and was already prepared. Frey actually finds this hilarious, while the girl totally scolds him for being so rude. The three stroll through the city while Pret asks what exactly happened to Frey. He wants to know how Frey beat Elche so easily when no normal mage could ever do that. He mentions he actually heard about him before. I know what you are thinking, is his secret out? Pret asks if the academy's worst student was hiding his power. Frey answers super dryly that it is hard to say. Life throws crazy surprises. They just stare at each other in total silence until the blonde shrugs off the heavy tension. He totally agrees that literally anything can happen, while the girl follows right behind them. After all that wild drama, Pret invites Frey to his mansion to thank him properly. That super formal offer leaves Isabella totally speechless and blushing while waiting for Frey's answer. Frey casually says he will think about it if he has time. That completely enrages his partner. How could he brush off a noble's invite? Once Frey finally gets the hint, he switches his whole attitude, saying he might go if there is something good to gain. Isabella gets even madder, calling him a total jerk, while Frey is completely clueless why. She yells that demanding cash is just shameless, and he fires back that they are dead broke because of her. Mid-argument, the blonde says he does not mind, but asks why they need the money. Frey explains he needs to use the Cass-Infinity portal stone, and it is crazy expensive, which instantly sparks Pret's curiosity. Right then, the kid gets an idea and digs into his bag, pulling out shiny gold coins as payment for the rescue. 3 gold coins plus 300 more, which makes the broke duo instantly hyped up and happy. Frey points out they only need 20 gold, but the rich noble insists they keep the entire bag. That makes an exhausted Frey think this guy is truly just a spoiled rich kid. They keep walking and chatting, with the blonde begging Frey to visit again. He starts listing reason after reason, and Frey gets super annoyed with the constant yapping. When Frey finally loses his last bit of patience, Pret says he was just being polite, mentioning his dad handles absolutely everything himself anyway. But suddenly something catches Frey's attention, and he straight up asks the kid if he has an older sister. The blonde says yeah, she is over in the Low Kingdom, but Frey is only interested in the sister, which totally annoys Isabella walking right behind him. Pret mentions his sister comes from a famous family known for raising powerful warriors, and they are probably super disappointed he honestly sucks at magic. Isabella says he is stronger than he realizes. Trust me, you'll want to see what comes next. Let's jump back into this wild manhwa. Frey tells the kid not to lose his confidence since such a handsome guy is here to help out, making Prid totally nervous. But Frey instantly ruins it, asking the dude to hook him up if he has an older sister or aunt. Honestly, that totally makes Isabel lose all her patience. She completely snaps, screaming that he is a total pervert. The blonde guy takes a super deep breath, and then just randomly bursts into laughter. He says he hasn't laughed like that in ages, calling them a really hilarious squad. Time skips to late afternoon, and the blonde announces it is time to bounce. He invites them over again, saying he just will not feel right until he totally returns the massive favor for them. Frey casually says he'll visit if he gets time, ticking off the redhead all over again. They lock eyes in total silence for a second before parting ways. Isabella takes that awkwardness as a pretty good sign. They finally say their goodbyes, and Frey figures the kid could become a solid bro. Frey admits the guy was nice, exactly how nobles should act, and his partner totally agrees, until Frey shamelessly adds that the dude also has insanely deep pockets. That gets the redhead furious again. Frey has zero clue why she is mad this time, so when she explodes, he just says being flat broke is not his fault. The very next day. Now watch this disaster. Isabella tries on fancy armor and a super flashy mage outfit, excitedly asking Frey if she actually looks pretty. Frey just sighs, saying he wants to go home. He tells her to pick practical gear instead of useless frilly stuff that just gets in the way, completely baffling her. The redhead gets super annoyed, yelling that she is just hyped to finally wear some cute clothes for once. Meanwhile, dense Frey still has no clue why she is upset. The shop girl jokes that her partner likes simple outfits, making Frey seriously regret ever bringing Isabella along on this shopping trip. Later on, near the city borders, our duo heads out with fresh gear. Frey admits that no matter how many times he sees it, that specific item is just insanely cool. The magical subspace bag, it basically uses cheat tier magic to hold way more stuff than scientifically possible. The girl flexes, saying it is no big deal. Frey literally asks if she is just being a drama queen. She brushes him off. Frey just takes a deep breath and reflects on everything. He looks around, noticing how much the world leveled up with portal stones and a huge population boom. Then he realizes, yeah, no duh, that makes total sense. I know what you're thinking, 4,000 years is wild. He suspects the demigod nerfed human progress, treating regular humans like annoying little bugs. Isabel interrupts his thoughts, casually mentioning they finally arrived at the big portal stone location. Frey absent-mindedly scratches his cheek, deciding he will just figure out the god lore on his own later. A dude announces the portal is activating, ordering everyone into the magic circle. Frey is honestly mind-blown they can manage all these massive separate groups so smoothly now. He is super impressed by the tech. While Isabel tells him to stop acting like an embarrassing boomer, a huge magic circle forms right above their heads and expands. Frey warns her about teleport sickness, but she sharply snaps that she already knows. Boom, the portal activates. After a super weird feeling, they blast through a crazy tunnel until the ride finally ends. Frey touches down in Hispania, totally amazed. Looking at the dirt, he thinks how even after 4,000 years, some stuff just never changes. He turns around to ask his partner where they should head next, only to find Isabel throwing up from portal sickness. She stubbornly claims it is just because she skipped breakfast and demands food, while Frey internally screams that bringing her was a massive mistake. Not too far away, some dudes are drinking in a tavern when the bartender suddenly spots something weird. Everyone turns as Frey busts in demanding grub and drinks. He completely shocks the redhead by ordering booze, making her scream that drinking is wildly irresponsible right now. Frey just tells her to shut it. She has absolutely zero clue how long it has been since his last cold beer. He casually adds that he still does not get why the Magic Academy banned selling alcohol, leaving Isabel completely speechless. She starts yelling again that the reason is crazy obvious, while Frey hilariously argues that everyone starts drinking at 13 anyway. The bartender drops off their order, asking if they are mercenaries. Frey completely ignores him, eyes lighting up when the hot food arrives. The bartender scoffs, saying they must be total newbie rookies, especially since they are flexing shiny new gear like they are about to go hunt a dragon. Frey just keeps eating. A bald dude chimes in, saying that is not totally terrible. Rich kids should enjoy their youth, but he warns them to eat and go home, since rookies absolutely should not mess with these dangerous mountains. Isabel pipes up, saying she heard this area is packed with seriously dangerous monsters. That somehow triggers the bartender, who angrily snaps that she has zero idea what she is talking about. You and I know Frey is overpowered, but these tavern guys just laugh at them. Meanwhile, Frey ignores the haters and keeps stuffing his face with food. Let's jump into it. The bartender apologizes, mentioning his kid is their exact age. He explains the boy trained as a mercenary, which is why he stepped in earlier. Isabel asks where his son is now, but the old man says he's gone. He tried braving the mountain. She quickly apologizes, but he brushes it off. Hey, he brought it up himself. The old man reveals his son was escorting a mother and daughter. Sadly, only the little girl came back, delivering the crushing news that his boy wasn't returning. The bartender clarifies he's not trying to insult them, but heading up that mountain, absolute suicide mission. They might never come back down. Isabel is totally speechless after hearing that tragic backstory. Then Frey just shatters the silence. He keeps eating like nothing happened, casually claiming the food is amazing. Right after that weird moment, they ask the old guy what kind of monsters actually live up there. The redhead grabs a bite, wanting to see if Frey is right. Spoiler alert, she discovers the grub is actually completely terrible. The old man asks Frey if he seriously plans to climb the mountain, knowing full well he might never return, but Frey just stays dead silent. The bartender gets the message, muttering how he'll lose sleep over this. Still, once they finish eating, he pulls out a map and points out the route. Isabel mentions she already had a plan in mind, but this map helps way more than she expected. Frey asks what the damage is for all the food and drinks, giving his thanks. The old guy tells them not to sweat it yet, it's on the house for now. They can pay him back later, assuming they actually survive. Frey asks how he stays in business giving stuff away, and the guy jokes he hears that a lot. Later that night, Frey thanks him for the meal while leaving, but the bartender playfully calls him a total liar. His food is straight garbage, but hey, the drinks rule. He waves goodbye, saying he'll remember them and promises better sausages next time. Frey smirks, saying he's really looking forward to it. The old man sees them off with a big, glowing smile. Then our duo heads deep into the forest, making their way toward the mountains. Now pay attention here. Deep in the night, a fierce battle rages as blue lightning explodes from a crazy warrior's heavy strike. The blast rips through the zone, totally shaking the ground. A red-haired woman watches from a distance, carefully sizing up the brutal fight. Right beside her, a white-haired guy stands completely silent and totally unreadable. All around them, fighters keep clashing in the ruined battlefield. One warrior shouts that the enemy is desperately trying to block their advance. The other yells back they'll just smash their way through if needed. Their chat gets super urgent as they quickly figure out their next move. The white-haired guy suddenly asks why they are even there. He's clearly worried about the crazy danger. The woman replies that this is way bigger than it looks on the surface. Something major is happening behind the scenes. Then they spot a massive structure wrapped in swirling energy. She claims it might just be the key to all these recent events. You and I both know this is bad. Enemies lurk in the shadows, ready to strike. The group realizes they aren't alone. Every single move counts now. Frey analyzes the wild situation and drops an important comment. The redhead replies with heavy doubt, trying hard to understand his wild logic. He holds up one finger, confidently showing he's got one huge key point left to make. He says everything hinges on just 1 month. She questions the crazy plan, saying a month isn't enough time. But he stays super confident if they hustle, they'll definitely win. As dawn breaks, another epic clash begins, and the warrior charges with a wave of blue energy. The battle rages on while the red-haired fighter zips quickly right through the explosions. She dodges the incoming strikes and readies up a wicked counterattack. Meanwhile, the silver-haired guy calmly watches, perfectly reading every single move. Then he reveals a master plan that could honestly decide everything. The scene shifts as sunrise lights up the land. The woman stares in total awe at a massive waterfall. She's clearly blown away by how huge it is. The roaring water fills the air as the crew heads into a hidden cave behind the falls, where something super mysterious waits. Inside, a golden sphere glows brightly with some seriously weird energy. Floating right there, the sphere lights up the rocky walls. The silver-haired guy instantly knows this thing is ridiculously valuable. The redhead drops straight to her knees, completely overwhelmed as the glowing light around them intensifies. She watches in pure shock and confusion while our MC stays totally chill, with one simple motion. He easily controls this massive force. Little lights float everywhere, and as the raw energy gathers in his hands, he sits down to meditate, wrapped in a crazy blue aura. Even the waterfall seems to react to him, surging with insane power. The girl can only watch in dead silence. Suddenly the energy shifts, turning into this intense, deep purple. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. He opens his eyes, sensing something huge is coming. Alright, stick with me here. She steps right into the anomaly without hesitating, letting that crazy raw power completely wrap around her. He just smirks like he totally called it. He looks hyped as that energy explodes around them, forming this massive, glowing vortex that fills up the entire cave. After that brutal training session, the wild magic finally settles down, leaving her standing there trying to process everything. She glances over and catches his cocky, super proud smirk. Then he super casually suggests they grab some food. Caught completely off guard, she just stares for a second before cracking a smile. She actually thanks him, pointing out how much he's changed. The old him never would have brought her out here. Isabel never thought they would chill like this. I mean, this dude used to bully her constantly, but now something about him keeps pulling her in. She pauses, thinking real carefully about what to say next. Lately, he is like a totally different person, a guy who always knows exactly what to do. Curious, he asks which version of him is the real deal. She blanks for a second. Then she softly laughs, saying both of them are the real him. To her, people do not actually change, they just grow. She closes her eyes, nodding. Isabel doubles down on how grateful she is. the old Frey would have never taken her on a private training trip. But then she suddenly stops, getting super nervous about what's coming. They are about to spend an entire month together in this tiny cave, but Frey just straight up says he is not into kids and tells her to chill out. Isabel blushes hard and gets mad, though she honestly doesn't know why. Frey starts casting this wild barrier spell that acts like a massive trap in case monsters show up overnight. Then he just flops down, announces it is bedtime, and tells her to go to sleep too. 2 seconds later, he is already snoring like a chainsaw, and Isabel suddenly gets the biggest urge to punch him right in the face. The next day, Isabel is still fast asleep. She slowly opens her eyes, facing another ridiculously long day. She looks totally wiped out, but Frey, he has been awake for hours. She only got 5 hours of sleep, and that was her last real break, because this training is about to get insanely brutal. Frey finally shows her the House Cassadine training method, simply called conflict. Watch closely because this method is insanely dangerous. He tells her to just observe, and boom, his aura completely shifts as he unleashes his magic. A core starts forming right there, showing the epic forces he has combined. Suddenly the spells split, creating a totally new state. Frey literally divides his body's mana into pure fire and water. These two absolute opposite powers clash and hold each other back. It is like a full-blown war happening inside his body, but Frey is perfectly controlling both elements. With his eyes completely closed, he stays super focused. He is perfectly controlling the water magic. Inside him, the elements act like they are actually alive. The water attacks while the fire tries to defend itself. Meanwhile, his actual physical body stays completely aligned with the fire. He has to keep both sides balanced so neither takes over. It is literally like trying to balance a scale that won't stop shaking. Watching in absolute awe, Isabel realizes how mind-blowing this technique is. This was it, conflict, the legendary Cassadine method. She keeps her eyes locked on Frey, studying every single second. Then she gathers her courage to try it herself. Closing her eyes, she starts pulling raw energy into her body. Soon enough, the massive forces begin clashing, exactly like he taught her. She tries shaping them into perfect balance, but no matter how hard she pushes, it just isn't working. The technique immediately makes her sick. She collapses straight to the ground, completely overwhelmed by agonizing pain. All that pain just from losing balance for 1 second. Talk about an absolutely brutal training method. I know what you're thinking, how is Frey just meditating like nothing is wrong? Right now, Isabel is seriously questioning who this guy really is. Later on, she decides to hit the waterfall. After a brutal day of training, washing off in that crystal clear water is basically heaven. While bathing, she just thinks about everything that went down. When she finishes, she gets dressed and packs all her gear back into her bag. Then she starts organizing some rocks next to her. She places one big stone down with 6 smaller pebbles right next to it. With one hand, she drops the small pebbles and then swaps them out for another big rock. It is her literal caveman way of tracking time, and suddenly it hits her. 2 whole weeks have already passed. And for that entire time, Frey hasn't moved an inch. The dude has been grinding that terrifying training method non-stop inside the cave. Stepping past the barrier, Isabel heads back to check on him. Dropping her bag, she senses something totally bizarre and walks closer. This blinding blue aura is radiating everywhere. Right in the middle, Frey is just sitting cross-legged with his eyes completely shut. Trust me, we aren't ready. That insane mana means he is hitting 6th grade after just 2 weeks. You and I are about to watch an insane power-up. His crazy aura paralyzed her, but Frey still felt way too slow. He needed more speed. Isabel just stared, completely amazed. She sat right across from him, copied his exact moves, and tested the technique herself. Outside, massive rain battered the entire area down. Inside their cave, the heavy training continued. 3 whole weeks flew by, with those huge stones tracking every single passing day. They both kept pushing out raw power, even though her control could not match his. Then she felt something weird inside her. She just could not match his absolute focus. One tiny slip-up completely ruined her balance. Still, this brutal training method was leveling her up at a super crazy speed. Literally none of her ancestors trained this hard. That totally explains why modern mages seem like absolute weaklings today. Then she caught a whiff of her clothes and realized she smelled awful. She quickly glanced over at the waterfall. The barrier started cracking like something smashed right through it. A second later, total collapse. Now pay attention here, things get wild. A massive giant bird loomed over her, terrifying her. Hearing this, Frey finally snapped his eyes wide open. Annoyed by the interruption, he immediately recognized what it was, a literal phoenix. Isabel was freaking out that a legendary myth was standing there, but our guy felt absolutely zero fear. Instead, he just stared at it in awe. Seeing him chill out made her try to relax a bit. The Hispania Mountains were packed with monsters, but she never imagined a wholly divine beast was actually living out here. All that fire mana from his intense training totally lured the phoenix in. Frey confidently reached his hand right out. Isabel panicked while the fiery bird watched him. He walked up super calm, and soon enough he was petting it safely. Isabel was completely mind-blown, seeing him touch those blazing feathers with his bare hands. But since the bird was acting chill, she finally calmed down. Then she spotted huge, nasty claw marks on it. Its chest was practically ripped open. It was an absolute miracle this beast was still alive. Wait, can a phoenix even die? Legends say they respawn from ashes. Frey explained they just tank fatal damage way better than normal monsters do. They aren't immortal. Isabel realized these mountains hid beasts strong enough to injure a phoenix. Whatever it fought was incredibly strong. Gently rubbing its feathers, Frey promised he could heal the damage. He waited for its response like a total boss. Soon, the giant bird dropped its guard completely. Suddenly, it looked like a happy little pet. Frey joked around, saying it would definitely enjoy his help. The bird opened its eyes, looking completely unimpressed. Still, Frey dumped all his power into fully closing up those nasty gashes. You and I are probably feeling the exact same thing she did. This guy felt totally different now. His entire vibe shifted completely. The energy around him was just incredibly calm and peaceful. While treating the bird, he remembered an old buddy and roasted the phoenix for hating the rain. Annoyed, the big bird stood up. Touching the phoenix brought back crazy nostalgia. In seconds, those massive wounds were fully healed up. Once a phoenix gets its energy back, its natural healing powers kick right in. It stood tall as fresh power surged through its body, letting out an epic cry. Frey smiled, hyped to relive those classic memories. They locked eyes, and the legendary bird looked super thankful for his help. Then it flexed its gorgeous wings and took off into the sky. Fully healed, it looked even more overpowered now. It left behind a crazy rare gift, a single glowing feather. These things can craft god-tier items or heal anything, so it was basically priceless. The bird definitely paid its debt. Frey joked Isabel was like the bird, even though she did literally nothing. She was totally mind-blown by his kindness to animals versus his absolute rudeness to people. Completely ignoring her shock, he just went straight back into his hardcore training mode. The heavy storm raged all night until the bright morning sun finally peeked out. Raindrops dripped off the plants. According to the stones, 4 full weeks had passed. Frey was still grinding non-stop. A whole month later, Isabel was still watching him. He literally looked ready to pass out. Meditating all week without food worried her, but honestly, he looked like a literal god-tier master. The raw energy pouring off him left her speechless. Rudeness aside, she realized he was just completely built different. His sharp edge mixed with that pure kindness he showed the giant phoenix. So what do we make of this? With that crazy wisdom, he is clearly an absolute legend. Alright, let's jump into this wild story. Isabel kept thinking about that legendary mage she watched. Her huge respect was totally turning into a massive crush. Suddenly, Frey's breathing shifted, super precise and controlled. High alert mode. She just waited there, totally nervous that something absolutely crazy was about to drop. Boom, his aura exploded, unleashing all that crazy energy built up during the fight. When his eyes snapped open, the dude looked completely drained, but a second later he forced himself up. Isabel was absolutely shook. He actually did it. In just one single month, he pulled off the impossible, and she hyped him up big time. He finally hit the 6th grade tier. Frey checked his body, feeling those insane internal upgrades. For Isabel, this was mind-blowing. The youngest person ever to hit the 6th grade was 35 years old. If the public found out an academy student reached this crazy level, the whole world would literally lose its collective mind. Just by breathing, Frey was sucking up mana, but then his face dropped. Something was wrong. He stumbled hard and Isabel rushed to catch him. After a whole week with zero food, his body was completely fried. He desperately needed some greasy food right away, so they had to go hunting. She totally believed he would bounce back, so they both headed out of the cave. Outside, they found signs of an absolutely brutal brawl. Monster remains were scattered everywhere. While meditating, Frey never even noticed those monsters. The phoenix totally protected him. Remembering its healing magic, a grateful Frey knew they would definitely meet again. Since the monster meat was already right there, he figured they would eat first, then hit up Schweizer's dungeon. Suddenly, an agonizing scream echoed through the area. Both of them whipped their heads toward the sound instantly. It was definitely human and super close. Starving or not, they had to check out what was going down. In a flash, Frey got ready to move. With one massive leap, he launched into the air. Isabel desperately kept yelling his name. Left behind, she was completely clueless on what to do. In the distance, the guy's screaming just got worse, crying out for help. Now watch this crazy scene closely. Tied to a tree with knives completely surrounding him, this guy's crew was dead, and those skull-masked bandits were treating it like a game. Luckily, Victor's aim was absolute trash today because of a massive hangover. Juan snatched the knife away, calling dibs on the next throw, but the vice captain barked at them to stop messing around. Chewing on some meat, he wondered when that mysterious woman would pass by again. He was so totally sick of camping in these mountains. Juan raised his weapon, grabbing everybody's attention, loudly bragging that he would nail the prisoner right in the forehead. The hostage was 100% sure he was dead meat. Juan chucked the knife hard. The dude screamed as it flew, but something totally deflected it off course. Instead, the blade slammed right into the dirt. The confused bandits instantly froze. Someone joked the wind ruined his shot. With playtime over, they started packing up to leave, until Victor realized someone was standing right beside him. It was Frey, dropping in like an absolute ghost. Victor instantly knew he was in massive danger. Juan quickly whipped out his knife, totally ready to brawl. Frey just stood there, silently judging their cruel campsite. Then his eyes shifted, realizing these absolute scumbags had been using literal people for target practice. They were clearly enjoying the sick game. One bandit even thought Frey was a literal walking corpse. Then the beatdown started before anyone could even blink. Frey took Victor out in a flash, slicing off his head with one single strike. Juan was completely stunned by this stranger's insane speed. The rest of the bandits watched in pure panic. Hearing the total chaos, Captain Lawrence dropped his food. A crazy powerful weapon flashed right before his eyes, wiping out his guys. In the blink of an eye, the target just vanished into thin air. You saw that coming, right? That is a terrifying 5th grade light scythe. Frey was wielding it to punish them, ready to teach these complete fools a brutal lesson. Meanwhile, Isabel was wandering lost through the woods. She sprinted ahead, breathing super heavily. When she finally reached Frey, she stumbled upon an absolute massacre. He just stood there surrounded by dead bodies, showing zero emotion on his face. He straight up slaughtered them all, letting just one guy escape so he could track him. They both stared down at something, deep in thought. It was the vice captain's head, which meant Frey figured the real boss was still breathing. Super curious, she asked if he planned to wipe them all out for hurting innocent people. Obviously, he couldn't just let this slide. He wanted to stop the demigod's sick entertainment of watching humans suffer and butcher each other. Even if it seemed small, the thought of that creature enjoying anything literally made him sick. Then a terrified voice called out. The guy tied to the tree thanked him endlessly for saving his life. Even though he bled a lot, Frey bluntly said he wouldn't carry him. The warrior totally panicked, begging for help. He didn't want to die here. Crying, he said he had to apologize to his dad. That caught Frey's attention. And trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Let us jump right into it. The 3rd squad just got totally wiped out. Captain Carls thinks his boys are just drunk, but this one guy swears he saw the whole massacre happen with his own 2 eyes. The attacker, gray hair, super skinny and reeking of actual rot. Yeah, definitely not your average dude. He fought so insanely fast they could not even react. Bro took everyone out in seconds, leaving only one survivor. That crazy description grabs Captain Carl's. Sounds exactly like a ridiculously overpowered mage. The report said he cast 2 spells at once. That means we're dealing with a legit battle mage. His lackey confirms it. Carl's practically jumps out of his seat, absolutely furious. He orders his crew to hunt the intruder down immediately. They are going to jump him. Still, Carl seriously doubts the Overpowered family hired this crazy magic guy. He asks the bandit if they were chucking darts around. The victim was basically a mercenary. He admitted to escorting a mom and daughter. This just makes Carl super confused about who this mage actually is. Meanwhile, nearby, a wrecked carriage is totally flipped over, stuff everywhere. The downed guards are completely motionless. Absolute proof of a crazy, brutal fight. One guy has an arrow in his gut, knowing he is totally done for. Watch closely, guys. Captain Carl stands there smirking. He spent forever hunting down Sonya, the eldest daughter of the famous Overpowered knight family. She absolutely refused to back down, fighting with everything she had. Sonya was a seriously skilled sword fighter. One strike and she drops 3 guys. Anyone stepping up gets wrecked fast, but honestly her exhaustion is finally showing. Even so, the second she lowered her blade, she lunged straight at Carl's to finish him off. But some dude blocks it with his life. Their weapons clash, proving they are both totally top-tier fighters. Right after that, a massive hit sends Sonya flying straight backward. Her sword drags along the dirt, helping her catch her balance. Sonya Overpowered is clearly running on empty now. Carl's totally mocks her, joking she must love that sword since she refuses to drop it. Turns out, those crazy kingdom rumors were actually true. Right behind her, the maids are sobbing in pure terror. Their badass protector just cannot save them anymore. Even with 0 odds of winning this thing, Sonya refuses to just give up. Carl's just smirks, totally loving the mess he caused. He practically drools looking at her. Waiting over a month in those mountains really paid off. Her beauty was not just hype. At only 18 years old, the noble family's eldest daughter had already earned the title of Storm. Looking around the total wreck, Sonya sees that every single one of her guards is down. Only the 2 maids and Sir Lear are left. Honestly, she is the only one who can still fight, but she is facing 20 skilled dudes. Then Carl asks where her magic bodyguard is hiding. Sonya has absolutely no idea what he means. A hardcore knight family like the Overpowereds would never hire a mage to play bodyguard. So that crazy mage who wrecked his guys was definitely not with her crew. Still, Carl desperately wants to know who this mystery dude is. I know what you're thinking, but he is not killing Sonya yet. He has something way worse planned. His nasty smile says it all. Sonya figures it out instantly and is completely horrified. Meanwhile, the bandits get super hyped about grabbing a noble girl. Her face twists in absolute pure hatred. She would literally rather bite her tongue and die than be their toy. But Carl's has another plan. If Sonya dies, they use her maids. These guys have been stuck in the woods for a month, so it will not be quick. Now Sonya realizes why they are still breathing. The maids cling to each other, totally shaking in despair. They refuse to become a massive burden for their lady. Seeing them like this makes Sonya tear up. Sir Lear says it is a massive honor to die for Lady Sonya. Despite being old, he stays totally brave and loyal. Sonya sees absolutely no way out. She feels crushed by her own failure. She begs for forgiveness, blaming herself for their upcoming deaths. But the maids insist they already owed their entire lives to the Overpowered family anyway. Sonya lowers her head, forced to accept this tragic ending. Then, the maids make a seriously heartbreaking request. They want their lady to end their lives herself. They would be too ashamed to face her in heaven otherwise. Sword in hand, Sonya promises they will meet up there with pride. Captain Carl's totally catches onto what they mean. Then Sonya declares that for her maid's honor and her family name, she will do it. She firmly promises to guide their final journey. Carl's realizes her crazy plan and yells to stop her, but Overpowered is already swinging at the maids while the bandits watch. Tears streaming down, Sonya shuts her eyes tightly. She forces herself to swing, but when she opens them, she totally freezes up. Let that sink in, the maids are alive. Her sword literally vanished from her hands. She's so confused. Trust me, what happens next is wild. Stick with me, you and I are about to see her look back, doubting those bandits had this kind of crazy skill. For Sonya, this whole setup was the ultimate disgrace a knight could ever face. She literally apologized to the maids for failing to give them an honorable ending. Then she yelled at everyone to bite their tongues. Suddenly a voice called out to her. Captain Carls was absolutely hyped. The phantom who completely wiped out his third squad was standing right behind Sonya. Frey grabbed her blade, stopping her from offing the maids. Bam! Frey, Isabel, and the wounded guy were suddenly right in the danger zone. This random dude crashing the party totally shocked everyone. Isabel was literally holding up the injured guy. Smirking, Carls bragged that he had heard plenty about the guy messing with his boys. Frey handed the sword back to Sonya, casually asking if Carl was the boss. She just froze, totally speechless. Frey was giving off this super weird, unreadable vibe. Honestly, he looked kind of weak and harmless. Pointing straight up the mountain, Carls demanded to know if he came from their old camp. He wanted answers about his missing crew. Frey gave him zero comfort. Furious, Carls ordered his thugs to end the gray-haired punk. Since Frey was a battle mage, they needed to drop him before he cast. Now watch this closely. Carls thought his massive crew would stomp him fast, but before they even twitched, Frey was already charging his epic power. He blasted them with insane force, wiping out multiple bandits instantly. From the back, Carlo watched his squad get totally trashed. Mind blown, the captain could not compute how this mage spammed spells so easily. Boom, a massive explosion hit, sending smoke absolutely everywhere. Everyone was just paralyzed by the crazy energy leaving Frey's hands. Totally lost, Sonya asked who they were and why they showed up. Isabel just smirked. She told her to chill, they were the good guys. Carl stumbled backward into the rubble. He knew battle mages had limits. The cooldown between spells usually ruined their combos. Seeing Frey burn through magic like crazy, Carls figured the dude was basically throwing. He waited to see if the mage would gas out or get sliced up first. Still talking trash, Carls swore payback, but stepping up, he saw his own guy get launched. Then more bandits dropped hard, pierced clean through. Carls was panicking now. This was definitely not going to plan. Frey was just rapid-firing attacks, absolutely wrecking both the boss and his low-level minions. You and I know that much power should drain anyone, right? Well, think again. Frey was not even sweating. To Carls, this was impossible nonsense. Frey's broken stats were way beyond anything he had ever dealt with. Still in shock, he was literally crawling in the dirt. Knowing it was over, he tried begging the kid. Leaning on his blade, he cried. No backup left, no energy. Winning this was a total joke. Gasping for air during the beatdown, guys were dropping or clutching their swords. The boss was hyped when Frey paused, thinking his mana was finally zero. Carlos screamed for another rush. If they didn't end Frey right now, they were all dead meat. Behind him, Sonya Akward totally offered to help Frey recharge his mana, but Isabel knew he did not need the backup. His tier was already way too high. Frey prepped a spell midair and warned Sonya to back up. 1 second later, the whole earth started shaking. The insane tremors had the bandits freaking out completely. Even Captain Carlos had no clue what was dropping. As the quake peaked, massive fissures ripped open. Then the ground literally split wide open to swallow the bandits whole. The floor just gave out. Guys were falling into the void, desperately grabbing rocks to survive, screaming their heads off for a rescue. Even the big boss got dragged down by the collapsing rocks. Crying in pure terror, they begged. Sonya just stood there frozen, brain lagging from the crazy visual. One spell and Frey deleted everyone. 0 survivors. That earthquake was a straight-up 5th grade spell, and Sonya could not process his casting speed. Isabel casually explained his first attacks were literally just a flex to buy time. Still, Sonya had never seen anyone pull off double casting, and Isabel totally agreed it was next level. She admitted she had 0 experience with stuff like this until Frey. Sonya was just utterly starstruck. She was a newbie to real battles, but this absolute carry job left her amazed. She sincerely thanked them. She dropped her title, the eldest daughter of the Overpowered family from the Loanable Kingdom. Frey just gave his name, completely unfazed by her royal title, and trust me, you're going to want to see his next move. Alright, stick with me here. Isabel literally laughs out loud, apologizing for Frey's terrible manners. Sonya immediately plugs her nose because the dude smells absolutely terrible, but honestly, she does not think he is a total bum, maybe just some wild, superpowered mountain hermit. Sir Leather flexes his knowledge about Frey's background. The Blake family is not a joke. They are a massive, heavy-hitting noble house in the Casco Empire. Their current boss, Isaac Blake, is actually one of the 8 legendary 7th-grade mages. He sits comfortably at rank number 6. After chatting with Isabel for a second, Frey casually asks where Sonya's squad is headed. Their very first pit stop, the nearby city Espanola. Since they are going the same way, Frey tags along, but Sir Leather stops to collect the fallen guards, telling the kids to go ahead. Burying everyone here makes sense since hauling them to the city is impossible, but then Frey volunteers to handle the bodies himself, leaving Leather completely shook. Boom, one single spell lifts every single body. His magical control is absolutely insane. Random chunks of wood snap together, building a perfect cart. Sonya's face is pure shock. After effortlessly tossing the bodies in, Frey asks if they can go now. Sir Leather is totally speechless, and the maids are losing their minds. They hit the road for a long trip to town. The cart literally floats behind them using Frey's magic. Sonya is mind blown finding out he is only 20 years old. Bro definitely looks way older. She cannot wrap her head around someone this young being so overpowered. Frey just shrugs, claiming he barely remembers his exact age. Now pay close attention here. 20 or 30 feels the same to him, but he points out those bandits were already waiting for Sonya, super sketchy. He remembered their captain waited a whole month, lining up perfectly with her leaving home. Sir Leather admits the Awkward family has tons of haters, plus those bandits were definitely not amateurs. Meaning whoever put out the hit has serious power. Still smiling, he points out Frey absolutely wrecked them without breaking a sweat. Super curious, Sonya asks how he got so incredibly strong. She always thought mages were just squishy glass cannons. Frey completely shattered that myth. She stares right at him, dying to know his secret. Frey drops a single word, effort. She does not really get it at all, staying super quiet while his answer lives rent-free in her head. Soon enough, they make it back in one piece. After covering up the bodies, the guys load the cart onto the ship. One maid literally hugs Sonya, sobbing. As the ship finally sails, she waves goodbye to everyone. The boat drifts off while the squad watches. Sir Leather gives Frey a massive thank you. Because of him, they actually get to see their families. Smiling, Frey is just happy he could help. He waves back and wishes them a safe trip. But Sonya is not letting him walk away yet. Totally confused, Frey asks what is up. She insists on paying him back for the insane carry. He shoots that down instantly. In his book, people should help each other without expecting a payday. But Sir Leather pushes back, saying it is embarrassing to let him leave empty-handed. Frey pauses to consider. He glances at Isabel, waiting for her reaction. Flashing a smile, she tells him to pick whatever he wants, his big request, a spot with some seriously top-tier sausages for dinner. After walking a bit, they hit their destination. Sir Leather and Sonya are completely thrown off by the heavy smoke. I know what you're thinking, a rundown shack for nobles, but trust me, Frey says these old spots have the absolute best food. Suddenly, someone speaks. The old guy says he is pumped to see the kid again, even if he looks half dead. Frey just busts out laughing at that. Then he drops a bomb. Someone else made it back alive too, someone the old man definitely cares about. The dude gets furious figuring out who Frey means, but then Isabel carries the injured guy in. The worker literally drops his food trays in shock. He 100% thought his son was dead. Cassidin starts patching up his wounds carefully. The guy will need a few days of solid rest. Turns out, Cassidin offered himself up as a hostage just to protect that mother and daughter. For a mercenary with pretty average combat stats, he actually proved he is a stand-up guy. Crying his eyes out, Cassidin apologizes for screaming at his dad and running away. Isabel just watches quietly as they finally hug it out. Frey figured out they were family instantly because they look super alike, especially in those eyes. He also casually drops that the luggage is surprisingly good at using healing magic. Super annoyed, Isabel realizes he literally just called her luggage. Frey's speed runs, changing the subject. They wanted to crash here, but it looks packed. Since top-tier inns always draw massive crowds, Sir Leather figures they should probably go find another spot. Even while apologizing for dragging them out there, Frey keeps hyping up how epic these sausages are. So what do you and I make of this chaos? The owner suddenly kicks everyone out, angrily shouting that they are closed for the day. Alright, stick with me here. The customers totally complained, but the boss demanded payment, shoved them outside, and locked the doors tight. He flipped the sign. The inn was completely empty now. The old man told our crew to wash up and get some rest. By nightfall, they were all settled in. Meanwhile, Sonia was soaking in a hot tub. Lost in thought, she randomly moved her hands around, not really knowing why. After a crazy day, she just looked exhausted. Later on, the dinner table was absolutely loaded with bread. Even with all that food, the old guy brought out another tray. Frey inhaled everything like a total black hole. Soon, Sonia joined the crew for dinner. They were totally stunned by her beauty, but she looked seriously nervous. She called Frey, but he just told her to sit. Her face was bright red like a fever. She blamed it on the hot bath. Suddenly her ankle gave out and she tripped. Frey instantly grabbed her arms before she hit the floor. For a second they shared an awkward stare. Then he noticed her arms were completely covered in heavy scars. Sonia pulled away to hide them, but then Frey actually called her scars super impressive. He thought they looked awesome. To him, they proved her hard work, not something to be ashamed of. Those words definitely comforted Sonia. Then Isabel chimed in and asked where they were heading next. Watch closely, things get juicy here. Sonia mentioned the Yun family estate, and both Frey and Isabel instantly froze. They immediately thought of Peru Yun, their old academy buddy. Peru once bragged that a girl from the Aquarata family might be his fiancée. Now they were absolutely positive that girl was Sonia Aquarata. But neither of them said a single word out loud. Sonia asked if they actually knew Peru. Isabel explained Frey went to the exact same academy year as Peru, who totally mentioned the engagement. Curious, Frey tried asking more about his buddy's fiancée, but Sonia looked confused since his questions sounded way more like a straight-up interrogation. In the end, Frey just decided Peru was a super lucky guy to land someone like her. A bit later, it was finally time to say goodbye. Isabel wished her a safe trip, while Sonia actually invited Frey to visit the Yun family later. He paused for a second at the totally random invitation. He agreed to maybe visit the Yun territory. Sonia beamed brightly, saying she would wait. After that, the duo headed into the woods. Isabel teased that Frey was lucky to catch the eye of a powerhouse family. She joked Peru must have burned all his life's luck bagging Sonia, then got totally lost in thought. She was originally talking about Frey, not Peru, and even after clearing that up, he just kept roasting her. You guys ready for this? They finally reached Schweezer Dungeon, and the location looked absolutely terrifying. Seeing it made Isabel shiver. It really earned the name of Driven Mountain. Winged beasts with massive, deadly fangs swarmed the dungeon. Realizing they had to climb to the very top, she completely panicked about fighting those things. Frey shook his head and pointed somewhere else entirely. Isabel screamed, but Frey stayed dead calm. They were staring at a Dragon King footprint literally dozens of times bigger than them. The scare made her lose her balance and fall. She never even heard of a dragon that massive. Frey told her to chill out. Literally anything could exist in the Hispania Mountains. It was basically hell on earth. Then he cast a quick spell. Instantly, the girl was thrown flying backward. A giant beast hurled a huge log at them. The shockwave blasted them away, leaving Isabel super dizzy and struggling to stand. Seeing the monster, she realized Frey actually saved her life. It was a terrifying ogre. Grateful, she just wished he had warned her first. Blood-red skin and 3 eyes, it had to be a mutant. The innkeeper was actually right. Mutants were everywhere in these mountains. The beast was drooling, grinding its teeth in pure rage. It charged straight at Isabel, but she was already charging a counter spell. She whipped up a fireball and blasted the monster. Frey was genuinely impressed. She was way stronger than he expected. Smoke completely blocked their view, but the mutant was still standing. Honestly, it looked even more ticked off now. Doubting her own strength, Isabel thought her attack totally failed, but the mutant's skin just had insane fire resistance, probably from the dragons. To survive in these brutal mountains, they desperately needed a backup plan. Fire totally failed. Trust me, you're gonna want to see this as intense freezing chill hits Isabel. With just 2 tiny ice spears, the temperature instantly plummeted like dead winter just arrived. Let's jump right in. Watching him, Isabel swore Frey looked exactly like the great mage Lucas Strahmen. Totally focused, he sent ice spears flying straight at the mutant. Fast, precise, hitting it dead in the chest. Smiling, Isabel thought they definitely bagged the win, but then they both completely froze at the sight. The mutant just tanked it and blasted them away. Even those heavy-duty ice spears couldn't fully pierce its crazy thick skin. While the raging beast trashed the trees, Isabel totally panicked, but Frey, cool as a cucumber. Wasting no time, she chucked massive fireballs right at its face. Still, 0 damage taken. But that attack gave them a split second to dip. The monster totally lost track of their hiding spot. Frey admitted the mutant's skin and bones were ridiculously tough, exactly like Isabel warned. With that kind of insane durability, just burning it with fire magic seemed like the best play. But Frey reminded her the monster was totally fireproof. She suggested burying it alive using an earthquake spell. The catch, a loud, flashy move like that would definitely attract all the nearby dragons. Frey smirked, claiming he knew a piercing technique custom-made for this. He grabbed the monster's attention, baiting it straight toward him. Then he spawned more ice spears. Isabel thought they were useless, but Frey insisted the secret is never giving up. Shaken to the core, she realized they might actually lose. Now watch this part closely. With one hand, he prepped his attack while the absolutely furious monster charged straight at them. Frey fired the first ice spear, smacking the beast right in the head. Even while stumbling, it kept pushing forward. Isabel was losing her mind, totally convinced the plan was failing, but Frey stayed locked in, spamming the exact same spell. He launched a second spear, then a third. The fourth one nailed the exact same spot on its forehead. Yet the mutant wouldn't quit. After 7 spears, it finally staggered. Then he slammed the 8th spear into that exact same spot. This time, the impacts totally shattered its skull. Isabel breathed a massive sigh of relief. The crazy plan actually worked. Frey never doubted his own firepower. That final hit completely obliterated the creature's massive head, and its heavy corpse collapsed hard onto the dirt. Teasing Isabel, Frey repeated that the real cheat code is never quitting. Suddenly, a massive roar completely caught their attention. Multiple dragons were swarming the sky. That cursed gold had lured them in, and now they faced winged nightmares. 0 time to catch their breath. A huge explosion sent flames everywhere. Frey shielded them both from the dragon breath and scrambled for cover. Flexing her powers, Isabel sniped an ice arrow right into the dragon's neck, but it wasn't nearly enough. Then something launched at the beast. Frey went airborne, conjured an epic ice spear, and impaled its chest. He just calmly waited for the dragon to drop dead. His eyes were cold as ice taking down another enemy. He landed smoothly while the dragon crashed from the sky. Isabel watched the whole thing completely stunned, but her face dropped because this boss fight was far from over. You feel that tension, right? The Dragon King emerged from the trees. Before she could speak, Frey covered her mouth. They had to stay dead silent. The Dragon King was way too overpowered, so waiting him out was their only play, but they seemed busted. Scanning with glowing yellow eyes, the massive dragon hunted the humans. They both stayed perfectly still and totally quiet. Its heavy footsteps got closer and closer. Then, looking off into the distance, the Dragon King decided to dip, crushing trees on its way out. Once it finally left, Isabel could breathe again. Honestly, just seeing its massive footprint was enough to terrify absolutely anyone. A bit later, Frey chilled on a rock to get his stamina back. Isabel stuck by his side, helping out however she could. In no time at all, she had fully healed up all his injuries. A little butterfly landed right on Frey's finger. After those crazy back-to-back battles, his body and mind were finally back in sync again. Even so, he still had some serious business up in these mountains. Calling out to Isabel, he let the butterfly fly away. The top priority now was finding Schweizer's hidden dungeon. Totally determined, they headed straight toward the mountain's absolute peak. Frey warned her to stay sharp, since Schweizer could have easily dropped monsters in the lake. Isabel asked how he was so darn sure the dungeon was even there. Turns out, Frey heard it from Schweizer himself. That guy had a terrible habit of yapping way too much. Right at the mountain's peak was a huge lake with a tiny island in the middle. They arrived there pretty fast. Step by step they walked up to the shoreline. Isabel was totally mind-blown by the view. The island was gorgeous, featuring crystal-clear water and lush greenery. Frey just muttered to himself, calling Schweizer a massive scoundrel the entire time. He was finally starting to piece it all together. Underneath that island was a hidden dungeon way bigger than the island itself. Frey explained the island was just the main entrance. It looked basic, but it was actually super flashy, just like Schweizer. Isabel was clueless. Finding a massive tree passage, they walked through the peaceful island. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. Let's dive right in. Frey knew instantly this was the dungeon entrance. Looking down, they saw creepy stairs dropping straight underground. Glowing crystals lit their path as they slowly stepped down. Isabel totally wanted to say something, but she was low-key terrified of his answer. Swallowing her nerves, she just kept quiet, and they kept walking in dead silence. At the bottom, something super weird. A massive door, definitely hiding some crazy unknown secrets behind it. Frey checked it out looking for a handle, while Isabel stood there totally clueless about opening it. He explained Schweizer rigged this spell himself, trying to force it open. Yeah, that means instant death. Then Frey stepped up to this glowing blue sphere. He touched it, feeling the raw magic. Just like that, thick smoke started flooding the whole room. Isabel watched, totally lost. Slowly, that smoke started shifting right into a human shape. A little dude popped up in front of them, smiling, asking if they could hear him clearly. The kid was odd. Isabel wondered if Frey actually knew him, but Frey was just standing there frozen. She called his name, but nothing. He was literally shaking. Meanwhile, the little kid cheerfully welcomed them to his dungeon. Frey reached out to touch the kid's face, but his hand just passed right through. Just a hologram, a magical welcome message. Hearing that voice, Frey realized his old buddy was still super loud. Schweizer Straw looked way younger in this recording. Still, honestly, Frey was just stoked to see him again. Isabel's eyes went wide. This kid was the legendary Schweizer. The hologram curiously asked why they even came here, just for a sec. Watch closely now. It felt like a real conversation, but it was just a pre-recorded message built with super limited responses. According to the message, Schweizer Straw's dungeon basically held literally anything you could ever want. Frey almost asked how his best friend died, but the hologram kept going, saying they had to answer one question to get inside. It warned them one tiny screw-up and they're trapped forever. Frey actually got hyped. The voice, the whole vibe, it was 100% Schweizer. It felt like the past had returned, but Frey knew his voice couldn't actually reach his dead friend. Still, he flat-out refused to believe he was the only survivor. The people he cared about were gone, while the absolute scumbags who caused this pain still ruled the world. Ultimately, his enemies were alive and kicking. Seeing Frey's dark expression, Isabel got super anxious. Wasting zero time, the hologram asked what Schweizer Straw hated most in the entire world. Then it just stood there, smiling, waiting. Frey didn't even blink, answering the demigod. The little guy happily confirmed they got it right. Just like that, the image vanished and the massive doors opened. Isabel sighed in relief, getting ready to follow him, but deep down, she still totally wanted to ask that burning question she was hiding. Catching her hesitating, Frey looked back. She stepped up, trying to speak, but honestly couldn't even put a full sentence together. Frey waited for her to spit it out, but then just told her to quit standing around. Let's pause for a sec. They're inside Schweizer's dungeon predicting traps. He told her if she stayed distracted like an idiot, she'd die fast. So once again, Isabel swallowed her question and took the warning. Heading up, Frey wondered if this place meant a new beginning or the end. Soon enough, they hit another giant door, exactly like the first one. Frey touched the blue sphere again. Smoke poured out, taking shape, and boom, A second image of Schweizer appeared, but looking way older this time. With every single door, Schweizer was visibly aging. Time for question 2, but this one totally blindsided Frey. The hologram explained they could only grab one item, and breaking that rule would enrage the golems. One mistake meant instant death, be careful. Then Iris Peace founder's name dropped. The younger Schweizer said he never understood that annoying woman, or how witches even used their brains. While everyone else was fighting to literally save the world, she caught feelings for a guy and tossed everything else aside. Isabel knew Iris Peace founder was the legendary Black Witch, famous for her dark hair and insane beauty. Basically no man could ever resist her. Remembering how charming his old friend was, Frey completely zoned out, lost in his thoughts. But when the hologram said Iris had issues and Lucas was even worse, Frey's entire expression flipped. Schweizer complained being a great mage was useless if Lucas couldn't even notice Iris liked him. Frey just looked totally confused. He literally never even thought about that before. Isabel silently realized Frey was exactly as dense as Sir Lucas. The hologram joked a golem had more common sense, then dropped the question. So what do you and I make of this? Iris contracted 3 demons, and one carried a weapon representing coexistence. Stick with me here, he answered Aura in a flash. Isabel was totally shook he got it right so easily. Past that door, they found a massive room just completely packed with insane treasure and shiny jewels. Soon after, they hit the next door. Schweizer looked way older now, casually dropping his next crazy question. Isabel quietly realized these illusions were aging up every time. Why did each guy look way older than the last one? The answer was super simple. This entire dungeon ran strictly off Schweizer's personal diary. Frey guessed his old buddy wasn't exactly thinking straight when he built this whole place. He felt his friend was desperately trying to leave a huge message behind. Frey nailed the third question, popping the door wide open again. Question 4 ended up being a total walk in the park too. Walking side by side, Isabel was completely blown away they managed to speedrun their way to the 4th room this ridiculously fast. Frey thought it was super weird that absolutely 0 questions were about magic. Just weird, random personal stuff. Isabel agreed it was sketchy. Hitting the next door, old man Schweizer casually announced it was the final one. Seeing him so ridiculously old hit Frey right in the feels. This illusion standing there felt exactly like the true friend he'd been missing forever. Then the name Lucas Trauman just naturally slipped out. For a split second, Frey literally thought the old guy actually recognized him. The illusion claimed his absolute biggest pride was calling Lucas a dear, true friend. Frey replied he was just as proud to be his friend. Out of absolutely everyone, Schweizer was always his number 1 guy. Isabel just watched this totally bizarre chat, completely lost. Meanwhile, old Schweizer waited super calmly. Now pay close attention here. He asks the final question about his real name and everything just clicks. Every single question was stuff only Lucas Trauman could ever know. Staring straight ahead, Frey proudly dropped his true name, Schweizer Wilsman. Isabel was mind blown he knew all this. The old man smiled proudly. As the door swung wide open, he invited Lucas inside. Literally everything in that room had been specially prepped for him. Totally desperate, Frey begged the illusion to stick around just a little bit longer, but right before fading away forever, Schweizer asked Lucas to handle absolutely everything. Frey tried stopping him, but it was basically game over. Meanwhile, Isabel was literally struggling hard to process this crazy bomb. The great sage Schweizer literally just called Frey by the name Lucas, like freaking Lucas. Soon after, those two stepped right into the final boss room. Unlike the others, it just felt like a super cozy, warm bedroom. Checking out a random chest, Frey found the exact loot he wanted, a simple flask filled up with clear liquid. Isabel was completely stunned when he casually called it the Frozen River. This insanely legendary cave potion literally forms one single drop every 1,000 years, giving a massive boost to inner mana. One tiny drop can easily turn an average nobody into a powerful 4th-tier mage. Isabel was absolutely shook. She honestly thought the Frozen River was totally fake lore. To hit 7th tier, Frey absolutely needed this exact elixir. Super curious, she checked the rest of the chest. Then she randomly spotted these colorful earrings and felt totally drawn to them. The exact second Frey saw them, his whole vibe just instantly flipped. I know what you're thinking, those earrings look super tacky. But somehow Schweizer kept them locked up safe inside there for ages. They were actually typhoon earrings, custom made by Frey himself. Isabel literally couldn't believe he actually crafted something important enough to be sitting inside this epic final room. 4,000 years ago, he made them and handed them to Schweizer, totally clueless his best bro would hoard them for this unbelievably long. Isabel's face got dead serious as she demanded a real explanation. Frey looked right back at her, wondering if it was finally time to drop the massive truth bomb. After a quick pause, he decided to reveal his true identity. Isabel waited, super tense. Finally, Frey Blake flat out admitted he was Lucas Trauman. 4,000 years prior, he and Schweizer rebelled hard against the demigod lord, their ultimate punishment, total, endless darkness, until one day, a random voice pierced right through that abyss. It belonged to Frey Blake, desperate for power. He never knew exactly how their minds totally synced up, but he heard the wild call, and Frey Blake literally handed over this physical body. Isabel stayed completely silent, trying hard to swallow all this insane lore. Her eyes glazed over, just processing everything she just heard. Then she totally asked if he was actually being legit. The whole story sounded straight up impossible, but somehow she completely believed him anyway. As crazy as it sounded, it literally explained everything. Staring closely at the colorful earrings in her hand, it all finally clicked into place. Dropping to her knees, she formally greeted Lord Lucas, offering the shiny earrings back. Watching her intently, he calmly accepted those legendary typhoon earrings. He got on her level, asking for help as Frey, and trust me, you and I aren't ready for what's next. Stick with me here. The room sat totally quiet, lit only by a single candle on the desk. Frey looked pretty stoked getting his old earrings back. Meanwhile, Isabel checked the chest again and found a sensory amplifier. Frey explained these wild gadgets were actually crafted by Schweitzer. It was not just a bracelet, it was a staff the great sage wielded like an extension of his own body. Mess up and this thing drains all your mana, killing you instantly. Frey strapped it on anyway, tossing on his typhoon earrings too. Boom, raw energy surged through him. Isabel stood completely stunned by Lucas Trauman and his insane power. The power boost was absolutely massive. He usually hated using magic tools, but this one, a gift from an old friend. Digging deeper, Isabel scored something else. In her hand sat a golem core totally loaded with pure mana. She packed the loot into his bag. Then they both turned to check out the old desk Schweitzer used. There sat an eternal mana candle, just another one of his totally useless inventions. Isabel noticed the room layout proved how much Schweitzer cared about Lucas. Frey carefully flipped open a dusty book left on the desk. Now watch closely, the words inside left him completely paralyzed. The bookmarked page talked about the exact day Lucas vanished. Reading on, he stumbled onto the dark suspicions Schweitzer had regarding Robert. Schweitzer figured only Robert could make Lucas vanish without a single trace. The guy wrote down everything that happened after his buddy disappeared. He recorded the epic clash between Cassidin, the magic warrior king, and Lucid, the sword king, plus the sudden, crazy disappearance of Iris. The demigod influence was spreading everywhere, so Schweitzer flat out stopped trusting anyone around him. Even the two-faced guys praising him secretly wanted the sage dead. His diary exposed the brutal, non-stop battles he fought daily. Lucas read about the absolute lonely hell his bro endured. To everyone else, Lucas Trauman was the ultimate leader, completely irreplaceable to the team. And the harder Schweitzer tried to carry that massive weight, the more obvious it became. Isabel fought back hardcore tears, hearing such an absolutely heartbreaking story. Despite trying his hardest, Schweitzer penned an apology for failing in the end. Those heavy words hit the hero right in the gut. With tears welling up, Lucas could not believe his best friend tanked all that suffering alone. Beside him, Isabel desperately tried comforting him somehow. After everything he went through in this new life, he totally got how soul-crushing that isolation felt. So he declared he would carry that loneliness and will himself. Eyes burning with pure rage, he swore to wipe out the demigod race. Frey turned around, going completely dead silent, but Isabel spotted something super weird in the diary. I know what you're thinking, but wait, one last page demanded they complete Anastasia. Schweitzer hid his records inside Anastasia, his greatest creation. Isabel was confused, but Frey immediately checked his bag. When he pulled something out, they both just stared at it. It was Schweitzer and his ultimate masterpiece, Anastasia. Glowing crystals lit their way back up. Climbing the stairs, they chatted about the gem, which was actually a literal golem core. Schweitzer played puppet master, but Frey doubted what Anastasia really was. Curious, Isabel asked if the core would finish the golem. Flashing back, Frey suddenly froze on the stairs. His mind flashed back to a super weird-looking golem sporting a clunky, boxy design. Laughing, Schweitzer called the golem pathetic and told Lucas to make a new one. Next time, he joked, Lucas should just ask him. He boasted he could build a way better one without hands. The guy kept roasting him so hard he could barely even breathe. Super annoyed, young Lucas blasted a massive fireball straight into his smug face. That memory left Frey feeling incredibly weird. Snapping back to reality, he pulled another item from his bag. Finishing it meant uncovering the lost history. Isabel, totally confused, asked what he meant. He said it contained everything from when Lucas was stuck in the abyss. A second later, he stopped moving again. His face screamed that something was terribly wrong. Behind him, the girl asked why they stopped again. He ordered her to sprint for the village immediately. Up above, massive dragons circled around, actively hunting for fresh prey. Hitting the mountain peak, the air felt insanely heavy. Absolute pure terror completely washed over Isabel and her face. The Dragon King was waiting. Lucas faced the massive beast without even flinching. The creature glared back, ready to brawl. Trust me, you will want to see this. Frey asked if the intelligent Dragon King was waiting. The Dragon King replied, highly amused by this human. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch this monster roar, bragging how he sensed our boy entering the great Torkunda territory right from the forest. From Isabel's point of view, Frey sounded a little nervous. The creature just laughed, flashing those massive fangs. He literally waited outside the dungeon, knowing everyone walks out carrying shiny new loot. That totally reminded Frey of the frozen river. Torkunda had been using the dungeon as a trap to hunt humans and get stronger. The place sure valued way more than his own life, was just an all-you-can-eat buffet for a greedy beast. Pissed off, Frey declared Torkunda needed a serious beatdown. That answer actually stunned the beast. For a split second he just stared, but Frey made it crystal clear if he touched her he dies. Torkunda narrowed his massive eyes, growling that he really hated that cocky look on Frey's face. Right before the epic showdown kicked off, Frey told Isabel to run as fast as humanly possible, but she completely refused since he wasn't sure he could actually win. To this giant monster, humans like them were top-tier snacks. Gathering crazy energy in his mouth, he announced it was the perfect time for dinner. Frey quickly grabbed Schweitzer's staff, cast Earthwell, and slammed the attack right at the dragon. Torkunda felt it, but it barely scratched him, while Isabel just stood frozen mid-battle. Frey snapped at her, yelling that she was totally useless here, and just blocking the way. Hearing that harsh truth, her eyes totally filled with tears. Still, she turned around and bolted, promising she would be back as fast as possible. At the exact same time, Torkunda charged up another massive attack, blasting flames right at Frey. Frey dodged and shot up into the air. Now watch closely, things are about to get totally wild up there. Flapping those heavy wings, the beast chased him. Frey threw another spell mid-flight, but with his weak body, he barely dodged the next strike. Then a brand new nightmare popped up ahead. Several smaller dragons totally blocked his escape path. Using the earrings and his staff together, he spawned ice spears. Then he dumped his mana into a windstorm. Those baby dragons had zero clue what was coming. 1 second later, the brutal blast hit them. The crazy spell ripped right through the pack midair. Some dragons got sliced totally in half, while others were left critically injured. Gliding across the sky, Frey watched them drop, but wiping out the small fry wouldn't be enough here. To snag the win, he had to crush their boss. While prepping, Torkunda lunged straight at him. Frey only needed 3 seconds to finish his insane explosion spell. Mid-cast, he saw the giant dragon closing the gap crazy fast. Even so, his ultimate spell was almost ready. Then the timing lined up perfectly for a light trigger. A massive explosion absolutely rocked the sky. Blazing flames completely swallowed the giant dragon's body. Through the smoke, Frey waited to see the outcome. It was a seriously smart and powerful strike. The creature was actually shocked Frey used his own speed against him, but that trick wasn't enough. The Dragon King laughed that the spell did absolutely nothing. Frey instantly knew he was in extreme danger with 0 exits. I know what you and I are thinking. Torkunda ahead, Horde behind him. How does he survive this trap? His very last option was the frozen river elixir. He remembered Isabel asking if he would drink it, but that stuff was not just a regular energy boost. Even he would need at least a whole week to control its wild power, and they definitely could not stay in that forest without food or water. Considering it suicide, Frey decided he just could not use it, meaning he had to fight with his own raw strength. Mid-flight, his eyes frantically searched for the king. Then he spotted the deadly danger way too late. Torkunda dove in, trying to swallow him whole. He was so close to those massive fangs, escape looked impossible. Then, something insanely powerful slammed the king. For a split second, Frey had absolutely no idea who saved him. She attacked every approaching dragon, straight up grabbing some right by the neck. She completely refused to let anything bad happen to Frey Blake, the guy who saved her life. With one brutal charge, she knocked down 2 smaller dragons. The fiery bird burst with life. Looking at Frey, her eyes held deep respect, but the absolute worst problem was still right there. Frey was totally stunned, still lacking a solid escape route. Knowing the Phoenix could not beat the Dragon King, he begged her to run, but she was already swooping in to unleash her crazy power. As she moved in, Torkunda unleashed his own insane strength. The 2 monsters clashed hard, but for Torkunda, that hit barely even mattered. Frey knew the giant dragon had absolutely insane fire resistance. That made him the absolute worst matchup for a Phoenix. Totally desperate, he begged her to run again, but the bird showed 0 fear. She understood everything, just buying time. Trust me, we have to see what happens next. All right, stick with me here. His eyes screamed run, but Lucas Stroman never backs down from a fight. Still, this current body, painfully weak. Even so, he couldn't just blame his fragile stats, or how magic had totally vanished over the last 4,000 years. What he was really lacking was raw courage and drive. Apologizing to the Phoenix, he knew he owed it big time. He honored its wish and fell back into the dungeon. Whatever went down next, he'd never forget this. Death was always lurking around, just a brutal part of life. Telling the Phoenix to hold out a second longer, he chugged the frozen river elixir. Smashing the empty bottle, he felt his entire body start to shift. His face twisted in agony, his eyes widened, pitching black. Then Frey's hair started bleeding out to pure white. A brutal wave of pain shredded his weak body as the elixir unleashed absolute hell. His eyes completely changed color and he ripped out a terrifying scream. Pure energy exploded outward. Yeah, this potion was violently transforming him from the inside out. Now pay attention. Elsewhere, Torkunda recognized the Phoenix as the divine beast that slipped away before. Today, the Firebird finally dies. That fleeing human looked tasty, sure, but absorbing the Phoenix's life force would hit so much better. Fury spiking, memories of their last epic clash came flooding back. From the mountain peak, Torkunda watched the Phoenix fight to survive. He fully planned on turning this beautiful creature into his dinner. Even wrecked and bleeding, the bird refused to quit. Using its last drop of strength, it cast one final spell. Wildfire engulfed the zone, but Torkunda knew fighting the flames was pointless. The little bird had already vanished. But hey, the Dragon King was patient and knew they would meet again. Suddenly, massive booms rocked the forest. With violent, crushing force, giant trees started snapping like twigs. The Phoenix had been blasted deep into the woods, critically injured and totally out of gas. Washed up by the waterfall, it could barely twitch. Frey could tell this bird just fought a god-tier boss. Its eyes silently begged for help. Seeing that agony, Frey swore to save it. This moment felt so familiar. Long ago, his friend was just like this, a totally proud Phoenix. Hearing those words, the bird dragged itself up to face the Dragon King again. It lunged, slashing wildly at his face. Torkunda snapped his jaws at the annoying bug, swatting the phoenix away with a tail whip. Its brutal scream echoed. Meanwhile, Frey was fighting hard to control the frozen river's power. He expected a struggle, but nothing this insane. Choking on the pain, he actually apologized to Schweezer for totally blowing his second chance at life. He blamed his own massive ego and overconfidence. He lacked the energy to absorb the elixir and the sheer willpower to survive it. You felt that too, right? Everything changed. His strength slowly returned in a warm aura. Isabel was right there, using her magic. She even brought food and water so his body could handle the frozen river. He realized she went to the village for him. Her sad voice revealed what being left behind truly meant. For the first time in this life, Frey understood what absolute loneliness actually felt like. Without even knowing her own purpose in this world, the girl admitted he was the only guy she trusted. So yeah, he definitely wasn't alone anymore. Even though she could barely survive herself, she still helped Frey. Before the freezing cold took over completely, he smiled and thanked her. Right then, it finally clicked what he was actually missing. It wasn't courage or drive, it was trust, the trust of the living. Nearby, the two giant beasts clashed, neither backing down an inch. Suddenly, the fanged monster noticed something seriously wrong around him. A terrifying, bone-chilling aura flooded the zone. The phoenix channeled everything into one ultimate strike. Going all out, it lunged at the enemy, slashing an eye and sending it into pure rage. Torkunda countered by sinking his fangs into the bird. Feathers exploded everywhere as the brutal deathmatch continued. Even the dragon was shocked this bird actually wounded his eye. Their clash shook the earth. Boiling with rage, Torkunda locked his eyes onto the phoenix. Even facing death, Frey kept smiling with pure hope. No matter what, that crazy grin never faded. A massive fissure ripped the ground apart, exploding with wild energy. That blast hit Torkunda perfectly. The strike connected, but the dragon didn't flinch. Instead, the massive beast geared up for a heavy counterattack. Dust and rocks flooded the battlefield as the beast realized this threat was no joke. Something wild was definitely waking up inside that cave. Blinding light erupted. The flying monsters felt it instantly. Those beams completely paralyzed them. Paralyzed, the ice shattered. Torkunda survived, circling the region. That is where we leave it. For the first time in millennia, he felt the urge to flee. Stick with me, you and I are watching a literal dragon learn real fear. He turned tail and booked it without looking back. Afraid of a human? No way. No matter how crazy strong this guy was, a human is still just a human. Even so, the beast knew he had to retreat until his eye fully healed. Then boom, the guy was suddenly standing right on top of his wing, leaving him completely stunned. He just started blasting arrows at the monster. Torkunda shrieked in pure agony, taking those hits, the sheer force launching him backward. With those weapons buried deep in his chest, his rage totally exploded. Even looking like Swiss cheese, he ripped out the arrows and geared up to strike again. Absolutely zero signs of slowing down. But by then, our guy was already long gone. To Frey, a monster this ancient really shouldn't rely on just one good eye. Naturally, he warped right into the dragon's massive blind spot. Ice power gathered fast for another heavy hit. Bam, a strike right to Torkunda's eye, and honestly, that just made the giant beast even madder. He hurled boulders at his enemy, but they instantly turned to dust midair. Laughing like a total maniac, the monster bragged about his past wins. Still, pure terror flashed in his eyes. Without him even noticing, his massive tail was slowly turning into solid ice. Now pay attention here, Frey popped up again through the rubble, making the giant boss literally doubt its own eyes. He kept questioning if this dude was actually human. After staring him down, the creature let out a heavy sigh. Totally annoyed and restless, he needed to know his enemy's true identity. Flapping those massive wings, he closed the distance. The pink-haired girl was absolutely shaking. Without even looking back, he ordered her to stay put. Then he charged up another ice attack. He straight up mocked the monster, asking if that was his best move. Torkunda opened his massive jaws. Ready to finish this, an ice mage shouldn't have stood a single chance against a wild roar like that, right? Blasting fire, the dragon tried to melt him alive, but Frey stood his ground and blocked it. The girl could only brace herself. The shockwave was so insane it literally shook the mountains. Fire and ice collided and absolutely exploded. The beast's roar kept turning up the volume, but it still couldn't shatter that insane wall of ice. He pushed forward with everything he had. Watching in absolute panic, the girl really thought Frey might lose as the pressure kept building. She couldn't do a thing except watch every single second, but then she realized, wait, Frey completely vanished. Torkunda actually claimed victory, calling his enemy a bug until something felt super off. The girl spotted it too. A sudden nasty chill shot right down the beast's neck. You and I both knew this was coming, right? Frey slipped behind him and sliced his head off. Game over. The giant dragon's corpse slammed hard into the dirt. For the girl, the whole crazy thing happened in a flash. Staring at the massive body, she realized her teammate just took down a boss monster without even using his full power. And then, he started falling out of the sky. Dropping like a rock, the girl managed to catch him. She instantly noticed his body was freezing cold. His only request was to be taken straight to the Phoenix. Mid-flight, the red-haired girl just couldn't stop hyping up his insane moves and how unbelievably overpowered he was. He basically said the dragon lacked the skills to win. He explained that swatting humans isn't real combat. Raw strength alone won't cut it against monsters. He completely tricked it into thinking he went all out, using only 80% mana. That leftover 20% let him teleport right behind Torkunda and spawn an ice scythe. She had to admit it was a totally big brain play. Phoenix feathers were scattered all over the ground. The warrior looked super sad and the girl's eyes actually filled with tears. The legendary bird had just breathed its final breath. Heartbroken, he touched its feathers, thanking it for saving him. But suddenly the phoenix started getting up. Frey was using his power to bring it back. With Torkunda's massive corpse laying right next to the great bird, the dragon's heart fire was literally being absorbed by the phoenix. With all that epic energy, it should revive. With Torkunda dead, the valley dragons would totally tear each other apart, picking a new boss. So, the obvious next ruler definitely had to be the phoenix itself. This way, his buddy's dungeon would never have to deal with another Torkunda threat again. Leaving the bird in charge, Frey mentioned he hoped they'd meet again someday. Cutting back to the Cow Symphony village, things were looking totally chill. Folks were just hanging around the market with huge smiles. Meanwhile, Frey took a seat on a nearby bench, quietly zoning out and reflecting on life. Then someone squeezing juice casually brought up that a boat had been booked. The girl clarified that 0 boats were leaving today. Post-battle, he was feeling pretty solid, though he seriously needed to pack on some extra weight. The nest loot was super handy, especially that wicked fire salamander cloak. She pointed straight to the spatial bag holding all their hard-earned drops. So what do you and I learn here? Frey absolutely refused to let his buddy's gear rot. Alright, stick with me here, we're jumping right back in. The two of them just sat there chilling with their juice. That trip made the next semester feel years away, but honestly, it had only been one wild week in Espanola. The girl was seriously second-guessing herself. Was crashing at Lord Perron's house actually a good idea? But hey, they had to crash there another day anyway, since 0 ships were sailing out. Hitting the main gate, they were both caught off guard when a security dude demanded their business. Frey just casually asked if Perron was home. He claimed to be a buddy, but the guard thought he was just some rude punk and demanded a name. Frey smiled. Frey Blake. Boom, a flashback of an old friend pops up. Perron had hyped up the Blake family's 3rd son before. He specifically ordered that if Frey ever showed up, they treat him like the boss himself. Hearing that name, the guard totally froze in pure panic. This kid was actually their young master's one and only friend. Right then, a fancy carriage rolled up. Another guard shouted that the young lady returned. They both spun around to see who was stepping out. Waiting by the ride, the door popped open and a girl emerged. It was Lady Lilia. The guards instantly stiffened up at her arrival, quickly reporting that the boy standing right there claimed to be the young master's good friend. Lilia totally sized the guy up. Her pale eyes held this quiet, heavy sadness. Flashing a quick smile, she mentioned her brother talked about Mr. Frey a ton. She also gave a nod to the girl with him, Miss Isabel. The red-haired girl was so totally shook she couldn't even form a sentence. She hopped back by the carriage, introducing herself as Lilia Jun, Perrin's little sister. Neither of the guests moved a single muscle. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, Isabel is so stunned by Lilia's beauty, she literally forgets to breathe. The flustered guard quickly explains they hadn't verified these guests yet. Lilia shoots him an icy glare, making it crystal clear that all this strict formality is totally unnecessary. Dude takes the hint instantly. He drops a quick bow and scrambles to apologize for being rude. Then the carriage cruises deeper into the estate. Even after passing the massive gates, the property is so insanely huge they can't even spot the main house. Lilia quietly keeps her eyes glued to the strange boy. She just can't figure out why he had been staring at her so hard. Frey finally catches her looking, asking if she has something to say. She points out he's nothing like her brother described, plus his hair is white, not gray. Pointing right back, Frey just shrugs, claiming a lot went down during his travels. Lilia cracks a laugh and tells him to drop the stiff formalities, so he instantly switches up his vibe to a super casual tone. Isabel immediately scolds him for being way too relaxed. Then, Lilia asks what her brother was like as a student. Frey admits he wouldn't know much since Perrin was 2 whole years ahead. Lilia claps back, pointing out Frey isn't much older than her either. Right on cue, Isabel nags him to mind his manners since they are crashing at the Jun family's place. Soon enough, they pull up to the massive mansion. The ride drops them off by a crazy fancy fountain. Perrin is already chilling in the garden, waiting. Flashing a huge grin, he greets Frey, saying he's been waiting forever for this. The two bros instantly fall into easy laughs and totally chill catch-up vibes. Perrin definitely notices Frey's brand new hair color too, but Frey is totally wiped out and complains he is literally starving. You saw that too, right? Lilia is totally stunned. She has literally never seen her brother smile this openly before. She steps in, whining that her big bro always completely ignores her. Perrin strolls over and calls her his little princess, which obviously just pisses her off more. He seriously hadn't noticed her until just now. Furious, she storms right inside the huge mansion. Perrin sighs, claiming Lilia gets mad over the dumbest things and is super annoying. Frey thinks it's way weirder that Perrin shamelessly calls his own sister a princess like that. As they head inside, the boys start chatting about Frey's upcoming trip to the Infernal Mountains. Perrin casually asks if he rescued his fiancée yet, leaving Frey totally confused. Isabel drops Miss Sonia's name, and Frey instantly feels relieved hearing she made it back safely. That girl grinded non-stop, bagging the Storm title super early thanks to her insane hustle and top-tier sword skills. She was an absolute beast, and her ripped arms proved it. Joking around, Frey says it's a total waste for a badass girl like her to end up with Perrin. Perrin just reminds him guests gotta greet the family boss first. They stop dead in their tracks outside a massive door, hyped to meet his dad. Inside, the room is absolutely dripping with crazy expensive, elegant flexes. Even the teacups and silverware look ridiculously high-end. Everyone is already seated, just waiting for the massive feast to kick off. 2 blonde dudes lock eyes. Lilia just munches on some cake while the lady beside her sips a hot drink. Another maid keeps pouring the drinks. The head of the family smoothly says it's a pleasure meeting Frey and casually checks in on Count Blake. Frey just laughs, saying he is perfectly fine. In his head, he's thinking he probably never met Frey's real dad anyway, since he's just hijacking this body. The vibe gets super heavy as all eyes lock onto the patriarch. This is Shepherd Jun, the family boss, and trust me, you and I aren't ready for a 7-star Empire mage. Alright, stick with me here. Frey is sizing up this 4th magic tower master, wondering if the dude knows about the demigod. Holding his tea, Shepherd mentions that the 6th magic tower is crazy far away. Because of that distance, he only met Count Blake once a year at their big tower meetings. Says he misses the quality time they spent together. Frey locks onto the mark on the guy's face. He is totally positive that is Schweizer's signature magic tattoo. Shepherd tells Frey he is super thankful that he helped out his son and saved his fiancée. Then he hits him with a question, what brought Frey to the Infernal Mountains? Frey plays it totally cool, keeping it vague. Just some personal business, he says, nothing big enough to even bother him with. Shepherd actually lets it slide, flipping the script to ask how the banquet prep is going. Peru jumps in, saying everything is perfectly on track. He offers to personally handle the VIP guests to score some solid experience, bows down, accepting his mission. Then Shepard shifts his focus right back to Frey, says he is researching a new spell and wants his take. Frey hits the brakes, claiming his current skills probably are not good enough to help out. But Shepard insists he just wants a fresh perspective from a younger mage. Frey sits back, ready to listen. Peru stands up, announcing he is heading to the banquet hall. Frey asks Isabel to go help him out. Now it is just the two of them at the table. Shepard drops the act, calling him Frey Blake. The dude's eyes literally change color as he demands why Frey is hiding his real goal. Now watch closely, this is where it gets totally wild. Shepard demands his real plan. A sweat drop rolls down Frey's face under that nasty glare. Asks why the rings of Troman showed up at his turf. Frey plays dumb, claiming a mistake. Shepard calls him out, saying Frey totally used Peru and had the absolute nerve to show off that item. Frey realizes the guy means the Typhoon earrings. He touches his bling, looking totally lost. He thought Rings of Troman was just Peru's school club. Still denying it all, he swears he just found those earrings out in the Hispania Mountains. Shepard looks confused now, asks if he really isn't in the Rings of Troman. Frey says nope. Explains Peru invited him once, but he bilayed because he hates being tied down. Shepard slams the table, yelling he doesn't mean Peru's stupid club. Then he just stops mid-rant. He squints, staring at Frey super closely. He figures out Frey is just a wanderer. Embarrassed, he tells him to relax. Frey just sits there low-key mocking the whole mix-up. That definitely bruises the Patriarch's ego even more. Still, Frey insists he's just visiting his buddy. Shepard's glare gets icy sharp again. Frey repeats himself, he only came to see his best bro. Zero plans to ever meet Shepard. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the banquet is getting its final touches. Seeing the heat die down, Shepard talks way calmer. Doesn't trust Frey completely yet, but is willing to hear him out. But first, he needs some solid answers about Frey's past. He asks who Frey thinks actually rules this continent, points out the Kanan Empire is the biggest human nation, even if it's just a tenth of the land. Frey just gives a silent nod. If continental power was 10 fingers, humanity is rocking barely 3. He already knows there's another boss, a hidden, god-tier being pulling all the strings from the absolute shadows. Hands hidden under the table as Shepard drops the exact same truth bomb. We all saw this coming, a demigod. That word totally jolts Frey, but Shepard keeps explaining. Calls it a half-divine boss way above humanity, the real apex predator controlling society. Sounds crazy, but Frey knows they are real. Sweating, he actually smiles. He remembers his 5 friends who once fought the demigod. It's been 4,000 years. He totally thought the demigod took over the world again and that the truth was completely wiped out. But people like this guy still exist, and their numbers are actually growing. Anyone who knew the demigod was still fighting back. Lost, Shepard asks why he is grinning so hard. First time since his insane comeback, Frey feels actual hope. He casually drops that he knows about the demigod. Still, he tells Shepard to cool his jets because he isn't totally sure they can team up just yet. He skips revealing his true identity for now. Says it matters though, since Shepard claims he read Schweizer's secret notes. Hearing that makes Shepard completely rage out. Frey doesn't even blink, just an epic stare down. Once he chills, Shepard tells Frey to talk. He admits humans are pretty clueless about demigods, and low-key doubt they even exist. They only know these things can wipe out all life, so what do you and I take from this? Shepard finally gets it. Let's dive in, there can't be many of them, probably under 100. Still, every single one is basically walking destruction. Frey drops some 4,000-year-old lore. 5 legendary heroes stepped up to fight the demigods. Schweizer the Great Sage, Cassidon the Magic Warrior King, Lucid the Sword King, Iris the Black Witch, and Lucas Troman the Great Mage. But after the Great Mage vanished, the whole story completely flipped. The Warrior King and Sword King went their separate ways. The Black Witch just erased every single trace of herself. Only the Great Sage kept fighting till the bitter end, but he couldn't solo the demigod, and that is how they faded into history. The two just stare each other down across the table. Like Schweizer's notes, Shepard actually knows the missing pieces of modern history. He claims his circle inherited the hero's will, but in reality, they are completely split up and scattered across the continent. Over time, that legacy broke apart, leaving them in this tense, messy power struggle. Frey figures this always happens when 3 or more people get involved. Everything just turns into toxic politics. The biggest circles out there are the stroke colors, fistfounder bracelets, and lucid swords. Frey realizes these groups literally hijacked their names, but he still has no clue what actually happened to Kassadin or Lucas. Shepard adds that the Trauman rings are doing terribly, and their leader might already be dead. Kassadin's title, the Magic Warrior King, gets passed down to just one person at a time, but nobody knows where the current heir is hiding. Even with the same name, that real circle has absolutely zero connection to the Academy Club. Shepard says students just made that club up on a total whim. Whenever they spot genuinely talented students at the Academy, they pull them to their side, and honestly, having copycat groups around actually gives them the perfect cover to stay hidden. Handing Frey a glass of wine, Shepard totally admits he has no idea how far the demigod's eyes and ears reach. Watch closely here. Frey realizes this exact conversation might already be bugged. Shepard just assumed the kid was loyal to the Trauman rings because of Typhoon's earrings, Lucas's ancient relic. He stops dropping hints there. He just looks at Frey, super curious, asking how he scored those earrings. Frey casually claims he found them up in the Hispania Mountains. Rumors said Kuro's relics were hidden up there. The main reason was super simple. Almost nobody knew where the dungeon actually was. And even if they knew, Torkunda would probably be waiting at the entrance. Dodging the real answer, Frey says he was in deep trouble and just wandered into an unknown zone. Pure dumb luck led him to Schweizer's dungeon. Shepard suddenly pieces it together. The notes Frey mentioned definitely came from that exact same place. Which totally meant the kid already knew most of what he had just explained. Losing his patience, Shepard pushes hard for more details, but he is massively disappointed when Frey just shrugs it off as an accident. Still, his suspicions are definitely not gone, so he challenges Frey to show exactly what Typhoon's earrings can really do. Frey puts his glass down, and the earrings instantly glow with this intense, crazy power. After flexing that energy, he asks Shepard what he thinks. Shepard stays totally quiet, closes his eyes, and admits this is not the worst possible outcome. Then he adds there is an even bigger reason to doubt the kid. Meanwhile, the mansion is fully lit up and the massive banquet has begun. Guests are eating, drinking, and having a blast. Frey steps right into the event rocking a sharp black suit. You know that feeling when things get way too complicated? He was glad to find a demigod expert, but hearing those circles inherited the will just to fight each other. Absolute worst. He still needed to meet the leader, grab the frozen river's power, and finish Schweizer's golem. Frey has way too much on his plate, and honestly, only pure luck kept him hidden. Suddenly someone asks what is making him think so hard. Smiling wide, the girl brags that Lady Lily custom made this dress just for her. Frey mutters it must be nice living with an empty head. He frowns hard, and the poor girl has absolutely zero clue what he means. He says nothing, takes a sip, and just remembers. A month ago at the Magic Tower conference, a report dropped saying someone contacted the demigod. That instantly grabbed 100% of Frey's attention. The guy hesitated, not sure how much to spill, but Frey's face made his intense curiosity totally obvious. So he dropped the bomb. The one who contacted the demigod was Isaka Blake, Frey's own dad. Nearby, some dude is hyping up Sir Patrick, saying his sword skills rival the absolute best warriors from the Lune Nev Kingdom. Frey recognizes this major kiss-up as Gusbar, a guest for the upcoming Arsta family banquet. The guy was insanely easy to play, just stroke his ego and he did the rest. Thanks to that guy's sheer stupidity, Frey scored his invite. His master plan was moving smoothly. He posts up by a table with a cold drink, checking out the room, but that's where we leave it because something weird just caught his eye. Alright, stick with me here. Our guy spots 2 people chatting, and a voice says they finally found him. It is the gorgeous Miss Sonia rocking a white dress. With Isabel tagging along, they pull up on Frey. Isabel catches a totally weird look on his face. Pointing at Sonya, Frey literally calls her peak beauty. These two start bickering right in front of Sonya. When they finish, Frey casually asks what she needs. She looks down, totally silent, making things super awkward. Breaking the ice, Frey offers her a drink. Right then, Guspar walks up smirking, but Frey has absolutely no clue who this guy is. He figures it is just some new loser, but freezes when the dude actually calls him the Blake family trash. Gus smirks, just begging for a reaction. That alone told Frey everything. He was definitely dealing with a massive idiot. Even so, Guspar is mind blown a guy like Frey made it inside. For a low-tier noble like Guspar, scoring an invite was basically impossible. This VIP spot was where the big shots traded secrets. He keeps running his mouth, salty that even Frey got into the academy over him. His smug face drops when Frey tells him to bounce. Completely annoyed, Frey orders him to vanish. Isabel gets on his case for literally using the exact phrase he swore he would avoid. Guspar snaps back, calling Frey an arrogant psycho who has zero right to disrespect him. But then, his eyes wander over to the two gorgeous girls standing there. He knew Peryuan threw parties packed with top-tier beauties, but these two were next level. What he could not wrap his head around was why they hung with Blake trash. Now watch this part closely. He thinks Frey is just acting tough, then three dudes crash the party. One is Sir Patrick with two wingmen. He totally checks Sonya out before introducing himself as Sir Patrick, the Dursta family heir. Guspar gets super salty seeing this new guy hitting on his dream girl. The girl in blue introduces herself as Sonya Aquarid. That name straight up shocks one dude. Guessing she is foreign and clueless about Frey being a total loser, he decides to seize this golden opportunity right now. Sonya was the top daughter of House Quar, literally holding the Storm title. He steps up, playing nice, apologizing for not recognizing Lord Peryuan's supposed fiancé. Sonya claps back that nothing is official. Ignoring her, the guy claims Frey Blake is totally unworthy of her time and attention. The whole squad goes dead silent. Patrick finally realizes this is the infamous Frey. Smiling, he brags about knowing Frey's brothers, those elite magic tower mages, Michael and Heinz. Hearing Michael reached Land Master tier, Frey just calls him useless. Patrick keeps pushing, saying he totally gets why the Count booted him. He simply cannot believe they share the exact same bloodline. Absolutely furious, Sonya steps up for Frey. She says nobody at this entire party even comes close to him and demands a real apology. The guy instantly refuses. He thinks she has to be joking. He says nobody invites trash to a VIP event. His bros crack up, agreeing completely. Guspar jumps in, loving every single second. You know what happens next, right? Peryuan quietly slides in, sensing drama. He drops the bomb he personally invited Frey. The dudes are shell-shocked. Peryuan walks right up to Patrick, hitting him with a fake apology. Saying he had no idea he needed Dursta family permission to invite his own boys. Then he loudly declares Frey is the absolute MVP of this party. Watching them completely panic, he casually tells them to enjoy the food. Guspar tries running but gets totally blocked. Peryuan grabs him from behind, whispering he would be dead if this wasn't a party. Terrified, the guys run away, desperately apologizing. Peryuan and the crew watch them scramble. Frey is honestly way more savage than he looks. He and Peryuan start roasting each other's personalities, while the girls crack up laughing. The fancy banquet rolls on. Frey just listens as Peryuan calls him a massive weirdo. Swirling his drink, Frey gets deep in thought. If everyone knew his crazy stunts in Cortez, nobody would dare call him Blake trash. But honestly, flexing that kind of pride just felt super cringe to him. Instead, he asks about Peryuan's dad. Peryuan brings up the crazy rumor that Frey is linked to the Troman rings. Frey just stays quiet. Then Peryuan raises his glass, asking if Frey will join his crew, but that was never his endgame. Thinking back, he realizes his cover is blown. Trust me, it gets wilder. Alright, stick with me here, you and I are about to uncover a crazy secret. Frey asks who it was, shocked to hear Heinz Blake, his own brother, was a Stro courser. After all the garbage his family pulled, his brother actually tried to leave him a clue. Heinz wasn't like Count Isaka or McAll. Sure, he agreed to exile Frey, but for a totally different reason, though Perron can only reveal so much right now. So Frey drops a bomb, he's not going back to the academy. Isabel is completely stunned. He basically had zero reason to stick around anymore. From a distance, she just watches the guys talking. Frey quickly catches her staring but keeps his mouth shut. She is totally stressing over his choice to leave school behind. The Duke actually recommended he join the third magic tower, simply because their library was way better than all the rest. Then Frey spots Isabel acting super weird out of nowhere. Late night hits and she wanders the mansion halls. Tomorrow is goodbye. Frey heads off to the tower and she is stuck going back to the academy alone. Ever since she learned he was the legendary Lucas Troman, she knew this day would come. Still, she feels super anxious. She doesn't even know what to aim for anymore, or what it actually takes to become a real mage. Completely lost and confused, she can't figure out her next move. Suddenly, a door opens right in front of her. Someone asks if he is leaving tomorrow. Frey says yep, then thanks his buddy for the crazy feast and all the warm hospitality. He adds that Perron's name carries some serious heavyweight status and fame. Now watch closely, he jokes his buddy might actually be the Jun family's once-in-a-century genius, totally just repeating the crazy hype he heard earlier. Perron claims it is not an exaggeration. The guy actually sensed mana at age 5, but hey, he insists he isn't trying to flex. Even so, Frey is blown away. After all, both Schweizer and Frey only felt mana at age 7, and by the time he hit 17, Perron had already hit the 4th stage. Even if official records say he did it at 20, that wild gap in the timeline really catches Frey's attention. Trusting Frey, Perron finally spills his guts. With a super heavy voice, he admits his insane talent actually feels more like a brutal curse. They lock eyes. Frey stays quiet while Perron looks down. He mentions having a master, a wise 6th-stage mage and vice master of the 5th tower. This master always answered his questions with a warm smile and a pat on the head. He loved that so much, he studied his brains out just to ask more questions. That master sparked his pure love for magic, but that was only how Perron saw it. Now, absolute sadness just floods his eyes. Right after hitting the 4th stage, he asked a question that even his master could not answer. The guy freaked out, completely lost his mind, and called him a monster. What Perron remembers most is the sheer terror on his face. His master had watched him level up at a terrifying speed. Eventually, that deep fear bubbled up. Since that day, Perron totally lost his way. He still loved magic, but whenever he dived too deep, that terrified face would flash back and stop him dead in his tracks. Every single day, he cursed his own god-tier talent while crying his eyes out. I know what you're thinking, suffering from success, but he just wished he was normal, learning magic simply, then nobody would call him a monster. Frey gently pats his shoulder, but Perron keeps crying, unable to hide his trauma. Then Frey straight up tells him to stop being so dramatic. He tells him to listen up. There are people out there who are completely beyond the genius level. They stand at the absolute peak of magic. If one trash master was enough to break him, he will never ever reach that summit. Perron listens close. Frey warns him that by their next meeting, he'll be miles ahead of where he is now, so Perron better step up too. That harsh reality check makes the kid go totally silent. He thinks about the demigod for a second, and Frey suspects he already knows it exists. Frey stands his ground. The demigod is this evil deity controlling all intelligent life and completely twisting the world's laws. But humanity is also guilty for not realizing the chains they live under. Still, humans can absolutely crush it and fix the world if they refuse to quit. Frey declares that this is an epic goal that only humanity can pull off. If Perron wants an easy life in a tower flexing his talent, that is totally fine. But Frey's ultimate goal is hitting the absolute peak of magic to completely destroy the demigod. He wants that final stage, and now he demands to know what Perron truly desires. Perron just sits there in silence, letting out a slow sigh. The girl eavesdrops through the crack. She hoped her friend would bounce back. She pictures the two men. Frey slaps his back, saying he will always be one step ahead. Perron fires back his final answer. Next time, he is the one leading the pack. You and I know that's the perfect rival response. Satisfied, Frey calls him a true friend, while the girl walks away crying. All right, stick with me, what he just heard is way too wild to process. The next morning, heavy clouds blanket the sky. Frey's already outside and totally ready to go. Perfect weather for a road trip. Then someone asks if he's seriously leaving his luggage behind. It's the girl carrying an absolutely massive backpack. Frey looks completely confused, wondering what baggage she means. She reminds him that he used to call her dead weight. Well, now she's dead set on pushing her magic to the absolute limit. So she's ditching the academy to follow the greatest mage in literal history instead of learning from basic teachers. Frey straight up warns her she'll regret this. She totally ignores him, just walking ahead and claiming she'd follow him right into hell. He just gives a faint little smile, then the two calmly keep walking on their journey together. Word about Frey and Perron being buddies spreads super fast shortly after. Lord Michael finds out those two are way tighter than anyone expected. Sir Patrick reports that Frey was the absolute most important guest at the banquet, but Michael barely even cares. The nervous guy keeps trying to explain. Still, Michael doesn't give a single damn about his little brother's new friends. He eventually just kicks him right out of the office. But it still feels weird that Perron considers Frey such a close friend. He turns straight to Heinz and asks what he thinks. Heinz says it's zero surprise, seeing as they went to the exact same academy. Michael gets up from his chair, figuring it might be worth spilling this information to his dad. Then he literally walks out, leaving Heinz totally behind. Hein watches him leave before staring straight ahead. In one hand, he's holding a seriously weird-looking object. Frey explains Duke Shepard actually gave it to him. It's an item needed to take the test for his specific circle. Now pay attention here because this gets deep. Isabel figures joining the circle is the best way to uncover demigod secrets. She barely even knew that name before. She also had zero clue about the 5 legendary heroes her friend used to run with. The academy just taught her they were great masters. If it wasn't for Frey, she'd definitely still think the demigod was just fake history. Frey drops some truth. The absolute worst kind of mind control is the invisible kind. People trapped in it can't even think for themselves or pick a future. They fight with fake pride and fake wins, becoming nothing but blissfully ignorant slaves. And sadly, that's basically all of humanity right now. Still, he warns her about one huge detail. He never actually took a loss against the demigod. He's just been on a ridiculously long detour to winning. Soon, they roll up to a massive tower. This is Isabel's first time seeing a magic tower up close. Frey still has 6 whole months left to kill before he can officially join the circle. Until then, he needs to stabilize his frozen river energy and grind hard until he gets his old godlike power back. The place hits him with some serious nostalgia. He says this is where he went all out on mastering magic for the very first time. Suddenly, multiple people walk up, their footsteps catching both their attention. They look like hooded magical beings stopping right near our duo. Turns out they're dark elves. Elves and dwarves can actually free roam through human territories these days. That completely shocks Frey, even though he remembers reading about it back at the academy. Still, compared to 4,000 years ago, it's a huge culture shock. Back then, elves fully claimed the giant northern jungle as their own turf. One of the elves spots something weird, and Frey stares right back, but the elves just keep walking right past them without dropping a single word. Up close, this tower looks absolutely gigantic. Inside, warriors are going hard in combat and practicing magic. The whole hall is packed with fighters. The girl hits the floor and immediately starts her training. She's totally dialed in. Already used to the battle training routine, she suddenly catches some sharp movements nearby. Frey is busting out ancient techniques, and she literally can't stop staring at him. Rumor says he spends all day doing this weird dance. I know what you're thinking, total weirdo, right? At first it honestly looks ridiculous, but now that Isabel understands the training style, she can clearly see his kai flowing. Countless insane moves are perfectly hidden inside that dance. He strikes way too fast for the human eye to track, then glides right back to his starting stance like flowing water. It's not a dance at all, it's top-tier martial arts. Nearby, a dude crashes to the ground, totally giving up and begging his opponent to just stop. That opponent completely towers over him. The elf calls the human way too weak, which is super disrespectful after the guy already surrendered. The dark elf girl wonders if this is really the warrior Liamson hyped up. Looking completely embarrassed, the elf silently disagrees with his master. As he goes to help his opponent up, he spots something super weird nearby. It's Frey, still going crazy with his bizarre movement form. The elf locks eyes on him. Isabel realizes it's the same guy from outside, and trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me, we're jumping straight into the action. He asks if Frey is a magic warrior. Frey shrugs, claiming he's a mage. The elf completely doubts it. Those moves, definitely not normal mage stuff. He points out that he's human, but Frey just tells him to call him Frey. Then the elf introduces himself as Liamson, and right after that, he challenges Frey to a fight. Frey is super confused by the sudden challenge. Liamson claims it's not exactly a fight, he just cannot remember the right word. His master steps in, clarifying he means a duel. Next thing you know, the four of them are standing in the center. The female elf introduces herself as Camel, turning to ask the girl her name. She apologizes for the interruption, basically calling her partner an annoying idiot. The two start bickering in Elvish, and poor Isabel cannot understand a single word of it. Frey couldn't care less, he says he's totally down to duel. Liamson is completely shocked that a human can actually speak Elvish. This guy is seriously interesting. He adds that seeing an elf learn human magic would be even cooler. That sounds exactly like something the ancient elves would say. A crowd quickly gathers, realizing an epic duel is about to pop off right now. Don't blink now, you're gonna want to see his wild, complex stance. He rushes Frey, throws a nasty left kick, but Frey effortlessly blocks it, leaving him totally stunned. Liamson attacks from every single angle, using insane speed to push right through. These are silent shadow steps, completely based on crazy footwork. He tries to hit Frey again, but gets totally shut down once more. Then Frey starts these smooth, dance-like moves and knocks Liamson back with just one hit, but the elf catches himself on the ground. Honestly, Frey's fighting style feels way more like a wild beast than an actual person. The duel just keeps escalating, and neither is giving up. They jump, clashing midair while the whole crowd watches in absolute shock. The elves cannot believe this white-haired human is keeping up with Liamson, their future leader. Frey slices through the air with razor-sharp hand chops. Liamson throws another kick and boom, they collide midair. They land crouching, panting, just glaring. The elf master decides Frey isn't a true magic warrior. His skinny physique definitely says otherwise. Still, she can't wrap her head around how someone so slim blocked all those heavy attacks. Frustrated, Liamson screams at Frey and completely sends it for the final blow. The back-and-forth exchanges become incredibly brutal. Watching super closely, Camel is absolutely blown away by Frey's perfect mana control. She yells at them to stop. Completely breathless, the two start praising each other. Frey admits that in a nighttime fistfight, Liamson would probably be the stronger one. He also points out that Liamson clearly isn't used to close combat. The elf smirks and suddenly bursts into loud laughter. Then he asks how long is Frey planning to stay here. Isabel hands over a towel to Frey as he wipes his sweat. He casually mentions that he'll be hanging around the magic tower for about 6 months. You saw that too, right? Liamson is super glad. Meanwhile, Camel stays curious about this human, and suddenly his powerful pendant comes into view. She instantly clocks his incredibly powerful item. Frey totally catches her stopping right in the middle of her sentence. Covering it up, she asks why he came to the third magic tower. He claims the tower just had the best books for his needs. He wants to craft a magic elixir. Everyone else is shook that this weird dancer is casually chatting with the elf leader. But Frey drops the bomb that none of the books he checked had the answer. So the elf offers him access to the real magic books, but to read first-grade books, he has to pass a reading test and get approval from 3 Earth Masters. Super interested, Frey asks when he can take it. The very first chance is tomorrow. Next day the hall is absolutely packed. Frey is drawing stairs after tying with a dark elf. People question why a magic warrior is taking the test. Suddenly a voice calls out and everyone turns around. Look, it's Camel and Liamson. They brought friends because they were totally bored. Plus, Liamson really wanted a rematch after this. The heavy doors open up and the three masters step inside. These are the Tower Masters. The guy in the center is Michael, a huge deal. The first test kicks off. They have to create an energy sphere, so everyone starts flexing what they can do. For part 2, they must compress it. Everyone follows the instructions extremely carefully. At first, this test seems like a total breeze. Then, Master Michael pulls something out of his sleeve. It's a tiny blue sphere. He says they only pass if they compress theirs smaller than that, but shrinking it to a marble is insanely hard. Time ticks away and tons of contestants fail and drop out. One guy struggles so hard to shrink his sphere but totally fails like the rest. It was simply way too tiny to reach. Isabel tries her absolute hardest. Michael announces she passed and she finally relaxes. Trust me, you and I are gonna remember this crazy day. Stick with me, you are about to see some next level magic control right here. The Dark Elves, they are already cleared to read the magic books. No extra tests needed. Then someone starts questioning another student. Frank had actually reached an insane level, but the guy next to him just assumed he quit. Master Michael speaks up, leaving the guy totally stunned. Eyes can lie, man, you gotta feel the mana. Frank compressed his sphere until it literally turned invisible. Michael is completely blown away by that control. Spotting his earring, Michael lets Frank skip the rest of the tests. The kid introduces himself as Fred Blake, third son of the Blake family. Michael immediately asks for a private chat. Cut to them chilling in this super bright room. Calling his skills remarkable, Michael does not waste time. Hearing Duke Shepard recommended him, he cuts straight to the chase. Michael already knows he has hit the 5th level. Frey was secretly aiming for tier 7, but keeps his mouth shut. Staring out the window, Michael asks if he knows about the demigod. Frey plays it cool, admitting he knows a bit. Michael reveals they just found demigod traces in Uziano, alongside apostle signatures. These guys were handpicked by the demigod, gifted with divine power, and basically named themselves apostles. Now crazy fanatics from everywhere are gathering there. Frey is shocked. Stuff like this definitely did not exist 4,000 years ago. Bushiano is currently under the control of Master Michael and the Honorable Lucas. Whole cities could get wiped out at this rate, so pay attention, things are getting real. Michael asks Fred to join their squad and he instantly agrees. Michael finds that instant yes super weird, but also pretty darn interesting. It is a deadly mission, so a normal guy would hesitate, but Frey, he just wants to know why they picked him. Pulling back his sleeve, Michael reveals an iris relic. He says it is a piece of the Peace Founder's very own bracelets. After the master of the Trauman Ring Circle got murdered by the demigod, everything spiraled into total chaos. The Dark Elves in the tower were Black Tooth backup. That is exactly why Michael recognized our guy. A young dude rocking typhoon earrings. Yeah, that is practically impossible to miss. Touching them, Frey realizes this item somehow became legendary. After a little prep time, he managed to fully stabilize the frozen river's wild energy. Michael then asks why he even wants the magic books. Frey drops a bomb. He wants to craft an elixir, so he needs alchemy. The old man is super impressed, telling him basic books will not cut it. He says to ask a specific woman. Totally confused, Frey follows the lead anyway, knocking on a door and waiting. When she finally opens up, he introduces himself, name-dropping Lord Michael. Meet Professor Adelia, an absolute genius from the West Academy. Inside, Frey immediately notices she lives like an absolute maniac. Slouching in her chair, she tells him to sit wherever he wants. Looking around the messy room, he spots all kinds of crazy research tools. Exhausted and busy, she demands he explain what he wants in exactly 5 words. Frey focuses up and turns right to her. He says he wants to make a mana potion. She is honestly shocked by how fast he fired back. Now I know what you're thinking, just another potion, right? Think again. He hands over a flask, and when she examines it, the mana inside is insanely thick. Frey starts explaining the details, but abruptly stops halfway through. Super annoyed, the professor snaps at him to use more words this time. He casually explains it is a 1,000-year-old dragon heart, with a mana level around 100,000. He wants to turn that into an elixir, pure madness, but her eyes completely light up. The method is crazy hard because of the ingredients. He is gonna need something nearly impossible to find, a phoenix feather. Frey instantly slams one on her desk, asking if she needs anything else. Totally stunned, she admits it is her first time seeing one. Next, she asks him to compress an energy sphere down to the size of a grape. Frey does it without breaking a sweat. He quickly shrinks the sphere and boom, they start the experiment. Adelia seriously starts wondering who this crazy new partner really is. Assuming he is from the Blake family, the name Frey does not ring a bell, but she definitely knows his older brothers. Even if some of his knowledge is old school, his alchemy mastery and absolute mana control are just off the charts. With godlike skills like that, she cannot believe he is a total nobody. Suddenly, Adelia grabs him right by the collar of his shirt. Looking like she is about to confess a murder, she drops her pride and literally begs him to be her personal assistant. She even offers a massive salary, but he instantly rejects her, so she promises to teach him top-secret production methods nobody else knows. Then she starts brainstorming other wild ways to convince him. And that is where we leave it, sitting on the floor totally confused, wondering why he keeps calling her professor. All right, stick with me here. Frey mentions he goes to Westrad Academy, and she instantly considers blackmailing his grades to force his help. But before she even tries, Frey totally shuts it down. He dropped out. He also finds out she knows golem crafting. Still on the floor, he straight up asks if she wants to teach him. Frey figures a 1 million mana core might do the trick. She just shrugs, calling the idea totally absurd and shows zero interest. A core like that shouldn't even exist anyway. Controlling it would be basically impossible. Plus, a golem needs legendary minerals and a crazy amount of steps. Hearing that, Frey gets lost in thought. After Schweitzer asked to end the amnesty, his whole mission got way more complicated than expected. The professor doubts he actually has a 1 million mana core. She just smiles, stays quiet, then bluntly calls it totally impossible. The dark elf looks totally exhausted. His opponent launches him straight into the air. Hitting the ground, he admits defeat, but still claims it was pure luck. Then they hear some loud cheering. Nearby, Isabel is actually teaching the elves how to compress their energy. The master mentions her lessons are super clear and easy to follow. Walking over, he finds out the elixir will be ready tonight. He would hit the 7th stage soon, despite the massive grind ahead. Camel gets super curious. She offers to teach them spirit magic, totally useful for future spirit contracts. In exchange, they gotta teach magic to her kids. Frey meets Professor Adelia, who says the elixir is finally ready. Now pay attention here. She is super sketchy about him drinking it, begging him to back out while he still can. This stuff is insanely high quality. The mana is twice as strong, and drinking too much could literally melt his bones. Frey thinks that is perfect. Adelia is totally speechless. Shrugging it off, she says it is his funeral and begs him not to haunt her after he kicks the bucket. As a thank you, he hands her Eid's necklace. She instantly starts chewing him out. She totally assumes he is hitting on her, but he calmly explains the necklace will just boost her focus and concentration. Still, she refuses to listen. Frey is speechless and decides he will literally never understand women. The window is completely boarded up. Inside, Frey grabs his bag, pulls out some stones, and tosses them all over the room. A wild energy layer spreads out, dropping the room's temperature to freezing. Fog escapes his lips with every breath. Calming down, he meditates, pops the flask open, and chugs the elixir in one go. His eyes start glowing with this fierce energy. Everything around him immediately begins to shift. Meanwhile, the elf girl asks Isabel about the 7th stage. Isabel says they just started learning human magic, so that whole system is still completely new. She wants to know if human stages are basically just like their own ranks or classes. Isabel explains that hitting the 7th stage makes you an archmage or grand mage, treated like a super honored count on the imperial table. The master asks if Frey's goal is just basic success or becoming a count. She shoots that down. Frey said this is barely the start. His goal beats strength or fame. He only mutters the word demigod. We both know this is huge. he absorbs the energy, ready to steal the world back from those demigods. After downing the elixir, he realizes he finally hit the 7th stage. Later they arrive under a super foggy sky. Hullbridge, the exact spot where those apostles were found. The girl looks around, totally creeped out by the place. It has got this dark, menacing vibe. Her companion calls it divine power, but she is completely lost. Frey hasn't felt a presence like this in forever. That nasty, nauseating feeling almost makes him throw up. He asks the master what we've all been wondering, just how strong are the humans personally chosen by the demigods? This village had fewer than 500 people and lived totally isolated. Zero contact with nearby towns. Basically, the absolute perfect hideout for apostles to work in secret. The master warns this mission is crazy dangerous and asks if the girl can handle it, but Frey knows Isabel can completely hold her own. While scoping out the area, he spots someone walking right toward them. The guy asks why the supreme mage of the magic tower would visit a dump like this. That is Milad, the mayor of Hullbridge. Michael says he has got a few questions, asking if anything weird has changed recently. Anything at all, a new habit or a weird vibe. The mayor just says it is a tiny village where every day feels exactly the same. The old man nods at that, then drops the real question. Where are all the villagers? Empty streets everywhere. The mayor says they are all in the forest. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me here. That weak answer proves he's hiding something. He nervously swears he isn't lying. Frey calls up the dark elf Lamson, ordering him to scout the whole area. The master is totally shocked this arrogant elf obeys Frey so easily. Lamson quickly sweeps the entire village unseen, pops back, and reports the place is completely empty. He found scattered blood. Suddenly, the mayor morphs into a dangerous monster. Everyone immediately drops into a fighting stance. These are demigod minions sent here to wipe them out completely. Their first target is the mage. The monsters rush the old man, but Isabel is way faster and drags him to safety. She unleashes her power, blasting a fire pillar that roasts one creature. Her flames outclass them, but it's just not enough to clear the mob. Then Frey steps up and absolutely splits an enemy head with a wild aerial slash. He starts throwing slashes everywhere. One beast is totally stunned that Frey flatlined its buddy so easily and tries to run, but the dark elf is already right beside it. He chops off its legs, making it crash hard into the dirt. Frey walks over and aggressively stomps his foot right on its chest. He demands answers, but the monster swears it knows absolutely nothing. Frey isn't wasting time here, so Master Campbell tags in. She's about to unleash some heavy spirit magic. She starts speaking this totally unknown language, calling spirits to back her up. A tiny little spirit pops out. It is a shadow spirit named Dark Goron, absolutely perfect for pulling secrets out of people. The spirit moves fast. The master orders it to mind control the creature, so it literally jumps on the monster and slides right into its mouth. Compared to this nightmare, actual torture looks like mercy. The master just laughs. She clearly adores this pet. Seeing this mess, Michael decides making enemies out of dark elves is a terrible idea. They ask where the villagers went, and the monster answers. Now they need to know exactly why. It says the village people were basically used as sacrifices, though it has no clue why. Now pay close attention here. The sacrifices built monsters and woke the apostles' power. Its eyes flash glowing red. Knowing things just went south, everyone braces for impact. A massive explosion violently rocks the village. The master covers his eyes while the elves throw up their powers to block it. Frey's pendant suddenly activates, throwing up a super tough barrier. Camel says the beast was completely brainwashed to just self-destruct. The situation is looking awful, so they decide to fall back. If some overpowered apostles spawn these freaks, our crew might be too weak to win, but Frey flat out refuses to quit. The apostles already know they're crashing the party, and another chance might never happen. The old guy says they gotta wait for Lord Lucas to return, because fighting a boss-level apostle without him is straight-up suicide. Frey claims he'll fill in for Lucas using pure willpower, but honestly, this is no time for flexing his ego. The 7th stage is the fusion tier. When opposite elements crash, they usually explode, but a 7th stage mage can actually combine them. Frey tells them this has zero to do with pride. With a quick snap of his fingers, he shows them his level. Two massive pillars of light shoot straight up from the dirt. The master is mind blown by this, but Frey just claps his hands together. You saw that right, he's fusing two elements, something a guy like him shouldn't pull off. Even while yelling at him, the master is totally speechless that he merged such massive spells. He asks if Frey is seriously still stuck at the 7th stage. Frey denies it, doubling down that he's replacing Lord Lucas. Later that night, someone calls Frey over to check something out. Camel is kneeling right next to a body. This victim didn't die from fire, it was pure electricity. That means this apostle serves the lightning demigod. A human throwing around demigod power is a massive red flag. Still, the old man claims apostles aren't entirely bad news for humanity. The very first apostle got taken down, and then something totally crazy happened. The demigod controlling that specific apostle vanished without a trace. It was super rare, and nobody understood why. But if an apostle dies, their linked demigod might take damage too. 4,000 years ago, these apostles didn't even exist. So Frey wonders what the heck changed with the demigods since back then. Pushing deeper into the zone, they can't sense a single living thing. The forest feels completely dead, trees, animals, even the bugs, zero life signs remaining. Camel is absolutely horrified that nature got drained dry so thoroughly. Someone taps the dirt with 2 fingers, and Isabel says this whole forest feels like a sealed trap, locked by a heavy barrier. Frey suggests just destroying it all, but blazing the place could torch nearby villages too. Camel totally agrees with that risk. Cracking a barrier this insane takes 2 days. Frey touches the trees, sensing absolutely nothing. Trust me, you're going to want to see how he shatters this next. All right, you and I are jumping straight in. No time for thinking, just pure action. While the elves ran cover, Frey checked the barrier. He cracked it instantly. He ordered everyone to stay behind him, then unleashed his wind magic. A massive tornado erupted. He blasted it into the trees, sending debris flying everywhere. Boom, one single strike, and the whole area was completely cleared out. Master Michael just stared, jaw dropped. This absolutely wasn't the kind of insane power you'd expect from a 20-year-old kid. In silence, he realized it was finally time for the next generation to take charge. Then he looked up. Something was glowing with crazy divine energy, like an absolute apostle. The old man froze. He slowly recognized the approaching figure and could barely believe it. Stepping forward was the Honorable Lucas. Now pay close attention, because this reveal is wild. Lucas was actually an apostle. He scolded Michael for not waiting longer, but the old man was in total denial. There had to be some mistake, right? Lucas just sighed, wondering what to do next. He raised one finger, sparking a spell. Aiming to end Michael's life, he fired, but Frey blocked it. Lucas looked genuinely shocked that his lethal attack actually missed. Still, the old man collapsed. He just couldn't accept that a top circle executive had fallen this low. But that guy, not the Lucas he knew. Frey furiously demanded why the circle betrayed everyone. Lucas dodged the question. He just told him to show some respect, bragging that he finally understood what true power was. To him, humans were just bugs, no matter how hard they fought. Hearing that triggered a dark memory for Frey. Furious, he roared that humans weren't bugs. A bizarre, terrifying energy exploded from him, fueled by pure rage. Isabel had never seen him this insanely emotional. Lucas claimed he didn't give up, he just accepted the demigod's strength. He said the other circle members also understood this massive power. But people still pushed forward, pushed right through the fear. Risking their lives, refusing to quit, all to protect their loved ones. That is true human bravery, and Lucas threw it away. Frey's rage erupted, his magic went totally wild. Even shocked, the old man called it pure ignorance. Everyone knew another epic clash was starting. Lucas was tossing spells with one finger, no chanting. This was apostle power, way above common spells. That pure lightning, totally impossible for normal magic. It came straight from a demigod. With that gift, he cleared all 7 stages. You see that storm brewing over them? That is straight up demigod power, not human. The elf nervously asked what to do next. Frey ordered them to split up. Liamson would take the front line and protect the rest. Camel would provide magic backup. Lord Mickle would stay back, blocking the enemy's divine power. Then Frey turned to Isabel. He quietly hugged his loyal friend, whispering something that left her completely stunned. He turned away, no time for arguing now. Any complaints would have to wait until they survived. Frey readied himself. The front line charged right at Lucas, but he countered with one-handed magic. The elf moved first, dodging perfectly, but when he tried to counterattack, Lucas threw up a shield. A bright flash, the elf got blasted through the air near Frey. The others braced for the next move. Frey leaped at Lucas, launching scorching earth magic. Master Mickle watched in absolute horror. The ground literally ripped apart, showing how terrifying Frey's power really was. He started wondering who this kid actually was. Frey was going for the kill. He dashed across the broken ground while Lucas defended, telling him to stop wasting energy. No matter how ridiculously strong he was, he couldn't pierce that lightning barrier. That was pure demigod energy. Unfazed, Frey used Flame Impact to close the gap, immediately following up with Piercing Ice. Still, it looked useless. Absolutely nothing could touch Lucas. Things were getting seriously desperate. The plan was for Frey to attack while the team distracted Lucas, but now, every single attack was locked onto Frey. Camel feared he couldn't hold out much longer, but Isabel said everything was still perfectly on track. Lucas was measuring Frey's strength. He would spot any flanking as a decoy. Plus, that storm cloud gave him infinite power. He was invincible under it, so they had to destroy it. Frey was the real bait. Isabel would join Camel and Mickle. He trusted her with his life. Time to act. She told Mickle and Camel to gather all the mana possible. So what happens next? You and I will watch the real battle unfold. Stick with me, guys, this fight gets wild. Frey spammed spells, but Lucas camped behind his shield without taking a single scratch. Still, Lucas realized Frey had actually broken past the 7th tier. Seeing this crazy young prodigy, he decided to crush him before things got too dangerous. Frey tossed another massive fireball, totally useless, but he kept swinging. Then it clicked for Lucas. Frey was just blocking his vision. Looking up, he spotted the other 3 targeting the cloud and rushed over to shut them down. Isabel instantly noticed that the old man had figured out their sneaky plan. Boom, one spell wiped out all 3. Frey screamed a warning, but they were already eating dirt, totally paralyzed. Lucas casually charged up an energy orb to finish them off. The whole master plan was falling apart because he caught on. It honestly looked like game over. But then Liamson swooped right in, interrupting Lucas before that fatal shot connected. Frey yelled out, terrified for his buddy. The dark elf took a serious beating while Lucas threw up his annoying barrier again. Frey rushed over to check the squad, but they told him to back off and focus entirely on taking down Lucas. They still desperately needed to destroy that cloud. Liamson kept up the brutal brawl until Lucas slammed him down. The old guy was getting madder by the second. He blasted Liamson with a heavy-hitting spell and then lifted him right by his throat. He honestly could not understand why they kept trying when it was hopeless. He told the elf he would grant his death wish, promising nobody was leaving alive. But Liamson quietly snagged his staff with his feet and stabbed Lucas right in the chest, finally drawing blood. The shield blasted him away, but he saw the fresh wound. Even so, it barely did anything. Lucas stepped up, bragging that he was literally invincible. Watch this part closely, guys. A weird force suddenly erupted and spun him. The amount of mana gathering right there was absolutely insane, way beyond normal limits. Frey knew this was no time to hold anything back at all. He decided to use every single drop of his power to protect the squad. The next attack was gonna be wild. He screamed at Liamson to run. The elf bolted immediately, and a massive fire explosion locked right onto Lucas, basically incinerating everything in its path. Flames completely took over the zone. Frey's raw power was totally overwhelming, but he quickly realized his mana tank was completely running on empty. The elf tried shielding himself from the blast. When the smoke cleared, a giant crater was left behind. He was amazed, but unfortunately, Lucas was still breathing. He was literally missing an arm and swore he would slaughter Frey for it. Then he noticed the kid was completely out of mana. To Lucas, that was a total rookie mistake, proving the huge gap in their power levels. But nope, Frey flat out refused to quit and rushed him head on. Zero mana did not matter, he was throwing hands with this pathetic boomer. The evil master was absolutely stunned that the kid had not broken yet. Lucas had a super shaky barrier up, and Frey knew he could not let him recharge. Lucas skipped the trash talk and attacked again, but Frey perfectly dodged the worst of it. He slid right into close range and delivered a brutal punch straight into the guy's gut. Pure agony twisted the man's face. Frey clapped his hands together, fired off another crazy spell, and launched Lucas flying through the air. You and I both felt that, through the smoke. Lucas said this kid wasn't human. Frey roasted him back, saying Lucas was not human either anymore, just a sad puppet for the demigod. The old man completely froze for a split second. He saw he was losing and his ego snapped. Using his one good arm, he desperately tried pulling more power from the sky. As long as that cloud existed, he had infinite mana hacks. He planned to burn everything once fully healed, but then a massive kick slammed right into him. The elf popped up right beside him, totally laughing at his overconfidence, and knocked him flat down. Meanwhile, the other three were still grinding hard to wreck that cloud. They were so close. Frey and Liamson kept Lucas busy. Even bleeding and missing a whole arm, he still had tons of mana left. Suddenly, he unleashed a crazy attack, knocking them down. Frey hit the dirt but recovered fast. Lucas stepped on him, threatening to roast him alive until everything suddenly flipped. A massive surge of energy exploded around them. It was the crazy storm the squad created. Their ultimate combo attack was finally ready. The master poured in his elven magic. The old guy played his instrument to summon the elements, while Isabel controlled the whole thing. Completely drained, they knew they finally won. Lord Mel actually felt a little heartbroken for his former buddy, even as the guy's body literally started crumbling right in front of them. Coughing up his final words, he begged the demigod for a save. Lights showered down from above, but Lucas just fell apart. The battle was over. Mikkel demanded to know why he betrayed them, while his friend turned to dust. Lucas revealed the demigod promised to literally save humanity. Healing diseases, stopping early deaths, and evolving normal people into higher-tier supreme beings. Frey wanted to finish him off for good, but got held back. Mikkel still desperately needed to talk to him. What a wild ending, right? Shaking, Mikkel begged for more time, but the apostle rejected his pity. Stick with me here, guys. Mikkel actually thought he could save his boy and gently grabbed his hand, but Lucas instantly on high alert. Even on death's door, he tried finishing his mission and snatched Lord Mikkel up. Everyone rushed in, screaming for him to back off. Then boom, flames erupted everywhere and a massive explosion completely leveled the crater. When the smoke finally cleared, gone, zero trace, Lucas had actually escaped and dragged Lord Mikkel with him. Isabel was absolutely horrified. Crying her eyes out, she flat out refused to accept that such a kind dude was dead. Frey nods along. He knows something is seriously messed up here. The whole world is twisted and they gotta fix it themselves. This was a massive warning sign. Literally anyone could be next. Frey vows to fight until the bitter end, even solo. Next day at the Magic Tower, he's just chilling, overthinking everything when a knock hits the door. Isabel pops in, dropping the news that Lady Camel went to visit the Peace Founder bracelets. He totally gets what that implies while staring at the crystal in his hand, loot from the Apostle's remains meant for Professor Adelia. Quiet and totally lost in thought, Isabel sits down. She's still super shaken up. You and I felt that, her first time watching a comrade die up close. Lord M rolled with the Peace Founder bracelets, a squad that wasn't just made up of witches. Frey remembers the old man claiming his secret crew was tiny but could recruit basically anyone. He even hyped Frey up, saying he'd be super welcome to join. The Peace Founder bracelets were way smaller than the contractor and evoker circles, but their clout, still absolutely massive. Master Alton was the contractor for the Greed Barbarians, and get this, a Grand Duke from the demon world. Mikkel was genuinely shocked when he noticed Frey's huge interest in demons. These Grand Dukes were wildly proud beasts who viewed humans like bugs, making a contract with one basically impossible. Frey had only seen Iris do it. Thinking about Master Alton got him super curious about the guy's real deal. so Frey decides to dig way deeper into those Peace Founder bracelets. Right on cue, another knock hits the door. Frey drags himself up to answer it. Professor Adelia drops by, and he tells her he was actually just looking for her. She's pretty surprised to see company in his room. But Isabel wasn't just hanging out. Adelia drops the bomb that Elder Julian wants him. Now pay attention here. Hearing it was the Magic Tower Master, Frey's interest instantly spikes. Up in his office, the guy says he's heard plenty about Frey. He introduces himself as Julian Montalivo, the third Magic Tower Master. Frey has no clue who he is, but politely calls it an honor. Julian stands up, praising Frey's mission report from 4 days ago. He says it perfectly broke down exactly how the Apostles' powers worked. Still, he calls the death of the Earth Master, Mikkel, an absolutely crushing loss. Praising his crazy loyalty only breaks Isabel's heart even more. Even with that awesome report, the Apostles' true identity remained totally unknown. Julian claims they rushed and completely blind. They really should have waited for Master Lucas. Frey just listens quietly. Finally, Julian asks how Mikkel spent his absolute final moments. Frey pauses for a second, claiming Mikkel stayed totally loyal to the very end. A man with legit, unbreakable principles. Staring at the seagulls, Julian calls out to his lost buddy. Then, he asks Frey to become the new Earth Master. The professor is stunned. No one this young had ever become an Earth Master. The youngest before this was Michelle from the Blake family, grabbing the title at 26. The Blake family was absolutely packed with geniuses, but Frey still hasn't even answered yet. If he took the job, his life would get way easier. He'd score private property, a personal lab, and massive funding for his studies. He could easily grab ultra-rare materials for any project. The professor is hyped until Frey straight up rejects him. He doesn't want the Earth Master title. Julian offers a spot in the circle instead, but Frey shoots that down too. Julian is super curious but totally respects his choice. Walking downstairs, the professor keeps nagging Frey to take the Earth Master gig. She's getting pretty annoyed. She claims he's too young to get it. While she vents, Frey remembers something and offers to show her his lab of rare loot. She's definitely intrigued when she spots it. It was actually a drop left behind by an apostle. She had zero clue Frey actually beat one. After hearing Master Mikkel died, she just figured Frey ran for his life immediately. So what do we make of this? She explains this little stone holds demigod power, but right now, it's just pretty and totally useless. Listen up, if refined right, this crazy thing could totally outclass a dragon heart. Frey asks if he can just leave it to her, but she seriously has zero clue what to do with it. Looking super awkward, he asks for her help with the item. She smiles, but then her face goes completely deadpan. She calls him insane but agrees to keep it safe anyway. Later on, Frey is chilling right next to the dark elf. A huge crowd was hanging out in the hall. He cheerfully greets Camel, but she slides over and whispers about some super scary dude from the Peace Foundation bracelets. Arnondin warns Frey to watch his back because this guy has a seriously ugly temper. The guy furiously screams at him for speaking another language. He demands to know why they are whispering like rats. Then he points at Frey, realizing he is the kid who joined Mikkel during that epic apostle subjugation. Curious now, he orders Frey to explain what went down. Frey just flat out says it is all in the report. The old man is absolutely furious that a kid talked back. Liamson starts getting super annoyed with this boomer. Frey shoots back that he is not part of the Peace Foundation bracelets, so he totally owes him zero answers. That just pisses the old man off even more, and he completely snaps. He cannot believe Frey dares talk back. They basically tell the nasty old guy to chill out. Nobody wants to repeat themselves, so he finally forces himself to sit down. Now watch closely, another guy steps up, drops his hood, and after a long second, Frey finally recognizes him. Showing zero emotion, Frey says, "Long time no see." It was his own brother, Heinz Blake. They just stare in pure silence. Heinz brings up all the crazy rumors about Frey being so close to Perrin. He claims Frey looks super different now, and those changes prove he has that dark Blake family blood on his hands after all. Frey really does not get what he means. Heinz was the second son, the middle brother who totally helped Shepard confirm Frey was who he said he was. Frey still could not figure out what Heinz actually wanted from him. Heinz randomly apologizes for that old guy freaking out earlier. Then he mentions someone from the family is probably coming and warns Frey to reject them. The Blakes were in massive danger everywhere they went. Frey remembers Isaac Blake was the first to contact the demigod. Cutting to the chase, he asks what Heinz really wants. Heinz looks away. Frey cannot understand why he is suddenly playing the good older brother when he never treated him like a real person before. Heinz ignored Frey looking disgusted, but he still remembered absolutely everything. His sudden hypocrisy made Frey sick. Heinz coldly replies that he regrets nothing and wishes Frey had never even learned to use magic. That just leaves Frey feeling even more totally confused. Walking away, Heinz just warns him not to trust the circle too much. Frey tells him to wait, but a bearded old guy appears instead. It was Alexandro, the literal Blake family butler. You and I know that timing is crazy. Even after the warning, Frey definitely did not expect his family to show up so fast. The conversation starts off super awkward while the butler just silently stares him down. Besides growing up, Frey did not look changed at all, making the butler wonder if the wild rumors about Perrin and Jun were totally fake. Turning around, the man says the master has summoned him and that he needs to head back to the estate. But Frey shuts it down, saying he has important work and absolutely cannot see his dad right now. The butler is shocked he defied orders. Frey firmly repeats that his duties cannot wait, so the butler realizes he really has changed into a badass. He lies, simply saying they will be waiting at the estate. After that, Frey keeps up his act, only dropping it when the butler is finally gone. He grabs a flask and a voice mentions it was super tough to make. The professor explains electricity is the hardest element to process, costing her hundreds of gold coins to pull off. She would obviously get paid for her work. She proudly claims she never took a single coin from a student. She offers him an assistant job instead, but he still turns her down flat. He knew it was an elixir but had no clue what it did. Turns out it was condensed electrical energy. Opening it carelessly could be insanely dangerous. Even so, the professor totally trusts Frey will put it to good use. In his room, he meditates, pops the flask, and drinks it. Raw energy blasts through the room, quickly wrapping around his entire body. He keeps meditating while glowing particles float everywhere. Eyes closed, he completely locks in on absorbing that insane energy. His control had leveled up so much his whole body could store mana now. When night falls, Frey calls for Isabel. And that is where we leave it, Isabel absolutely obsessing over this cute little cat creature. Alright, let's dive into this. Isabel says it's so adorable her heart almost stopped. This little shadow spirit is darkening. She cannot believe Frey locked down a contract with it so incredibly fast. Honestly, nobody expects a shadow spirit to look this insanely cute. Because of that, Isabel decides to learn shadow spirit techniques as fast as humanly possible. Frey totally calmed the frozen river's energy and learned some massive lore about the demigod. He also leveled up his spiritual powers big time. Now the next major goal, busting out of this place. Isabel is totally on prep duty. She asks if he is planning to take the circle entrance exam. That massive tower is just looming in the distance. Back in his room, Frey is packing his gear. Then something super weird catches his eye. A strange energy is radiating from outside the door, but it doesn't feel hostile. He opens it, finding someone waiting there. The girl asks if he is Frey Blake. He stares closely. That coat is bringing back some old memories. She apologizes for the random visit and introduces herself as Vinin Argento, Circle Master of the Troman Rings. Soon enough, tea and snacks are served. All three just sit in awkward silence. Sipping her tea, Vinin finally speaks up, saying she came to invite Frey to her circle. Getting a VIP invite before the actual exam was actually super common. With fresh talent, circles always try to swoop in first. Isabel finds it totally hilarious they're calling him a rookie. Vinin adds that our redhead is invited too. After news of their apostle fight dropped, everyone is eyeing their dynamic duo. Vinin laughs it off, claiming she just followed orders. Still, Frey is completely hyperfixated on her coat. It looks exactly like his from 4,000 years ago. Maybe it was modified by some magic tool, but that was not his biggest concern here. Now pay attention, he straight up asks if Master Vinen is a dragon. Boom, tea spills everywhere. She is totally shook. She nervously asks why he'd think that. He drops the lore, dragons do not have mana rooms. Their hearts store transcendental power, letting them absorb an element directly into their bodies. She might have a mana room, but it was barely refined. Frey knows his dragon facts better than literally anyone. Frey already told Isabel that 4,000 years ago, Lucas had a dragon as his master. Snapping back to reality, Vinen admits he is actually half right. She is a half-dragon born from dragon and human blood. Later on, they are chatting outside his room about that absolute roller coaster of a reveal. Frey watches Vinen walk away. Isabel, super curious, asks what his game plan is. She points out the Troman rings seem totally broke, even if Vinen tried playing it positive. Frey also noticed she lacked any real skills as a circle master. Still, this whole meetup came completely out of left field. They get back to packing. Isabel asks if he is eyeing the Troman rings, but he says nope, zero interest in getting tangled in their messy politics. The main goal right now is learning how to stack power in one spot. Backpacks on, they are totally ready to roll. Instead of building one circle, Lucas Troman would become the absolute center of it all. You feel that too, right? Isabel realizes he hasn't changed one bit. Hitting the stairs, they spot some major drama happening in the hallway. Some angry old dude is completely roasting Master Vinen, and she cannot even fight back. Flexing that noble rank, Jerome Bernard introduces himself from the Lucid Swords, and Steve Surge reps the Straw Colors as their master. Seems like they were way too late for the actual visit. The old guy asks if Frey plans on joining the Troman rings, but Frey completely dodges it. He just laughs at the mess. To him, they all look identical. Another master tells Frey to swing by their spot after he is done with the Troman rings. He literally hands over a teleport scroll linked straight to the Straw Colors headquarters. The other guy, even without a scroll, drops an invite to Lewin Abel's turf in Geotinbal or Silkit. After that flex, both men bounce. Frey pivots back to business. He asks if the geezer is here to headhunt him too. The guy suggests talking privately without Master Vinen around. They ditch the dragon girl and head to another room. Before leaving, Frey gets her warning. With a smile, she tells him to watch his back. Frey benches Isabel in the hallway to face this shady old man totally solo. He asks Master Vinen to hang tight a little longer, promising he will be right back. She agrees, locking down her spot right there. Suddenly they are alone in a dark forest. The old guy is giving off seriously sinister vibes now. A creepy spot for a pitch and surprise. He admits he never planned on recruiting a total fraud like Frey. Frey just laughs, asking what his actual deal is. The man turns around, demanding to know how he managed to beat an apostle. Aura explodes from his body. He demands to see Frey's power firsthand, the sheer force under his boots literally cracking the ground. Then boom, jagged branches shoot at him. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see this fight. Alright, stick with me here. This guy claims not all 7-star mages are equal, swearing he won't end up like the apostle. Frey just mocks him, agreeing that he is right. Then boom, he completely destroys all the plants in one massive hit. He infused his mana with raw attributes, instantly shattering the thorns. Dujansar had zero right calling himself a 7-star mage. The dude just had raw mana and literally nothing else. Without even lifting a single finger, Frey's power was just completely overwhelming. Absolutely furious, the old man preps another spell. He unleashes waves of fire, forming a massive magic circle right in front. But it cancels out before he even finishes. Man, this was way harder than just blocking some flying blades. Ice instantly locks around his feet, spreading all over his body. Game over. He lost with nowhere to run. Surprisingly, Frey isn't even planning to kill him right now. Instead, he gives him a little test. By morning, that ice will absolutely ice him, unless he can melt it himself. That is, if he's actually a 7-star mage. The old guy is raging, totally refusing to be tested by some disrespectful brat. Frey gives zero reaction. That icy calm seriously creeps the old man out. He cannot understand how someone so defiant kept such high dignity. He says Frey just has to kill him. Watch closely here. Without changing his tone, Frey calls that his only advice. He turns his back, totally trusting the old man will somehow survive this. Meanwhile, the girls are waiting. They breathe a huge sigh of relief when Frey finally gets back. He casually apologizes for keeping them waiting. Isabel asks if everything is cool, but let's be real, she just wants the scoop on what happened to Mr. Dujansar. Frey tells her not to worry, he won't die. Even if he can't break free, the ice melts by tomorrow. Honestly, that might be even more embarrassing. Soup gets served in a bowl. It smells so amazing that Frey is instantly tempted to dig in. Pin also offers some over to Isabel. She seems super used to camping, like roughing it is just her everyday normal life. Totally impressed by how fast she works, Frey asks for seconds. The circle's former master was Orsil Argento, Vianen's actual dad. Frey straight up asks how he died, even though it's kind of a rude question. Vianen stares quietly into the fire. Then she explains that demigods have rankings, and the absolute highest tier is called the Lord. Hearing that title sparks a crazy memory for Frey. Among the demigods, the absolute strongest ones are usually called the Apocalypse. Only 3 of them were ever properly studied: sword, poison, and death. 2 years ago, the demigod of death completely wiped out Vianen's dad. Isabel quietly shares her grief, but Frey gets totally stuck on one single word: apocalypse. He knew the poison demigod well, an old man packing some truly terrifying power. The next day, barely any sunlight punches through the trees. While walking, Vianen drops that this is the Francisco Forest, the secret hideout of the Traman Rings. Frey is honestly pretty impressed by the barrier's raw strength. Her dad built it and she can only do repairs. Frey figures the master was an 8-star mage. Vianen is at 6 stars. She had talent but normal human training. He wonders if life would be easier living fully human. Her intense effort surprisingly softens his usual harshness. Arriving at the village, they spot the Traman house. It looked way too rundown to be a proper hideout. Someone calls out to Master Vianen. The Honorable Ghislain quickly reports everything that happened while she was away. He says they lost an artifact war against cursed beasts that looked just like hyenas rocking basilisk tails. I know what you're thinking, the Traman Rings are in deep trouble. Frey and Isabel listen closely. Seeing Frey, Ghislain apologizes for the super weak welcome. This time the stolen artifact was the Red Ring, literally one of the 7 rings crafted by Lucas himself. Nearby, some folks watch them roll in. They mention Master Vianen wasn't around when they came to say hello. Apparently they've been meeting up a lot lately. Seeing them so swamped, they chipped in to help, but nobody even had time for tea. Vianen looks annoyed, apologizing for the massive hassle. An artifact war was basically a turf competition where a legendary artifact was slapped down as the prize. To Frey, betting precious artifacts seemed completely ridiculous. But it actually started in desperate times, just as a way to forge friendly bonds between different magic circles. The guy says that mindset should be dead, but since the war built friendships, he just couldn't say no. Basilisk Tail, those hyena-like punks were hunting Traman Ring artifacts. Now that the circle was super weak, even minor circles were stepping up to attack them. The situation was obviously looking real bad. Honestly, it was way worse than the street rumors even claimed. They had less than 1/10 of their old members left, and the few talented ones were stuck out on missions. Frey suddenly realizes they've literally done nothing but complain this whole time, even though they were the ones who invited him over. Catching his expression, Isabel asks him to check something out. There was this huge statue nearby. The epic figure was holding a book and a staff. The plaque said Lucas Traman. Frey gently touches it. Trust me, we're just getting started. Let's dive right into it. Someone asks Frey if he's a hardcore fan of Sir Lucas. He turns, spots a guy approaching, and casually says he wouldn't call himself a fan. The kid introduces himself as Fian, the honorable 4th of the Traman Rings. They both say what's up. They barely just met, but Frey isn't wasting any time. He straight up asks why they're sticking around in a dying circle. Fian is confused at first, but Frey isn't just talking about the circle itself. He means most of the members too. With their actual skills, a ton of them could easily join way better circles. The guy is completely caught off guard. Isabel quickly tells Frey to watch his mouth, but Fian just laughs and totally gets it. Bailing for other circles would absolutely be the easiest way out, but if they did that, the Trauman rings would officially be dead. Every circle honors their own hero, and they refuse to lose the very meaning they started with. He explains how Lucas Trauman is literally the only person in history officially titled a great mage. Hearing his own past name praised, Frey feels this quiet burst of pride. Fian claims Lucas completely revolutionized magic. Thousands of years ago, mages and warriors slaughtered each other, and witches were hunted as heretics. But Sir Lucas Trauman was built different. He saw a friend in anyone who used magic. Despite the massive hate, he never stopped fighting to create a safe place for everyone. His circle inherited that exact mindset. Sure, they're weak right now, but they won't stop until their scattered people are united. Fian smiles, saying if Lucas were alive today, that's exactly what he'd be doing. Then the kid awkwardly apologizes, realizing he totally nerded out. Frey stays quiet, but you can see the absolute pride on his face. Isabel is absolutely loving the history lesson too. Finally, Frey smirks and says Lucas would be thrilled to have successors like them. Fian just gets super embarrassed and brushes it off. Ardu says bye to 2 more people, then heads out to a total mystery location. The only thing Fian knows, Frey was asking where the Basilisk Tail Circle was and trying to learn the rules every faction follows. To everyone else, it really looked like he cared way more about shiny artifacts than the dying Trauman rings. But Isabel isn't buying it, something else is bothering her. He also asked if an outsider could straight up trigger an artifact war challenge. Meanwhile, somewhere else, some arrogant thugs are roasting the Trauman rings, bragging they'll keep the war going until they've stolen absolutely everything. Suddenly, some wandering strangers ask for Rounder Anton. They came here to drop an official artifact war challenge. Now watch closely here. Frey steps right up, asking if dodging a challenge breaks the rules. Everyone is stunned. They completely bypass the barrier. Frey ruthlessly mocks their defense, saying he barely even noticed it. It was so insanely weak he thought it was just a cloud of bugs. Rounder Anton starts getting seriously ticked off. The kid looked young, but he definitely wasn't some basic mage, probably at least a tier 6. One guy steps up and asks what artifact they're betting. Frey just tosses a dagger. It was an insanely valuable piece of loot, a mithril weapon from the Age of Light carrying the revenge of the Sword God. Another boss realizes this guest is the real deal. Totally hooked, he tells Frey to follow him to the arena. Right before they kick off, he asks Frey if he knows the artifact war rules. Basically, you absolutely cannot reject a challenge. Both sides gotta bet an artifact, max 3 challenges per day, and get this, if someone dies, there are 0 penalties. For round 1, they throw a red ring on the line. First up is Alan Fix, the 2 lock eyes, just waiting for the signal. Alan starts warming up, aggressively shadowboxing. He's a hybrid magic warrior and his opponent, Frey, a pure squishy mage. Alan figures a mage who needs to chant spells doesn't stand a chance. He straight up declares that Frey's life is already over. Yeah, 1 punch should do it. The match starts, but before Alan can even swing, he immediately crashes to his knees. Everyone just freezes in pure shock. It literally makes 0 sense. I know what you're thinking, a tier 2 spell. Yep, Frey easily crushed him. One guy assumes Frey used magic vision to skip chanting, meaning his mana should be totally drained. After pocketing the shiny new ring, Frey calmly turns around to leave. The guy is still shook by what he just witnessed. He assumes Frey is bailing because he's out of mana, which is exactly what Frey wanted them to think. Seconds later, the enemy offers up the Kelvin Stone and Salet boots for the next bet. Unable to say no, they wager the red ring and the Kumble dagger. The enemy boss thinks his trap is flawless. He pulls his fighter aside for a private chat, claiming Frey is rushing because that magic vision absolutely tanked his mana. If they drag it out, he loses. So Keela needs to start with a massive defensive barrier and force Frey to burn his remaining tank. This kid can't possibly beat Keela's veteran experience. So what do you and I think? Will this plan work? Both sides gear up, with Keela keeping that defense strategy locked in his mind. Alright, stick with me here because this fight is insane. Frey kicks things off with a massive ice wave. Keela drops his barrier thinking he already won but gets totally blasted backward. The guy cannot believe it. Honestly, the entire circle is absolutely speechless again. Keela is launched into the sky, his staff flying out of reach before he smashes into the dirt. Now there is only one match left. The final boss here is Rounder Antoine. The ultimate showdown begins. Anton summons a battle spirit while Frey gets himself ready to throw down. Since he spammed magic vision 3 times in a row, everyone assumed his mana tank was running totally empty. Antoine packs all his raw power into one punch and charges straight in. He plans to end this up close. Suddenly more arrows come flying out. He quickly realizes he cannot dodge these, and then it hits him like a truck. That was not magic vision at all. Frey was literally just using basic ice arrows the whole time. Anton is absolutely mind blown that a low-tier spell could hit with such heavy damage. The answer is painfully simple here. Either they were super weak or Frey was just absurdly overpowered. Rounder Antoine completely loses his cool. He switches up his tactics and orders his goons to go capture Isabel instead. That totally distracts Kiro and gives the rest of the mob an opening. The guys charge in, throwing everything they have got. At this point, Antoine does not even care about the artifact war anymore. Now watch this, he just wants everyone dead. Thick smoke fills the area while Frey calls out to her. The attackers are completely dumbfounded seeing him still standing there. Man does not even have a single scratch. Suddenly someone claps back, leaving the enemies twisting in pure agony. It was Isabel calmly busting out some serious self-defense skills. Now the dynamic duo is teamed up and the momentum totally shifts in their favor. Anton is still boiling with pure rage. Freyler calls him out for hiding behind his henchmen and running away whenever he faces someone who is actually stronger. Every single word pisses Tanton off even more, but before he can even make a move, his throat gets sliced. A huge blast of wind slams him into the dirt. Frey laughs and tells him to watch his back. Bro almost died. Antoine drops completely exhausted. Then another person appears. It is Lord Ferric, demanding to know exactly what just went down. She had these bright pink eyes and a super cruel glare. This was the master of the basilisk tail. She scolds Frey for being totally disrespectful, but then she senses something is very wrong. A heavy pressure like needles stabbing right into her heart. She introduces herself as Fairy Kavat and asks why he is here. Frey fires back saying that is exactly what he wants to know too. What was the actual purpose of her circle anyway? The guys watch in dead silence, totally judging the kid. Rounder Anton yells at his kneeling master, saying their goal was to free humanity from the control of the demigods. He just cannot understand why she would serve some newbie. Frey pushes hard to know what these demigods actually are. She calls them godlike beings who can wipe out entire cities with a simple wave. You and I both know this is messed up. Frey realizes she knows exactly what they are but still chose to build her power this shady way. Absolutely furious, he starts freezing everything in the area. Ferk screams at her crew not to move an inch or their bodies will shatter. Still on her knees, she starts begging for her life. She pleads with him not to destroy her circle, but Frey coldly says he wants the master dead. The woman is left completely stunned. Crazy enough, she actually agrees as long as her circle survives. Insane raw power starts concentrating right in one of his hands. Her subordinates scream at her to stop, but she has already made her final choice. Frey steps up with his hand raised. She bows her head and fully accepts death. He stares at her for a second and his harsh expression finally softens. He suddenly changes his mind, realizing she could actually be super useful. He melts all the ice away. Without the ice, nobody dies today. He orders the master to hand back every stolen artifact from the Trauman rings. She obeys instantly. Then with a smirk, he drops one more request. Ferric waits nervously, sweating bullets to see what comes next. Frey demands the locations of all the small and medium circles around the area. Meanwhile, Master Vinin is just waiting over at the circular gate. He has been out there so long he might catch a cold. He wonders if Frey actually found the basilisk tails safe. His lackey tells him not to lose hope yet. Maybe they can still build some solid connections later on. While they are chatting, Frey casually strolls up out of nowhere. His sudden ninja entrance totally startles them both. He casually claims he just went for a nice walk. Later, sitting at the table, everyone just stares directly at Frey. He tells them he has something super important to share. When he starts talking, his voice is dead calm. He straight up says he plans to wipe out the demigods from this world. To pull this off, he needs power and influence. He notes the circles are in terrible shape. Everyone is only looking out for number one right now, and honestly, none of them can change that reality on their own. Trust me, you and I are not ready for this plan. He wants to make Tramen rings the absolute center for every small, medium, and major circle. Bin tries objecting, but Frey instantly interrupts him. All right, stick with me. Our guy drops his bag and asks if they actually have the guts. He straight up warns them this new path will hurt so bad they'll miss their boring, easy lives. But if they can tough it out, he promises them the absolute top. Then he drops the stolen artifacts and everyone's jaws hit the floor. Suddenly, his little trip makes total sense. In just one single day, Frey bullied 6 different mid-tier circles into submitting and joining the Tramen rings. Yeah, he actually pulled all that off in 24 hours. But hold up, he is not handing out the loot. He smirks, calling it a simple thank you gift for the warm welcome, then gives Master Vinin a little more time to think. He turns to leave, giving her exactly 1 day to decide, but she stops him dead. Standing right up, she hits him with one heavy question. Can he seriously turn the Tramen rings into a central powerhouse? Frey literally swears on his life he will make it happen. Soon, an announcement drops. It is super early. Everyone looks exhausted, half asleep, and some are convinced the group is done for. Then Master Vinin steps up. She officially announces a brand new member, leaving the whole crowd completely confused. Most of these guys do not even know Frey. They just know some random dude showed up recently. He introduces himself as Frey Blake. Right away, he spots them glaring. Nobody likes seeing a kid flex a rounder title. He knows the pushback is coming, so he adds one brutal truth: they are all unqualified. Vinin just cracks a smile while everyone else flips out. Frey doubles down. You are all so weak. Even someone my age got the rounder spot. The crowd is absolutely losing their minds. Then he leaps right into the center ring. Watch closely, he is taking complaints today, but zero talking aloud. Manage to scratch his necklace, and you win his rounder title and earrings. Some terrified kid is totally lost right now. The guy next to him gets it. Frey is testing them. Vinin knows he is baiting their frustration. Frey kicks things off, calling out Foe Gunter. A mage steps up, charging his attack, and complains that Frey is not even taking a real stance. Frey just taunts him, prove you are actually good, and maybe he will pull his hands out. The disrespect is crazy. Fexru chucks a massive fireball, but it does not even leave a mark. Frey has defense way too stacked. The fireball literally vaporizes and everyone is shook. He used 0 incantations. Fexru absolutely panics. He really thought Frey was basically on his exact same level. Fexru is a pure fire magic specialist. Years of grinding, and his main flex is raw, destructive power. Pound for pound, fire magic usually hits way harder than any other elemental attribute. Frey points out the kid clearly spent forever making that fireball look pretty, but he is burning way too much mana holding its shape. A flawless shape does not equal more damage. He needs to dump that effort into raw power. Taking the harsh advice, Foe asks how to fix it. Frey tells him the real boss battle is conquering fear. He talks about an old mage buddy who once took horrific burns across his entire body. Everyone swore his magic days were totally over, but he pushed through, becoming an absolute fire god. The whole crowd starts taking notes. That legend leveled up because he lived through both sides of the flame. The kid beams. You get what he means, right? If the kid visualizes real fire, he will find his path. He thanks Frey with all of his heart. Some dude nearby asks why he is smiling after a beating. The kid just says his friend would totally get it facing Frey. It is like his brain just leveled up. He trusts our MC 100%. Next up, a heavily armored dude steps in. He raises his sword and shield, ready to brawl, but boom, a strike from the ground instantly wipes him out. Later, he wakes up realizing the same thing. That kid nailed it. Rounder Frey is the GOAT. In 24 hours, Frey completely owns the circle. The hype is unreal. He holds up 3 fingers. He says give him 3 months and he will buff the Trauman rings, including Master Vinin, Ghislain, and Peon. Once those 3 months wrap, they will throw a massive friendly tournament with the local mid-tier circles. No bloody wars over artifacts this time, just a classic way to build up some alliances. But make no mistake, they still need to dominate those matches. To put this circle back on the map, they need so many flawless wins that nobody dares talk trash. Peon calls it impossible, but Frey already promised hell. Cutting to another spot, Frey starts personally training Master Vinin. She flares up her magic. You and I knew it, just as he thought, she totally forced that mana compartment. Let's dive right in. She thought magic needed a core, but dragons do things differently. They pull power straight from nature, so she has to shatter her own limits and release every ounce of mana. Frey places a hand on her back and starts drawing out the raw energy. She drops straight to her knees, screaming as her mana drains away. Once she finally catches her breath, they keep going. He touches her back again, telling her to focus on pushing out whatever mana is left. She pulls herself together and tries her hardest. Still, you can tell she is super anxious, but as she pushes harder, the raw mana starts pouring out. Everything inside her is being unleashed at once. Her mana core is completely crumbling apart. Frey warns her that this next part is going to hurt. Slowly, the core starts cracking. He genuinely wonders if she can even survive this. Vinin struggles as the intense process continues, her hands gripping her pants super tight. Frey stays locked in, knowing he might just be worrying way too much. When it is finally over, she collapses from pure exhaustion, then gets totally annoyed hearing this was just step 1. The whole thing will take a month. But hey, he already warned her this training would be absolute hell. Her eyes fill with tears as pure dread washes all over her. Soon enough, a massive scream echoes through the area. Peon is up next for Frey in his brutal training session. The poor guy cannot even handle how crazy fast and agile Frey really is. Watch closely here. Frey grabs his hand to stop the useless attacks, but Peon refuses to quit. He switches to kicks, but his legs still cannot even scratch Frey. Anyway, the dude keeps swinging. Frey effortlessly blocks every single hit that comes. It is basically like punching a solid rock. Soon, the sparring ends, leaving the boy completely gasping for air. His skills are not even second-rate right now. Still, the kid has pride, meaning there's definitely room for him to level up. His style is the White King Fist, super simple, no flashy or weird moves. That is exactly why long fights are so rough for him. Everyone reads his patterns way too easily. Frey tells him straight up he is weak, and his style only stands out because it is an old classic. Super frustrated, Peon asks how to get much stronger. Frey replies that magic warriors do not get shortcuts. They have to grind and improve step by step. Peon drops his head, thinking getting good will take forever, but Frey casually drops that he can help him speedrun those exact steps. Tears absolutely stream down his face. He ends up flat on the ground when cold water gets splashed all over him. He looks so wiped out, like he has not slept in days. He literally begs Frey to just end him, but they are not even halfway done. Later on, 2 guys are standing out in the woods. Ghislain is waiting for orders from the brand new rounder. Frey hands him a dagger and tells him to use it. The Camonal dagger is a literal artifact from the Light Era, crafted from pure mithril and packed with crazy abilities. It is completely one of a kind. Ghislain laughs, reminding him that he is actually a mage. Still, Frey knows he has wielded a sword for years and never slacked on training. He figured it out just by seeing the massive calluses on the guy's hands. Proof of years swinging a blade, Frey's master plan, turn this dude into a fully fledged magic swordsman. His magic is only level 5, but that dagger breaks the limits. Ghislain takes the weapon, looking super careful and really curious. He promises to spend however long it takes to master it. Even with his confidence low, Frey tells him to absolutely not sweat it. He is gonna teach him everything and build that confidence up. By nightfall, Ghislain stumbles into the room, barely able to stay on his own 2 feet. I know exactly what you're thinking, pure torture, right? Peon notices his buddy is back, but he is so cooked he cannot even turn his head. A moment later, the other guy also collapses right onto the floor. Neither of them can move their arms or even stand up to hit the bathroom. Then teacher Vinan shows up at the door complaining about her stomach. Boom, she drops right next to them. Now all three are whining about full body pain. Frey pops up super hyped, announcing evening training starts after a 5-minute snack break. Obviously, not a single one of them even twitches. Right then, a voice calls out to teacher Vinan, saying he is finally back from his mission. The guy at the door stares, totally confused. It is the Honorable Asak. Seeing them dead on the floor, he yells that Frey is an assassin. He draws his blade and charges in, completely losing his mind that this happened while he was gone. He instantly lunges at Frey, but Frey just casually blocks it and asks for his name. Asak stays absolutely furious, fully convinced Frey attacked his friends. Then Professor Dilia suddenly recognizes both Frey and Isabel. Vinan explains that Asak was sent out on a mission for the Troman rings. Hearing that finally helps Frey remember exactly who this guy is. Still on the floor, she tells him to lower his sword. She introduces Frey Blake as the brand new rounder, with Isabel Trisney acting as his assistant. Wild right, both are completely shocked these kids hold such insane titles. Stick with me here, Professor Adilia is absolutely furious, totally refusing to believe Frey is the actual rounder. Asak quickly apologizes, claiming he had no clue who Frey was. Meanwhile, Adilia still cannot accept he snagged such massive rank. After thinking for a second, Frey flat out asks if she used to be in the Troman rings. Then he looks right at Adilia, telling her to use formal speech now, since his rank is way higher than hers. She completely loses it and tries swinging at him, but Frey is just trolling her. Asak gets back to his report, dropping clues about the heir to the Magic Martial King. Finally, he reveals he tracked the guy down. Everyone lanes in, completely hooked. Asak takes a breath, getting ready to explain the crazy mission. He says the king's personality was exactly as difficult as expected. Then he lifts his shirt, showing a nasty scar, shocking everyone. He explains those guys do not care about magic circles, firmly believing physical martial arts are the ultimate true power. He buttons his shirt back up. Frey turns to Isabel. He asks how long a trip to the Reynolds Great Forest takes. She says using the southern route and Fillet Warp Stone takes 4 days. That gives Frey a major idea. Fillet is where the Blake estate, his family's main residence, is literally located. Frey calls for Master Venian, firmly placing one hand on the table. Watch closely here, he announces he is meeting the martial heir, though we all know this trip is pure danger. Super curious, the half-dragon asks when he is leaving, but Frey is already walking out with Isabel right beside him. Asak notices how much absolute trust Master Venian puts in Frey. Later that night, huge moonlight spills through the massive window. Frey stays completely quiet before finally calling out to his friend, but Isabel already knows his plan. He wants to go solo. With the circle base finally set up, someone has to stay and ensure nothing goes completely wrong. She stands up, walking over to him, promising to handle all his duties so he can focus entirely on the mission. Still, she is basically on the verge of tears. Leaving, she begs him to send updates, promising to rush over immediately if anything goes wrong. Frey just laughs softly, suddenly realizing exactly how much she has truly grown. After that little laugh, his eyes turn super gentle. He thanks her for absolutely everything while she cries. Grabbing his backpack, he says his goodbyes. Then he shuts the door, starting his journey, but something super weird stops him right outside. All the honorables are lined up, literally begging him to stay just a little bit longer. Frey thinks they are being way too dramatic. He pats Isabel, joking that her bad temper will keep guys away, getting a tiny smile. Besides, he is only gone for a month. Everyone starts crying, remembering all their friendly hangouts together. Before bouncing, Frey warns them not to lose a single fight. His crew says they have full control. He throws up a fist and walks off, saying he cannot wait to see them all again. We both are seeing this right. Down in a crater, a green eye snaps open, feathers morphing into fiery hair. She stumbles to her feet, her ultimate goal: rule absolutely everything, own the mountain range, and stop Torkanta from ruining it. Holding on to those intense words, she unleashes every drop of her stored power. With one huge leap, she launches into the sky, zooming across the land. Meanwhile, in Grow, street life is totally normal. Frey checks himself out in a mirror. Crazy energy surges from his hands as he uses magic on his face, totally changing his whole look. Now he proudly goes by Kane Rixton. A rank C mercenary, his cover, a 26-year-old dude from the south working as a 3-star mage. He needed this disguise to sneak through Philip completely undetected. Crazy rumors were already floating around connecting Asaka Blake to an actual demigod. So for now, Frey planned to avoid his family completely. Walking the streets in disguise, a guard stops him, validating his fake ID. Frey drops a polite smile, says thanks, and just keeps on walking. Philip was Frey's hometown, feeling weirdly familiar. Disguised, he swaggers right into a busy shop. Inside, guys are eating, drinking, and laughing loud. The bar is absolutely packed. He walks in confidently, and people immediately notice the strong mage. Some dudes even think the Vulcan group is finally getting some well-deserved respect. Over at the bar, a girl chewing gum casually asks if he wants to order a drink. Frey explains the trip from Philip to the jungle is super long, so he wants to save massive time by grabbing a carriage. The catch, he does not know any that go that far. Asak mentioned a group trading with elves monthly, so Frey came dressed as a mercenary. So what do you and I make of this? Since they hire guards, he hands his info over, accepting the wild job. Alright, you and I are jumping right into this epic Reynolds jungle escort mission. But after checking his guild rank, the receptionist says this job requires B rank minimum. Then she casually asks if he wants to take a fast-track promotion test. She opens her book to schedule it. But Frey wants to do this right now. She drops her pen, totally unfazed, tells him to follow her, and says the fee is 10 silver coins. They head downstairs. Walking down, Frey keeps scanning the whole place. The basement hallway is massive, literally endless. Some guy is just chilling in a chair, smirking, and asks why they are even down there. The girl says our guy is here for testing. Iron explains there are 2 ways to rank up, by taking a commission or doing a demonstration. For the first one, the evaluator gives a mission and grades it. The second is a crazy public skill showcase. Nobody has passed it in over 100 years. She warns him it is brutally strict, but Frey picks the demonstration test instantly. She pops her bubblegum and just tells them to begin. The evaluator actually starts paying attention, his headache completely fading because he knows someone super interesting just arrived. The 3 step up to the test area. Frey asks if he is fighting them both, but they tell him to just blast the wall with magic instead. She explains breaking it is basically impossible since a 5-star mage stacked it with barriers. Not even their drunk boss could smash that wall. That guy isn't a rank beast, so if this kid actually breaks it. You and I know what happens next. They look totally stunned, then just burst out into absolute hysterical laughter. Frey totally ignores them and tells Iron to step aside. Wishing him luck, she turns around to watch. Frey focuses all his raw power into a fireball. The second she feels that 5-star magic aura, she is absolutely shell-shocked. He locks onto the wall. The drunk guy screams for Iron to duck down, and Frey unleashes his blast with full force. They dive for cover. Smoke fills the whole room, and when it clears, a massive crater is blown straight through the wall. Seeing that absolute destruction, the boss passes him immediately. Frey is now officially a rank. The guy is just deeply, wildly impressed. He introduces himself as Dunk, asking if Frey is already in some mercenary crew. But Frey just says he wants to join that escort heading straight to the massive Reynolds jungle. Dunk finds that super suspicious but keeps his mouth shut, stamping the final approval anyway. Later on, rumors fly that Count Asaka might drop his spot as the 5th Magic Tower Master. Grabbing drinks, some dude asks if he was not already fired. Frey politely says what is up. He claims he is totally new around here and wants to learn the ropes. To make friends fast, he literally offers to buy drinks for the whole bar. At first, these guys think he is just a brat. Soon enough, the table is packed with food, and everyone is comfortably chatting away. Frey mentions he wants a guard gig at the Blake estate, and one guy immediately brings up how gorgeous the girls are over there. Then he casually drops the rumor topic. A buddy claimed he saw tons of carriages rolling into the mansion, way too many for simple supplies. We both know that is bad news. That same buddy heard screaming coming from inside. Pure rage flashes across Frey's face. Later, sitting completely alone at the bar, he keeps looping those dark rumors in his head. He remembers the crazy talk about sacrifices and puts the puzzle together. Then somebody calls out Kane Rickstone. Raising his bottle up, the guy introduces himself as Alkin, the escort team leader. Alkin mentions Dunk called Kane a super talented mage, and praise like that basically never happens. He warns Kane not to slack off just because this feels like an easy gig. He says the last caravan heading toward Reynolds was completely wiped out last month. Some immortal and dead monster caused the bloodbath, and those things are popping up everywhere now. So everyone needs to stay frosty. Undead usually attack out of pure hatred for the living, but Kane brushes that off, locked onto his own mission. Soon the caravan rolls out. For now, it is a smooth ride with soldiers chilling inside the carts. Even so, Kane feels like something is totally off. This old mage keeps staring him down, and he has absolutely no clue why. After a while, the creepy dude finally looks away. Kane figures everyone here has some kind of backstory. Alkin asks how he is holding up, and Kane says he is fine. The captain tells him to rest up because the real nightmare starts once they hit the forest. Kane points out the guy in the carriage. Alkin says his name is Seeks, a 5-star mage and a rank mercenary. Around these parts, people literally call him the rookie Seeks. So what do you and I make of this? Kane just sits there, lost in thought. You and I are jumping right back in. An old dude approaches, so Kane tells him to sit. The guy introduces himself as Seals, and straight up says he already knows Kane's name. He apologizes for crashing dinner, but Kane doesn't sweat it. While munching away, he bluntly asks, "What do you want?" The mage claims he felt some super rare spirit energy coming off Kane, asking if he's actually a hardcore spiritualist. Kane realizes the guy is talking about his dark aura. Instead of answering, he flips the script and asks if Seals is one. Kane admits he totally made a spirit contract, but clarifies he is definitely not a spiritualist. Still, he wants to know how the guy sensed his power, since normal folks absolutely shouldn't. The mage gets super nervous, dodges the question, and Kane just lets it slide. He just asks why Seals joined their escort. The old guy admits he's sweating over that immortal being. An immortal showing up near the Great Reynolds. Yeah, that is insanely rare. It hasn't happened in 1,000 years. He says it like he actually lived that long. Kane casually tells him to eat his soup before it gets cold. Folks use illusion magic to change their looks to hide stuff. In Sayak's case, he was totally hiding his identity. Behind that fake face, he was definitely keeping secrets. Suddenly, a guy rushes in to warn Captain Alcubin about some massive trouble. A squad of undead spawned in the southwest. Since they can't avoid the route, they announce a scouting mission right away. The two mages slap some heavy enchantments on their gear. Kane catches a faint whiff of divine power, but not enough to be a demigod. Then the squad rolls out. Deep in the woods, a nasty rotting smell hits them hard. Undead are lurking, so everyone draws their weapons, ready for action. They rush forward, but pay attention here. You and I can see something is off. The undead are already dead. They had only been walking for 30 minutes, but Frey immediately starts analyzing the crazy scene. It looked like a single dude did this, wiping them all out in under 10 minutes flat. The squad is totally confused until Frey spots a clue. He realizes he found the Magic Warrior King's successor. The men start panicking as birds scatter everywhere above them. Seeing how bad this is, Frey yells at them to run. Whoever destroyed those undead is an absolute beast, one-shotted all of them. Suddenly, a head drops right in front of the soldiers. Terrified, they freeze. A huge guy standing on the corpses spots the outsiders. That brute literally annihilated everything instantly. The captain asks why he killed the undead, but the guy cuts him off. Move or die, the captain shuts up fast. That giant was the successor. Frey straight up says it's way too dangerous to just leave him alone. Caravans use this road all the time. They couldn't leave monsters roaming around, but fighting this guy wasn't exactly an option either. So Frey decides to tail him. He'll track the massive dude himself and judge the actual threat level. His disguise should work. He goes after the stranger, telling the captain to just finish the main mission. Soon the forest gets loud. Here's where it gets crazy, guys. You and I watch this giant just spam massive, brutal punches. Suddenly, something completely ambushes him from behind. A monster bites him, but its teeth literally shatter against his skin. He one-shots it easily, not looking tired in the slightest. Nearby, Frey watches while chilling against a tree. The big guy finds it super weird that someone is just casually staring at him. Frey walks up, asking how long he has been learning those epic magic warrior king techniques. The dude gets mad, thinking he's another circle idiot. Frey casually drops that he's from Trauman Rings. The guy instantly throws a punch right at Frey. Smoke explodes everywhere. Just hearing that circle's name totally pissed him off. But Frey's got a barrier up, zero fear. The giant grabs his clothes and lifts him, but Frey stays cool as a cucumber. The man roars he'd never have anything to do with those circle bastards. It was super weird that the successor rejected absolutely everything dealing with the actual demigods. His anger is obvious. To him, the circles were just greedy pigs obsessed with eating well. He wanted zero ties with folks like that. Frey explains the circles had no real plan against demigods. With a smug smirk, he jokes the guy is being totally unfair to actual little pigs. His real goal was gathering scattered powers to unite the broken circles. Hearing this, the big dude finally lets him go. Now interested, he decides to test Frey's strength. The warrior attacks immediately, but Frey dodges the huge strike. His speed is insane. The giant trashes everything, and trust me, you and I are gonna love watching Frey calmly provoke him next. He combines two spells, Ice Spear and Wind Storm. Stick with me here, because you and I are about to see this dude bulldoze through everything without a single scratch. That sheer stubbornness totally reminds Frey of Cassadine, so he forms an orb and hits him with Frost Breath. For the first time, this guy actually looks shocked as his feet freeze straight to the ground. That attack lands a direct hit. He claps his hands together, blocking with a massive rock shield. Once the blast clears up, Frey touches back down without breaking a sweat. He asks if they can talk for real now, but the guy's literally a popsicle. Even still, he refuses to give up. His eyes change color, shattering the ice and breaking him completely free from the frozen ground. Then he lunges, throwing a massive punch right at Frey's face, but Frey is way too fast, teleporting right behind his back. Face-planted on the dirt, the guy is actually stunned by that insane footwork. Frey offers a hand, still trying to talk, but boom, he gets completely sucker-punched. That right hook clips his chin, sending Frey flying straight backward right into the dark woods. Caught off guard, Frey chases after him. They're both blazing through the trees at insane speeds until Frey easily catches up and runs right alongside him. That's when it finally hits him. This guy isn't running away, he's actually leading him somewhere on purpose. Which makes this even weirder, that movement technique he used. It's the full step of the magic martial king. And that's strictly for the first successor only. Frey never learned it from anyone. While they run, he finds out the guy's name is actually Ivan. Ivan is leading him to totally unknown territory, but Frey just rolls with it to see what's up. They finally stop right outside this beat-up wooden cabin. Frey jokes about having absolutely zero clue what kind of shady place this even is. Ivan yells out for Ricky, saying he's back. Suddenly, a massive noise blasts from inside the cabin, and Frey quickly has to cover his ears. Ivan laughs, saying that's the only way to wake Ricky. Now pay close attention. Frey doesn't know who he's about to meet until the wild truth finally hits him. A literal demigod, Ivan just smirks at his reaction. For a second, nobody comes out. Frey can barely believe his eyes. An actual demigod is right there, asking who Ivan brought. The guy yawns, clearly fresh out of a nap, no mistaking it, a real demigod. Frey senses his power, it's totally on par with that old man whose poison felt like an apocalypse. Ivan points at Frey, saying he's from the circles. The demigod looks him up and down, then he casually asks if Ivan finished his assigned homework. Thinking about what's next, he tells them both to come inside, but Frey immediately grabs Ivan by the shirt, stopping him right in his tracks. He demands to know why the Martial King's successor is teaming up with a demigod. Ivan stays totally quiet. The wrong answer means instant death, but Ivan doesn't even flinch at Frey's terrifying power. Then he drops the bomb. We definitely didn't see this coming. Ricky is actually a traitor who wants to destroy the demigods. Frey isn't buying it. Ivan tells him to hear the whole story before judging, so both of them finally walk inside. Stepping inside, Frey spots a magic portal. The cabin looks tiny outside, but inside, it's absolutely massive, all thanks to spatial distortion. It's a crazy magic that literally bends space to stretch out a small room. A normal person would never even notice this magic, let alone walk inside. Ivan was totally clueless. Ricky just sits there peeling fruit, telling them to grab a seat. Ivan is shocked Ricky actually let this random stranger inside. Ricky just tells him to look closely at Frey's eyes. That is definitely not the gaze of some ordinary human with a short lifespan. Frey brings up the treason right away. Ricky keeps eating and calmly admits it. Frey asks why. Ricky says his reasons don't matter at all. He brought Frey here for backup with his master plan. See, if an apostle dies, their demigod is forced straight into hibernation. A cold sweat starts dripping down Frey's face, because while they sleep like that, even a tiny knife to the throat is game over. An apostle is making undead, so Ivan wiped them out just to piss him off. That specific apostle is hiding in the great Rinalda jungle. Hearing this, everything finally clicks into place for Frey. He knows exactly who Ricky means. It's Odin for Deckwood, the apostle of the death demigod, the very same guy from Apocalypse. So Ricky's plan is simple. They kill the apostle, then easily execute the demigod while he's knocked out cold. Unlike Ivan, Frey stays totally chill and flat out says he wants absolutely zero part in this crazy suicide mission. But he still asks why Ricky can't just kill the apostle himself. Ricky explains that if he makes a move, the others might notice. An apostle's mind is completely linked to their demigod. If they sense his betrayal, this whole master plan completely fails. Frey thinks it over hard. He knows killing an apostle isn't that simple. Ivan is sitting there still thinking, but he's already sick of waiting. He just wants to fight. Trust me, you're gonna want to stick around for this. Frey reminds them beating an apostle is an absolute nightmare. Stick with me here. Ricky asks if he means Indra, wanting cold hard proof about this lightning demigod. Frey digs right into his bag. He whips out a glowing vial packed full of electric crystal energy. One single look is all Ricky needs to recognize Indra's raw power. He pops right up, saying he'll be back fast. You are gonna love this flex. He snatches his sword, literally slices the air open, steps through, and the rift snaps shut. Ivar is totally chill, knowing his boss always comes back, so they just vibe in dead silence until Ricky finally pops back in. What he drops makes Frey's jaw hit the floor. Indra's actual severed head. Frey is terrified they easily packed up a demigod. Frey is completely speechless. Ricky suggests teaming up. Honestly, would you and I say no? Yeah.